누구보다 빨리 뛰어야 하고 상대가 누구든 이겨야만 하며 때로는 모든 걸 걸어야 한다. 승리는 없다. 메달도 없다. 그러나 우리에겐 반드시 지켜내야 할 대한민국이 있다. 국가보훈부
Good evening. I am Brendan Valdez with some breaking news. Tonight, we bid farewell to one of our very own. Hooney is going to be going off to his military service. He is making the noble decision to serve for his country. Hooney, we have to say goodbye today. You are going to be working on the desk today, but for today, this is your last day. How are you feeling?
Yeah, it's gonna be my last space day, and feel a little bit, sad, but also I was kind of waiting for it. I was really excited to serve for my country too. So gotta do what I do.
I'm really actually kind of heartbroken that Hooney's going to be leaving us. Legitimately, I think no shade to the Oxen Chronicler, but it's been the best days on the desk when I'm up here with you, and those fun days. And I'm sad. We got one more at least. We got one more together. We got some good games today, but it's your final day, man.
Yeah, final day. It feels like we're going to have a missing piece in our hearts with Hooney leaving us. So, Hooney, you've been here for quite a while working at the LCK. What has been your favorite part of working at the LCK overall and working on the global desk as well?
It's just like, especially after I retire, I think just to express all my passion about the League of Legends. I think it was a really great spot here because since I have to analyze all the game, and it's just like blasting on the player, like what they had to do better job. That's my job, right? So it was really fun.
I really enjoyed you blasting the players as well. It's been a great time. You guys obviously get to see what Hooney's like on the space, who's criticizing Rumble plays and stuff like that. But when we're in the game, the game is over. It's the CS.
It's even worse, honestly, out of the game.
No.
Yeah.
Look at how many different boots are there that aren't Sorkpen boots. How do you feel about that, Hooney?
I don't know, man. Where's the Sorks? I'm already getting headache, man. I'm already getting anger.
Yeah, so we've had some great moments. I think this picture itself was from one of the favorite Hooney rage moments over Rumble. There was also that moment you ate the really spicy kimchi in Daejeon. What was your favorite moments from these two?
Eating game. For sure, everything is so memorable. It was so spicy, but it's actually just being participated, actually just big tournament, all the things are really memorable. Especially I think Wars was good. Even actually the all the finals at the playoff, it was really such a huge. It'll be I don't know. It's so memorable. It was so wholesome.
Yeah, there's been a lot of memorable moments, and we're definitely going to miss these moments. But Hooney, are you going to miss working with us here on the space as well? It's kind of sad, we've had some really awesome moments all together, regular seasons done together, finals, as you mentioned. Look at how wholesome we all are there.
I don't know. I can't believe it already. Actually, already 3 seasons passed, right?
Yeah,
the 2 spring split and there's 1 summer split actually passed, but I don't know. Time flies, man.
It really does. It feels like you've been here for so long, and yet it also feels like you got here yesterday. Man, these moments are gonna make me tear up. Hooney, you're gonna come back to us, right? Once it's all over.
Yeah,
I'll be back.
He'll be back.
He's coming back.
Hopefully.
He's Terminatoring.
Literally. Okay, I hope he doesn't fall into lava as well, and we get him back safe and sound from his service. Yeah, it's been wonderful bunch of seasons that we've had with Hooney, and hopefully he does come back to us here on the space.
It won't be the same without you, man.
Yeah.
It like having an actual pro here, the top connoisseur himself, the king of Rumble, the king of the top lane, the king of League of Legends, right next to us. Any other spacers play alongside Faker? Any other spacers go to the World Championship? I don't think so.
I'll be here with you guys. I'll be in You Guys Are Her, and I'll be also watching, League of Legends. I'll be watching through the YouTube or like anywhere you guys at there. So
Yeah.
I'll be
watching
there.
us and supporting us. We'll pretend like you're here in our minds. Every time Chronicler sits next to me, I'll think of you.
You can just call me. What's the Rumble rate? I'll give you the answer. Don't worry, guys. Don't worry.
Awesome. So any last words, Hooney, before we ship you off to your military service? Any final words for us?
Those are really pleasures working in global and it's just generally just in LCK. Really appreciate it. Just keep supporting me, even though I retire, and I will just continue my career. So hopefully you guys following my career.
We will be following you, Hooney, and hope you stay with us in the future. We do have a nice little cake prepared for you. Clap, clap, clap on the as make a wish, Hooney. I know my wish. Yeah, the flame went out. Yeah, see, there it goes.
Wow!
I hope your wish comes true, Hooney. Don't tell us what you wished for; it won't come true.
It says never fired.
Never
Never
fired.
fired. 07 never fired.
07 never fired.
I haven't got fired yet.
Yeah, no, not fired. Actually, just, going off to do a service.
I can
He'll
definitely
be
come back.
He's been
Never fired.
discharged from the LCK.
Well, Hooney, thank you so much for everything, and we'll have you back eventually. Thank you for watching this awesome special pre-show. Let's go over to the intro and over to another day of the LCK.
I've seen the darkest of the days, where the souls turn to ashes. It made me who I am today. I escaped from the latches of shadows chasing me down. I'm not gonna run, I am standing my ground. Wherever I go, fear does not follow. Even when the storm hits and hell is abound. I'm never running, I'm never hiding. I'll never be a prisoner, I won't stop fighting. I'm never quitting, I'm never giving. No, I'll never be a prisoner to your control. I'm never running, I'm never hiding. I'll never be a prisoner, I won't stop fighting. I'm never quitting, I'm never giving. No, I'll never be a prisoner to your control. I'll never be a prisoner, I won't stop fighting. I'm never quitting, I'm never giving. No, I'll never be a prisoner to your control.
듀스 화이팅! 오케이 헤리온 화이팅! PX 화이팅! 헤리온!
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Summer 2024. 07s for Hooney. You'll be missed more than you could possibly imagine. Chronicler, any words for Hooney?
I think it was said very well on the pre-show. He's going to be sorely missed. Both on a serious, professional manner, having an ex-pro player, especially of Hooney's level, is a great aid to the broadcast. But more so just for Hooney being Hooney, because he's a special guy in all of the best ways, and I'm really going to miss him.
Me too.
It's going to be rough, and no one gets as mad in a cute way about Rumble as he does. And I know that we really, really milked that, but it never got old, and I think that says a lot.
And look, we were, there was possibly a Nah meta on the horizon, Jace, things like this that we had to look forward to, but unfortunately, we won't have Hooney, at least not for the next little while. And thankfully, he's not dead. He's just going to military service for a bit, so he'll be coming back. So we don't need to get too upset, because this is not the end. It is merely just a break, That's how it's going to work out. All right, let's have a look at the standings here. We are beginning today with a banger. BNK Furex versus the Bros. Is it time for Brodemption, or does that happen next week? That is the real question that is on my mind. And there's a little bit of a change-up as well moving into this that could also adjust things. But first, let's have a look at this. Bro on an 8-match losing streak against BNK Furex. This is actually kind of crazy, but it definitely is time to buck the trend, because this is not a losing streak that you'd want to be up against, to be perfectly honest.
What's more remarkable to me is that there's so many 2-0s. Brion losing this many consecutive series, that's one thing, they have unfortunately been doing a lot of that. But specifically the fact that there are more 2-0s here than I would expect between a team like Brion and BNK, because BNK, for all of their highlight moments, I think have just not really been able to replicate any of that in the last year and a half. And this year it's been particularly rough, as these two AD carries, of course, used to play on the opposing team.
Yeah, a bit of an AD carry swap. We have seen this happen before as well, as of course it also exists with D+ Kia and KT. But let's have a look at this. Fox's Gambit. Duro in the starting lineup, and instead of introducing him from us, let's let him introduce himself.
안녕하세요. BNK POX 서포터 라인을 맡고 있는 듀로 주민규입니다. 처음 감독님한테 그런 얘기를 듣고 나서 저는 딱히 부담감 이런 거보다 저는 엄청 기대를 했다고 생각을 해요. 제 생각에. 왜냐하면 원래 계속 뭔가 작년부터, 솔직히 재작년 제가 실력만 조금 더 좋았다면 계속 뛸 수 있는 그런 생각이었기 때문에 언제나 마음의 준비를 하고 있어서 딱히 뭐 부담감, 뭐 압박감, 뭐 이런 거 아무것도 없이 오로지 기대감만 있다고 생각합니다. 저는 제가 챌린저스에서는 첼체폿이라는 소리를 들으면서 약간 제 생각엔 CL을 캐리하지 않을까라는 생각도 했었는데, 약간 덜 자란 육각형 아직 저는 그렇게 생각하고 있습니다. 제일 자신 있다기보다 저는 모든 챔피언이 다 자신 있다고 생각합니다. 제가 오늘 첫 데뷔를 했는데 꼭 승리를 해가지고 저희 팀한테 좋은 기운을 가져다 드리겠습니다. POX 화이팅!
All right, well, them some words, aren't they? The carrier of Challenger. And do you know why I think you said that? Because they're both from Busan.
He's a slightly less developed Hexagon Atlas. It's, of course, in Korea, you know, the skill Hexagon. We'll talk about Duro a little bit later on, because I am actually really excited for his debut. But first, let's talk about the Bros. They are still struggling. They are still doing what people love them for, which is giving it their all and it not mattering that much. Looks like they are going to be starting with Karis back in the mid lane today. Obviously, I was going to be hoping for Pool Bay. Not going to be the case. No big changes here in the first game, but I think we might see some if they don't end up getting a win, because these are the type of teams that Brion really should be looking to win against. The Blue Shell magic seems to be somewhat gone, so just winning against teams that are on a similar level is definitely the aim.
Well, you really need to sink down as low as possible before you can really execute on the blue shell. It has a large radius. You need to be well and truly at the back of the pack.
KT principle.
So that you don't get hit by the collateral damage. And that makes some sense. B&K Furex with the new carrier on the block, making their way out into Lowell Park here for the first time. And he was very confident, but I could see he's a little bit nervous here. Let's hope that he's going to be okay. Henna making sure he doesn't trip on that weird step that has got me about 1,100 times.
Oh yeah, you don't see it as clearly, but that little platform, that's
yeah,
raised.
there's a lip there, and it really gets you.
Yeah,
it really gets you.
All of us, there you go.
Yep, see?
It's a very dangerous stage. Fortunately, everyone has made it. So, talking a little bit about Duro, because he's the big thing. Execute, unfortunately, as much as we love his antics, just hasn't worked out. I don't think his level has been where it needs to be for the LCK. And I think Henna, unfortunately, is in a similar position to what we saw with Deft a couple of series ago, where I feel like he has been one of the more consistent members.
I'd agree.
But then, you know, when he's playing Zeri and he dashes into a pit because he wants to carry, but he also loses the game. He doesn't get a lot of leeway. And hopefully, with Duro being added, they can make a bit more of a splash in the 2v2.
Yeah, and it's really interesting, right? Because Duro, you know, very confident coming from Challenger. I mean, that was where Execute kind of was with his career as well. When he was Jonghoon back in the day, he was really making waves down there for his aggressive playstyle. That definitely hasn't changed, but it hasn't really been honed into what it's required to be in the LCK, you know?
It really wasn't, and even back in Challengers, I think he was on Brion, which wasn't a very good team. I mean, he was a bit of a controversial figure in terms of his gameplay, right? Not in terms of, not as an individual, but his moves, even for Challengers, were sometimes a bit crazy, but it worked because the team was able to play around it, right? Represented, I forgot which exact tournament it was, but we had a couple of like Challenger mixed tournaments where they put forward his team. He was playing on that as well. Like a mini international was really cute to watch. But I do think that bringing in Duro makes a lot of sense. I have been really hyped about this guy for quite a while. I think that he is actually a top-tier support player in Challenger right now.
He wouldn't lie about that.
Well, I mean...
You heard how his voice just sounded sincere.
It really did. I do think that he had a little bit of a caveat, you know, where he's like, other people call me this. I wouldn't say so myself.
Oh, no, of course not.
I want to highlight that.
It's because I'm from Busan.
Others have, exactly, others have said this about me.
Yeah.
He has been...
And he didn't say that he was a perfect hexagon.
No.
You know?
That's, well, I don't think Carrie has a perfect hexagon right now, unfortunately, after...
I think he's a person. I don't really understand the hexagon thing, but I love it.
Yeah, I know that this is a pretty popular thing where you have like the skill level of someone, you know, like how in Mario Kart you have like different strengths.
Yeah.
You can put that in a hexagon, so it's like laning, team fighting, macro,
right.
and then all of those in a hexagon, but he's not perfect yet.
He's not, because Perfect is on KT. And Duro did spend a year on Humble Life Esports, otherwise really came up through the Live Sandbox, you know, now B&K Furex sort of system, right? So only having that 12-month period. And we actually felt like when Duro was on Humble Life Esports, he really did impress last year. So I'm looking forward to seeing what he's going to be able to do here. Looking over him, of course, a plethora of knowledge and veteran experience over at B&K, and we'll see whether that can form him into someone that can carry this team, or whether Bro is going to pounce, whether they're going to capitalize on a slightly less experienced support on the bottom side. Just have to find out as we jump into the draft.
Not only support, I think Brion is going to want to try and do their best Chris Pratt impression and deal with Raptor, because Raptor has been one of the big weak points.
That's a Jurassic Park reference, isn't it?
Yeah.
I would have gone with Sam Neill.
Well, those movies are actually good, and I think the meme of
and also he was a Raptor Wrangler, wasn't he?
So like the meme of Chris Pratt like putting his hands on him being like,
yeah.
Oh, slow down, Raptor. That's basically what Brion are looking to do right now, because I think he has struggled the most. We're already seeing immediately the struggle. No, it's, you know the image.
Yeah, I've just got Young Jay in my mind now, just walking up to like the edge of the forest. Yeah, oh my god, it's perfect. It's beautiful.
And please, no Nidalee. That's all I ask for neither of these teams. It should be on the radar. Just pick strong front-to-back comps, get engaged supports. You know, if Duro wants to pull out something like Splitzcrank, something he was known for in case of that, they end up playing against a matchup where that's fine, but don't overcomplicate things, as they will respect the Lord and his Renekton.
Yep, Croc. And it's going to be Scorpion locked in here for Morgan. An understandable first pick. Doesn't really make you all that enthusiastic about how this is going to go. I feel like Skarner is completely overtuned, as we know, but if we see Skarner versus Cassante, we don't necessarily have strong feelings about who's going to win the game. And that is looking like what we're going to get towards the top side. Ashe has snuck through, though, and every AD carry is up and available. So Henna is considering playing the Icy Archer, and he will be locking her in. And now, where do they go from here? I think the sad thing is that Ashe does open up the Nidalee doors a little bit more, but it is not going to be the case, thankfully.
Might be a Sejuani lock-in here if they don't take it away, where you go for the S-Sejuani combo. Ashe is also one of the few champions that I do think has the DPS to actually chew through Skarner. One of the reasons why I think we've seen the Ashe just... she's still banned a whole lot, and teams feel fine about it because they get to pick the Ezreal. Ezreal, I think, on this patch is absolutely nuts.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm actually really interested to see how this
Speaking
Lane
of which,
2v2 is going to go. There is obviously a chance that it's going to be Duro playing Ashe. We don't really know that, but the double AD carry bot lanes have really dropped in prevalence, in level of priority, because of a lot of factors. Large part is that now you have a mid lane AD carry, generally, or an AD character. And even with Tristana and Corki banned, we see Lucian, we see Yone. A lot of those, and it's closer, so... you know he can pull those out. So that means that if you don't have an engage support, that makes it a lot weaker. And AP junglers are really, really strong as well. So you're not going to get a tank from that angle. I don't think that that's what BNK is going to do. I think this is just an Ashe AD carry. As Xin Zhao gets locked in. Do think Xin Zhao can be a little bit tricky to pilot into the Taliyah. We also don't really know where the Taliyah is going yet. So we'll have to see. I imagine that an Ahri ban is sure to come through. I think Xin Ahri is really... I don't think Ahri necessarily is in the best of spots, but if you combine her with Xin Zhao and into Taliyah, we've seen that matchup really work, and it is a closer style champion as well.
I would agree. I actually think that Closer does open up some different doors because he is a pretty eclectic mid laner that does just like very different stuff. Leona, though, is going to be banned away from Polu, just making sure that Duro gets the right matchup. Not really giving us too much as far as information about what's going to be picked, but we'll just have to see what does happen. I love what Bro has done, though, with their first 3 picks. I think outside of, you know, what's going to happen here in the bans, I actually think this is an extraordinarily strong 1-2-3 with the flexibility of the Taliyah. And so looking forward to seeing what they're going to be able to augment it with. Difficult without having Vi available, things like that. We saw KT pick up the Exodia comp yesterday. Was that the most disgusting draft that we've ever seen ever in the history of the LCK this year? I kind of thought
it was high up there.
It was pretty gross. So not allowing that to happen, feeling like things are a little bit more even this time around, as Yone is going to be banned away. I wonder whether that gives away any information, as a Yone ban really is sort of standing out in my mind. Probably just trying to deny as many AD options as possible and keeping that Taliyah in the mid lane.
And there is the Ahri ban that we talked about. The LeBlanc also gets taken away. Does a very similar job with the Xin Zhao for that mid jungle 2v2. That's something I still expect BNK to play towards. Might be an angle here for a counter pick on support. The downside is that you don't necessarily know whether this is going to be the Taliyah mid. The Azir comes out for Closer. That is the one pick that he often goes to when it isn't a melee character, so not too surprising there. Really shining as a, you know, I don't want to say discount, but slightly less effective version of Zeka in how we approach his drafts.
Yep.
Odalus, not necessarily the greatest combination with Ezreal specifically, but all-around support that goes into basically anything. Does lose some impact with Xin and the Cassante specifically. Cassante can easily tank the hooks. I think Xin is really good at, even if he gets engaged, to kind of break up the fights. We'll see what the closeout is going to be here for Karis.
All right, that would be definitely reaching into, you know, the back half of what we were expecting from, you know, AD options in the mid lane. Hui, another consideration, double AP jungle 2v2 isn't exactly the most exciting. And speaking of not necessarily the most exciting, Duro subbing in and then playing Execute's champion is kind of weird, but he's still going to do so. The metal pants going to be taken out of the closet.
So, because at this point you have two options. You can either go Alistair or you can go for the Rel. And I think Rel provides much better team fight engage. Alistair obviously has good individual engage, but outside of that, I think his peel and his the amount of versatility he has is one of the strongest parts about the champion. But if you look at what OK Mambro have drafted, you need to get on top of them. And yes, that'll be hard. It's Ezreal, it's Wei, it's Taliyah, and Skarner, so these champions are kind of hard to play on. But if you just sit and you take poke from Wei, Taliyah, and Ezreal, it's not going to look good, right? The BNK has a very aggressive style of composition, wants to play very far forward, and I think the Rel really makes a ton of sense in that. And I gotta say, I think both teams have drafts that they can be happy with. I think they're fairly well-rounded. Okay, Mambro will have the range advantage, but we've seen them sometimes struggle with using range effectively because it requires you to do stuff. And then for BNK, this comp, if you are cohesive, works well, but they haven't exactly been cohesive.
This is the thing. I think we are sort of playing into where these two teams need to put the most emphasis, right? And I think that, you know, FearX, if they do manage to get on the same page, this is exactly the composition that can make things happen. One thing I do want to say, though, is that OK Savings Bank Brionne have a composition where if they can't really decide what to do, it is kind of okay just to stand in neutral and throw stuff. So that gives them a little bit of an extra avenue for victory, you know? In that state of not necessarily knowing what to do, they can possibly still win. Let's dive onto the Rift for game one. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. We're onto the Rift for game number one. A pivotal matchup between both Bro and BNK FearX. And I want to admit something here. I'm Bro biased in this game.
Yeah.
Mainly because of my predictions. And I was the only one out of all of us that did our predictions for the POG state. It's the only one that put Bro in second. And this is all going to be culminating into next week's match, the ultimate matchup in the LCK, Nongshim versus Bro.
In seconds from the bottom.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Well, I mean, it's basically second.
They're not 10th.
No, they're not.
They're ninth.
But it's first out of the bottom two.
Yeah, okay.
That's what I gave them.
I just want to make sure.
Yeah.
And chat, you're here, so I can say this to you guys. If we're honest, everyone can watch T1 Gen G. You know, like obviously it's Chovy, it's Faker, it kind of costs Telecom War in a stadium. Of course you're watching that, but only real ones are here right now watching Bro BNK and Bro Nongshim. That's the deep cut, Atlas. That's the hipsters of the LCK. They can say I was there when some of the greatest League of Legends of our time was played.
Oh no, I think it's where the greatest League of Legends of all time sat to the wayside while we enjoyed Nongshim versus Bro. I think that's sort of how it works because it's not mainstream League of Legends that we're enjoying.
It's an art house film.
It's nuanced League of Legends that we're experiencing.
I don't know if it's nuanced. It's definitely something.
I don't know. It gets the people going, whatever it is. It's absolutely fantastic. 11-6, Skarner winning out in this matchup. We do have a lot of tape for it. 11-6. It's actually kind of nuts that you know, Skarner has only been remade for, you know, only this season.
We're in week
3, end of week 3, right? Yep, that's we've had that matchup too much.
This is just a Udyr Hecarim all over again.
I think it's feeling like that. It's you know, it's Mundo Shyvana.
That was jungle, but
Mundo Shyvana. Let's just go with that one.
Yeah.
If anyone can remember back to season 2.
I don't think they can.
Probably not. That did happen though, guys, and it was terrible. So just a reminder. I was an analyst at that stage. Did you know that?
The Atlanalist?
The Atlanalist. It was well, actually, I was the. I was told that I had to change my name because it was inappropriate. So I don't want to say it, but I had to change my name.
Is it the name you still have on?
Yes.
Yeah,
everywhere
that
else.
makes sense.
Yeah.
I think Atlas was a good choice.
I think it was fine. But there's a hook. That's going to connect here as Polo is just going to collect the Rel. And unfortunately for Duro, it is not the kind of debut first blood that he was aiming for.
Welcome to the LCK, Duro.
Yeah.
Gets found. It's yet another showcase of why the Taliyah prio has been so high, particularly for the teams that are towards the bottom that are struggling a little bit. And Polo Paulu's had a lot of moments that left me scratching my head, but I also want to applaud him just a little bit. In the Dutch, there's an expression where if you try and, build someone up, you say you break a lance for them, which I think is a really cool expression.
I do like that one as well, as Duro's going to immediately make up for this situation. He's burning Karis down. Close is going to be able to lock that one up. And so as you were saying, as Duro comes back and just immediately answers that first blood.
Damn, I was trying to big up Paulu, because I think that he's had some rough moments, but he also is the one that gets stuff going on Brion, and that can make you look silly at times, because Brion is a team that's struggling. And Duro gets first blooded, just walks it off, literally walks back to mid lane.
Canters it off.
And finds a kill for the Azir, which is very nicely done. And here, I'm not 100% sure if they knew on what side of the jungle Youngjae was. I imagine he feels safe because he has his jungler relatively nearby, but obviously, bit of disrespect in here. Just very nicely done. Gets the Q flash into guaranteed W, and it's an early kill for Closer, helping him out. And Duro also, I imagine, didn't give really anything up, given that Envy and Paul were on the back.
Yeah, exactly. Of course, Polo had just sort of done a drive-by over the mid lane. Speaking of which, he's back once again, clearing out vision where he can find it. Does put Henna just by himself on the bottom side of the map. As Youngjae poking his head in. Bro being very proactive today.
They are.
Have you noticed? They've been all over the place. Polo getting amongst it, dredge line and walls, left, right, and center. Getting them around there, so I'm hoping that they can keep this up. Oftentimes, and this dates back to the Umpty days.
Yep.
It's like the first 7 minutes, and Bro, they've had it drilled into them. They know exactly where to be, what to do, where to rotate.
Kills,
and then 8 minutes.
Objectives.
Oh yeah, 8 minutes stall. It's just, the gearbox is falling out of the bottom of the car. As Duro is going to take a bit of damage there, but otherwise will be okay. Youngjae in the area, but no more bad guys left. So we'll just see whether the car is going to stall or not, because I know it's a bad thing. Okay, we're not stalling on the side of B&K. They do manage to get the knock-up onto Polu, but Duro is just dead once again. This Talia is being very pesky as, oh my goodness, just needs a slightly longer anchor. Couple of extra chains there for Polu. Still, I mean, this game feels like Battle of the Supports. It was already going to be in a narrative way, but the way that it's playing out so far, I mean, with Youngjae there, of course, as well, but this feels like Polu versus Duro.
Polu a bit quick on the trigger there, or Duro rather quick on the trigger, because if Rapture is there, that might be enough. Also want to give credit to Youngjae, Joe. I think that he has been so insanely pivotal thus far in the early game, because I'm pretty sure that they were unaware that at the very least he was still there, which means that, going in on that, if that's a 2v3 is obviously not going to be the end, or a 3v2 rather, is not going to be the end of the world, but with Youngjae there, just gets the scoop again, and Duro also only engaging specifically on Polu, as opposed to finding multiple people, means that the Realm not as tanky as she could otherwise be, so just gets blown up by the Talia.
Karis just wandering at Closer here, finds himself cute, and probably going to turn up and help him clear out that wave. B&K with a fair bit of control here towards the top side, starting up the grubs is Raptor, who has had, as you mentioned before, relatively quiet early game thus far. Hasn't really found too many angles, as Youngjae has just been hoovering up his jungle very, very quickly and has been able to get some time to assist the rest of his lanes.
One of the other questions that I had coming into this is that Ezreal on the previous patch was mostly a counter pick, and he was still quite strong, right? We saw Pays already pop off on him, but it wasn't necessarily the highest of prios because his laning phase could still be considered weak. After the buffs, I think he's actually a lane bully. It is like 100% not okay because Ezreal, yes, he can be bursty, which is why the Ezreal Leona has been such a classic for such a long time, but right now it feels like he is just winning lanes straight up. Right from the get, like we've seen Ezreal Alistar win lane.
Which is it's absolutely insane to me because I'm used to that being the weakest lane you can possibly pick.
Yeah, and in this case, obviously, Henna's had to give up some CS because Duro has died twice. So I don't think that this is entirely due to the matchup. Do want to highlight that. But it does fit into the larger trend of, I think the Ezreal priority is just going to keep rising throughout this patch as people more and more realize that he legitimately just wins most lanes now, which is one of the things that, like Ezreal, Karma, obviously, they would have a lot of shove, a lot of poke. but it feels like he's kind of gone beyond that with the buffs that he's gotten on this patch, particularly if you just hit your Qs, which most of our AD carries have gone pretty good at.
Yeah, I think hitting your Ws as well has started to become pretty important as well. The amount of just Essence Flux and then Arcane Shift randomly in their direction somewhat, and then they take half of their health bar. That seems a bit silly. As okay, Duro going to go aggressive. Envy offering a fair bit of damage back as Youngjae making his way in, and Duro realizing it's not great, but still, Raptors here this time, finds the win, becomes lightning, and that is going to be the Crescent Guard to keep him safe. There's the flash out as Raptor goes down extremely low. Envy's flashing forward, looks for the Mystic Shot, but it's going to be blocked there by the heroes on the side of BNK, and so not going to find too much more off the back end, but pretty even fight.
It's a win in the short term here for BNK, but as long as Hannah can get this wave, I think it's worth. And it looks like really nicely done by Closer here, actually. He immediately walked back to lane as soon as it was obvious that the play wasn't happening.
Whoa!
Let's get
That's
hooked.
a max range hook there as Closer says, nope, get out of here. He's going to be swept back underneath his turret. There's the flash to come out, though, as Morgan's driving his way in, doesn't find the rock, and Closer's able to get out, but doesn't have an ult and doesn't have a flash.
And now it actually ends up, I think, being a really nice play, because what happened was they have the bot side 3v3, which they end up winning. They do invest an extra summoner, but I think that's fine. Duro crucially hit 6 as well, so that he doesn't end up going down to the Ignite. And then watch the movement of Closer here. As we take a look at this 3v3, this time around, Youngjae isn't actually there to just immediately blow up Duro. Hannah has his ult, and even though Raptor dashes through some of the rocks, he's able to still make an impact. Doesn't end up going down. Nice sidestep there by Duro. I think he might have otherwise gone down. But because Closer immediately walked back, there wasn't really an opportunity for Kars to stick around near that bot wave, which he really wanted to deny because Hannah was so low and everyone wanted to back. So BNK still get the wave, or most of it for Hannah. And Closer, although he did have to flash thanks to a nice roam from Morgan, was able to get the shove in and deny any further pressure towards that bot side, which BNK, as long as they remain within touching distance, I think these type of drops can really pop off when they get to the teamfight stage, as long as they find those engages. And that has been a bit of hit or miss, and a lot of that pressure, again, is going to be on Duro specifically.
Yep. And he's been going for it. That's the main thing, right? We said proactivity and being on the same page. And even if you lose those fights, if you are on the same page, that is the main thing. Let's see whether they can continue to find some success here in this game as, you know, Raptor is getting, you know, he's got his first item. He's feeling a lot better on this Xin Zhao. We know that can really, really benefit them in these mid-game fights. Xin sort of deceptively tanky in those moments. So it's going to be up to Raptor to try and answer this pressure that Youngjae has had available to him. He's going to go back home, speaking of which, as Duro's ward there in the brush is going to make sure that they have full information. And Karis just clearing out wave after wave, very even in the mid lane, nothing really to report on outside of the fact that there is 50% less on the flash cooldown. 4 grubs over to BNK though. Bro just not interested in grubs. It's just not oh, unless Youngjae wants to be able to find one here as Morgan picks up a rock, throws it over. There's the Impale to connect onto Raptor, who's going to get slammed into the wall. Karis comes on over. That is so much damage. Morgan's almost able to get something done, but Youngjae gets himself out of there, and that is a kill going over to Polu as well. They'll take 1 grub for their trouble and 2 kills on top of it.
Oh, BNK. I'm pretty sure they saw Polu walk over, just sack Raptor and let Clear get out. There wasn't really any necessity, as actually no they didn't, because there was no wave. Instead, Closer was heading towards the bottom half of the map, so like Clear and Raptor trying to contest is just not allowed. You already hit the grub point. Like even 4 is great.
Yeah.
You already have your little Void Knights that are going to be spawned. And I gotta give credit, again, Polu and Youngjae are so much better synced up and in the right place at the right time together. And that's the reason why so many of these early skirmishes have been going the way of the bros.
It's looking real good thus far, as Hannah even able to catch this wave here towards the bottom side. Envy continuing to just shove wave after wave down there. It is about 12 CS the lead for the Ezreal right now, as he's catching these waves as soon as they come towards him. Bro, they want to grab themselves Drake number 2. And a composition like this that has tempo on the map as well, it can't be understated just how powerful that is, right? If you have the poke advantage, the range advantage, and you also have objective advantage, it is absolutely massive. Youngjae going to be able to at least start this one off. Let's see whether Raptor can get in here. He is making his way down, as we can see. Duro from over the wall. And Bro, I don't think they want to bite off more than they can chew, but I feel like they can chew this. They're quite far ahead.
They do.
They are going to let Raptor leash it. And can Bro find themselves a team fight? That's the question. Is Envy not exactly in the area? And that is just the steal away. That is going to be Arrow connecting, and Youngjae is stunned for a very long time. Raptor comes over and executes him, but turret does actually fall elsewhere on the map. Bottom lane outer does go down, as now Morgan's just trying to be that brick wall. He just drives his way out. And Clear not going to be able to catch anybody else. So they sacrifice Youngjae, they get themselves 2 dragons, and they also grab first brick. I think it's still probably an advantage for Bro.
Oh, it's so worth. Absolutely. Especially because Clear also invested his TP, as did Morgan, yeah, but if Clear doesn't TP and instead he's able to push in the turret, maybe get some damage, that could have been big. Instead, yeah, Youngjae ends up going down, but it doesn't matter, especially with Infernal. This is insanely good to have these early 2 Drakes. As we see, Youngjae's just allowed to walk up here, and then really nice arrow from Hannah, which sets up the engage from Duro. One of the big issues here is that with Duro going in there and using his cooldowns, they don't actually have great tools to try and lock. I think maybe that was an angle for Closer to try and go for a big play. Would like a dive on Karas here.
Yeah, see what they can get done here. Good Fear is going to connect onto Closer. He looks for the Emperor's Divide, but I don't even think he really needs it, as Raptor tanks up the turret just long enough, and they were able to take down the Hui. So nice little shot back here for B&K on the bottom side. See whether they can get any more meaningful damage, as Polo and Envy going aggressive towards Hannah and Duro in the mid lane. The Rift Herald does go down in favor of Youngjae.
Shiv now done here for Hannah. Kind of wonder what kind of build he's going for. We've seen a lot of different styles on the Ashe. Really is one of those champions where you can build a whole slew of different things. You can go more on hit. Yep, go for kind of a Triforce style. See what he ends up going. As Raptor is in top now.
Yeah, Morgan is trying to run away. Wind becomes lightning. Morgan just looking for that wall. And speaking of walls, the Talia is going to give one. That is going to be the all-out, as Morgan not going to get thrown back because that's his teammate's seismic shove. It doesn't matter though. Youngjae just not able to save him. Magnus Storm connects onto 2 here as Closer is making his way up the mid lane. Interrupted there by Polo, but Envy, he's still going to go down, and I think Polo's immediately going to follow. B&K finding multiple things all over this map and completely evening out the game.
And outside of Clear, his zoning flash there, making sure that Youngjae wasn't anywhere,
good zoning flash,
wasn't anywhere near. That is success and success and success for B&K. They get Morgan in top, after they get the dive on Kara's bot, and then just to round it out, they get the kills in mid as well, as we take a look at what happens here. So this is a fairly straightforward gank, right? Raptor sets up the bot dive, walks top, makes it happen here. Crucially, Youngjae can't actually get in with that wall, because if he goes in, he's just gonna die, and then Clear has a tragic flash into dash on top of rocks. But the fact that Polo and Envy are this deep up without them having properly swept the area behind them ends up backfiring immensely. Really good teleport from Closer. And they do actually have the engage. Duro there catching them off guard a little bit. And now all of a sudden, game's dead even. Yes, still 2 Drakes for Breon, but that is not the gold graph that you want to see.
Absolutely not, unless you're here for the entertainment, unless you're here for the anticipation, you know, and what this has done is it's increased the anticipation levels extraordinarily highly, because it is now only 200 gold, the difference between these 2 teams. We have no idea who is going to win. The tension could not be higher.
Atlas, and everyone that's watching, strap in, okay? This series is going to be twist and turn. There is no way this is a 2-0, by the way.
Oh, no.
Absolutely none. Are we going to get 4 Infernal Drakes? Are we going to get Elder Flips? Are we going to get macro trades that might not make sense if you look at them? And then you study them more, and then you're like, no, they definitely don't make it. Yes, I'm going to get all of that.
I think there should be 5 Infernal Drakes taking this game.
Yeah, the max amount?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's how it needs to, needs to happen.
What's the order going to be? Is it like 2 for B&K, 1 Breon, 2 for B&K?
I think that's the optimal setup.
Right.
Yeah, because like what happens is Bro's like, we can give this because we've already got 2 Drakes and then
they
only
give the
1,
second.
it's fine. They're like, oh, it's only 2, it's fine. They're like, Soul Point? Maybe not. You know, they set up for that one. They lose the Baron off the back end.
Oh,
Manage
they
to
get
defend.
the Drake, but then lose the Nash.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then they're in like full defense mode, but they've got a long-range poke style composition, so they clear waves over and over again.
Then it's Elder Flip.
And then it's Elder Flip. Well, I mean, it's Soul Flip at that point.
And then they lose Soul Flip.
And then they lose Soul Flip, so it's even Drakes. And then we potter around for a little bit. There might be another Baron that happens somewhere, doesn't win the game. And then we are, you know, Soul territory. There's a big fight for that one, not conclusive. And now the arrow is going to hit onto Polo. And it's going to be a fling back onto Duro. Doesn't really do too much as Morgan makes his way in. Envy trying to find it here as they look for Karis. He does get the shield, and now Duro is down exceptionally low, but it does not matter. Raptor's able to get in there, CC's up the Ezreal, and now Karis is behind enemy lines. And they've just given up wondering about it. They're just going to let him go, and now it is going to be B&K Fearex taking the Drake. And as we know, Bro's response is, it's just one, it's fine.
All according to plan. The fact that they let Karis walk it off is quite funny. I was wondering whether they wanted to go for maybe a TP play into the jungle to try and catch him. Not going to be the case. Really big way. Can't believe that all starts again with Henna's arrow. Because what happens is Polo tries to go for the play, but then he gets arrowed. And also, you know, engaging on the Xin Zhao is always a bit of a dicey situation, but he doesn't hit the hook. Then, as knowledge, if you don't hit your hook and you're stunned, you're just immediately dead. And Morgan finds an angle, or so he thinks, and then like Duro just flashes out, and then he impales, of all people, the Xin Zhao. Well, there's no follow-up, so it doesn't really end up working out. I do think that Hannah could have definitely just like flash and killed Karis, but maybe didn't want to. Oh, I also think
him and
Flash,
Karis were buddies.
Flash, yeah, I guess, but Flash is very valuable on the Ashe, so I get why he would keep that. So giving up that kill, or not taking that kill rather, is a bit unfortunate. But outside of that, this is what I was worried about for Breon, is that the team fighting on BNK looks to be miles ahead of where it was.
Yeah, I think the Duro addition, even though he dies for First Blood, you know, was definitely doing some fast and loose things in the early stages of the game. Feels like it is a B&K that looks reinvigorated, especially with those 3 plates. Every single lane finding success when their backs are against the wall. That's very impressive stuff here. And now they are well and truly ahead. About 1,000 gold. Yeah,
It's
Ezreal,
not even fed.
big time balance.
Obviously, he's sitting at 2 items, like it's a big spike, but man.
Yep. Just the Ezreal things. And Envy has looked okay on it. I think that his target selection in these teamfights hasn't necessarily been the greatest, but certainly with the amount of pressure that he's put down in these lanes, it's looked pretty dang good. As Closer here towards the top side, going to try and shove this wave towards Karis once again. He's had a bit of a quiet one. I think he's found a few options. Looking forward to seeing Bro just trying to keep B&K at arm's length. I think that is the important thing that they need to do. Spend a little bit more time landing some poke and some less time being magnetly stormed.
And Paulo, I liked the vibes early on, you know, in his roaming around, but now you can actually chill. You don't need to hook the first person you see because you actually win out if you're just poking.
Yeah.
If you're just firing off with Ezreal, and with Wei in particular, because Wei's strength really comes from just getting off rotation after rotation. There's not a lot of counterplay for the enemy team besides, you know, trying to dodge as much as you can, but eventually stuff is going to connect. But your biggest weakness is if they actually get on top of you, and for Breon, that's the main thing they need to avoid is, oh boy, I don't know if they're going to be able to here.
Yeah, looking for the dive as that's a phenomenal arrow once again from Hannah. Karis going to be the first one to go down. Duro is taking a fair bit of damage, but otherwise he is going to be absolutely fine. Empress Divide lands onto 2. True Shot Barrage will be able to take down Duro, but he does not care. He's done his job, and that is going to be a double for Closer, and B&K can just do no wrong.
That is going to be the Nash surely here, Atlas. We still have both damage dealers alive. Both Closer and Hannah are here, so even though we're relatively early in, they have clear to tank it as well. This is gonna be gone.
Yep. And I think this is slightly off script. I think that they're a little bit ahead of time as far as this Baron is concerned. 23.5 minutes isn't the earliest, but it's definitely early for a Bro series. That's all I'm going to say. As once again, I mean, the arrows from Henna have just been extraordinary.
They really have. I really like what they do here. So The arrow gets thrown. There is no counterplay for Karis possible. And then on the other end, you have Duro doing, I think, a really good job of making sure that the rest of the team is CC'd and they're not able to aid at all. So the turret ends up going down. One of the biggest damage dealers already gone. And now you have Baron. You're setting up very nicely for that second dragon that we did suspect. But for Breon, if you do lose full control of the game, it becomes really, really hard to play out. Because as we have always said about BNK, and I think that now we're starting to really see that come to fruition again, they go in. And, well, that might be a bad call, it might be a bad angle, but they will not give you the time. And if you are behind, the amount of bad angles that are there are just less and less. And we see Claire is off pushing by himself and doesn't have TP. So I do think that BNK need to be a little bit respectful, but they are hanging back. And who am I kidding? They will probably just engage on the 4v5 and be like, it's fine.
100%. Arrow is going to hit once again onto the way. Clear's rotated over as the rocks come down and should be able to block some things. As Raptor's the only one to get hit by the True Shot Barrage. Envy not quite finding too much here as Closer throwing the soldiers forward. And you can see Envy just trying to land this poke, but honestly, BNK don't really seem too worried about it. A lot of it is really landing, so that is going to be Drake number 2 going over to BNK. They'll be able to collect that, and they are well on their way, evening out the Drake count, and Infernal's certainly no slouch when it comes to the value. Close is going to come down. I think he should be able to take this inner as well, and only further extending that gold advantage that they've built up for themselves.
Really optimal use of Nash, you know, just power up the wave so that you have prio in mid so that you can just run towards the dragon. His peak. They get the bot side turret as well, and this is obviously still a really good Red Bull Baron power play here for BNK, sitting at the promised 2 Infernal Drakes. And that is a problem. The fact that they've been stacking these, because already, as Hannah does take a colossal chunk, it's like, why wasn't it Ocean, guys? Why wasn't it Mountain? That would have been fine. It would have been nice for all this poke. But the amount of damage that they're going to be doing is going to be absolutely ludicrous.
And there also hasn't been that much of the poke landing, so I guess it's kind of okay. Just means that after Duro just goes in, it is going to mean that the bros will just kind of melt the hands of BNK. Unless they change up this style as much as possible, as quickly as possible, because they really do need to either be able to take control of the battlefield and allow Envy and Karis to land this poke, or have answers. They don't really seem to be able to figure much of it out. As close to taking a fair bit of damage there, as Karis does manage to catch him in the maw, but otherwise he is still pretty freely pushing. And the map control that BNK has is just kind of ridiculous. The Baron has worn off, 2.5 minutes until that one's back up again as Closer. Not going to get hit by the rock, and Wind Becomes Lightning will connect onto Morgan, has to run through the wall to get himself out of there. And just feeling a little bit like this game is exactly where BNK wants it to be, and they'll just wait out these timers, grab the next neutral, and start breaking open the base. Bro got to do something, man.
Well, they won't. That's the bro guarantee. They're going to be waiting for their angle. I don't know if they're going to find it. It's a bit tough. The one good thing is, as long as they don't actually give over Nash, they basically have like 8 more minutes to get it, you know, get their item spikes, set up waves, because they have really good ranged wave clear.
Oh yeah.
So they got that going for them, which is nice. But outside of that, even 3 Infernal Drakes just full stop is already a lot of power being given over to your opponents. And if Baron ever does, as you're saying, like if they take Baron, then from that point on, it does kind of become a nightmare. They do have 2 people who can face check. Obviously, Morgan going to be feeling the best as Paulo. He's trying to just get just a little bit of vision. Just a bit!
Shadow Strike getting get buffered. Arrow this time is going to miss. Thank goodness. Henner is not perfect at it. As, oh my goodness, these Conquering Sands really starting to hurt as Closer does so much work towards Karis. Does eat the ulti. That is another cooldown that he has eaten for the bros. Still, Karis keeping himself alive and getting rid of these minions one after the other with his budget equalizers. So should be all right. Okay, teleport back. There it is. I knew it. I knew Closer was going to do it. He had 10 stacks on his Dark Seal. Obviously, that Forbidden Book was going to be purchased.
He is a Magus guy in spirit.
Oh, 100%.
Closer is. Yeah. maybe the most out of anyone. Zeka, I think, has the same type of killer instinct. But for as good as, Chovy, BDD, Faker, Showmaker are, I feel like Closer, he could have 2 stacks and he'd be like, bet.
Oh yeah,
I'll make it
yeah.
happen.
That's I feel like it's the old Showmaker vibes that he used to have back in the day when he was a younger man.
Oh, for sure.
Absolutely. If you had the Dark Seal, then why aren't you turning it into a Magi's? That's how it goes.
It's one of those things where, if you're behind, then you need a Gambit to get back, so just build it.
It was like when the very first time I played League of Legends, I read a guide on Mobifier.
As you do.
Katarina, because she seemed like a cool character when I first installed the game. And that guide said, buy Magi's. And so I would do that every game and wonder why I kept losing. Because it's not so good if you're not really far ahead. And B&K, are they far enough ahead? That's the question. Closer goes golden. Emperor's Divide comes down. He keeps himself alive. The more is going to come through, but Karis had to flash for it. And I think even though they took down the Azir, they got rid of a few of those pages. That book's going to be forgotten because B&K is still going to get the Baron.
Oh, Brion! Well, Closer might not become a rider, but it doesn't matter. Baron's still going over.
He's a tortured artist, okay? It may not necessarily get published, but it doesn't mean it wasn't a work of art.
He's like, you know what? Screw this. I'm selling it. I'm going into fashion. Got himself a nice hat.
There you go.
And the big thing is that, yes, they're able to kill him, but it does actually take a large amount of time thanks to the stopwatch. The ultimate also doesn't hit from Envy, which means that Karis
has to flash in.
Well, if there was a blast going, I don't think he had to flash in. And also letting the Azir live and then just trying to get all your damage down on the fight that's happening right in front of you. Could have been the angle, but it wasn't meant to be. There is the soul point for B&K.
But now the script dictates, Chronicler. The script dictates that Bro gets the next dragon.
They have to.
Yeah, otherwise, I mean, are they going to make me a liar? Is that how it's going to go?
Well, Atlas, sometimes we take a gamble and it doesn't work out. That's life.
It's never happened to me, though, Chronicler. Whenever I gamble, it always works
Atlas,
out.
You play gacha games. We both know that you don't. That there's a whole lot of times where you don't win.
Yeah, well,
I guess in the end, you.
I also still
win.
have my hair,
yeah.
at least at this point. So I have a track record of not necessarily gambling effectively.
Oh yeah, I remember that one.
Yeah, not so great. But hopefully, Bro just turn it around. You know, they don't need to win the game. That's fine. Just get the next streak. That's all I want.
I don't
As
think
Arrow going to pierce. Ooh, Karis didn't even have to adjust where he was moving. And he's going to be okay. As this inner turret, not long for the world. We mentioned the fact that Baron is very, very strong. Closer is also split pushing here on the bottom side. And the inner turrets have all been wiped out.
Atlas
put up as well, yes.
Hear me out. I know this is a very premature discussion as this game is going to go on for 50 more minutes somehow.
Yeah. 25.
Who would you be looking for POG? I'm actually leaning Henna. I feel like those arrows.
I mean, I think that there's going to be like a right media Duro vote. I think the left media vote is Henna 100%. That's the based vote, but then Closer wins.
Oh, yeah. I think Raptor also had a great game.
Bit too invisible in the early game, I think, to get.
Yeah, he did really get outpaced. I would agree with you there. I think Duro had a good.
Whoa! There's a flash forward. That is a wall down as well as Youngjae. He believed in his support, and you have to respect that. And Bro, they're all in on killing Closer like they were before. They're going to ignore the fact that the rest of their base is being utterly obliterated. And, well, eventually they'll move back and realize that it's pretty much gone.
Maybe we don't have time for the conversation. I don't think Duro's I don't think that's a right media. I wouldn't go that far. His team fighting has actually.
No, I just have a feeling
really
that right media is going to go there. I'm not saying it's right media is bad.
Well, okay, but
that's where I'm thinking.
Yeah, but right media as a vibe is not where you want to be in life, right? This might be it.
Another one. Karis has tanked so many of these. Is all right. Here's the Hail Mary. It's being wound up. Morgan, can you get it done? Polu is already dead. The seismic shove is going to get Zonya's. And now Raptors dove in, the all-out from Clear. He's going to get to work on these turrets as Closer just shifts the sands, gets himself all the way out of there, and Morgan is saved for last. Youngjae is on the fountain. They'll spare him but they will spare no one else as B&K will take down Bro in game 1. And I'm sorry about what I said about the Dragons, because I thought it was going to go longer.
So did I, Atlas. So did I, but it doesn't look like that. How this one is going to go. B&K, the early game definitely rough. Duro having some warm-up jitters, we'll call it. We'll be generous to him. But once the team fights came around, I think he came into his own. But I agree. That 1-2 of Henna and Closer in particular.
Yeah.
Henna with his objectives around the map, never being
Look at Sword, he's like,
difficulty.
so this is where it all went wrong, and he indicates the bottom lane, the mid lane, and the top lane in that those successive plays that B&K managed to execute on, and that was where the game was done. At least it's an easy VOD review.
It's the easiest highlight one of your life.
Oh,
the
yeah.
back to back to back.
Yeah, the good old back to back to back, we're back. That's basically how it was from B&K. So, Bro, it was pretty close. The early game was great.
It was
Well-oiled
good.
machine. Gorgeous. They punished the new guy. You
No
love
notes.
to see it. Yeah, no notes at all. It all just, we've got notes from, about the 10-minute mark onwards, and you can see it here. Well, more like the 16-minute mark. It all kind of went wrong. We'll see whether they can fix it. We're going to go to a short break. When we get back, the Space is going to break that one down as best they can, and we'll have game number 2.
네, 플리스 야 하고 천천히 죽여 천천히. 나 중앙 볼게 이거. 야 이제 천천히 해도 돼. 이제 천천히 해봐. 이제 천천히 하자 얘들아. 괜찮아.
일단 한 번은 유지해보자.
얘네 무조건 박아야 돼.
살짝만. 여기 살짝 맞고. 빨리
방어한 대로 치자. 안 박을게. 우리가 안 박을게 이거. 여기까지. 야 노틸. 스타. 야나 후회볼게. 스타. 이거 봐줘.
이거 맞아, 괜찮아?
이거 이제 노비전. 이거 봐줘.
피가 안 다냐, 근데.
아 미안하다. 나 괜찮아. 잘. 정신 못 차렸네.
Hello and welcome back to the space. We're here after game number 1 of Bro up against BNK. I am Valdez here on the space, joined by Hooney and Wolf. How are you guys doing today?
A little bit sad because it's Hooney's last day.
Keep
But otherwise, I'm doing all right. You know, it's been a pretty interesting start to this series. A little bit of back and forth.
Yeah, I mean, I thought it was gonna be like, you know, like it was hard to predict today, especially the first match, even second matches too. But I mean, I'm predicting for the BNK too, so looking kind of good.
Yeah, they did take that first game. You know, Bro started off with a nice lead, but then eventually we did have BNK going back in control. Let's take a look at this draft here. We did see the first pick Skarner with the Rumble. Any other thoughts on this one?
I mean, Bro have looked best when Youngjae is on the Taliyah, so it seemed pretty obvious this was going to be a jungle Taliyah pick. They took away the 2 most common AD mids in the Tristana and the Corki, so I thought it was a really nice draft approach here for BNK. Picked up the Ashe early, had the Cassante answer, and, you know, overall, pretty solid stuff from them. The Ezreal is a strong pick. The priority on this is good right now, but going double AP didn't feel great damage-wise, and they didn't have enough consistent setup as the game went on to actually get picks.
Yeah, also I felt it's probably the Sejuani instead of Zinza would be more consistent, I'll say, but since the BNK actually focusing all these skirmishes, actually heavily focused on the fighting, so I thought they were kind of abusing the Zinza as a pick really well.
They did a really good job with it, especially in a meta where we see a lot of AP junglers and a lot of stuff that isn't Xinjiao, so was pretty cool to see. Let's look at highlight number 1, which is going to showcase some of this early play from the side of BNK Furex. They were behind at this point, but they made the game theirs by a lot of proactive early game plays.
Yeah, I mean, that's a really good point, which is like they are behind, they don't have a map control that much, but they are making player like since like they are in the side lane, but at the same time, this is like right away, like they make a play bottom. The Azir is still getting bot turret right now as a pressing B, and also Zinza just as soon as the recoil, he just ran to top. It's just like huge, really blunder from just the Brion here, which is like they are basically losing whole map, like just straight up just a bot to top to mid, which is they were ahead. They had a control on the map, and this is a critical mistake.
You know, for me, they pushed up way too far. I mean, Morgan is between turrets because he wants to push that advantage, push that control. The mid lane is also way pushed up. And the idea is if they collapse on Morgan, we're pushed up, we have Weaver's Wall. We can come up there quickly enough to turn that around and kind of trick them into thinking, oh, Morgan's a juicy target, we can collapse on, then they punish. But they were so disjointed on the punish that they end up just walking up, getting stuck out. And then it looked like Envy was up there, like he forgot why he was in mid, and he didn't back off because then he got caught out as well. And 2 critical mistakes from Bro, trying to push the Bro activity a little bit too far, ends up putting Furex back in the driver's seat.
Yeah, I can understand the idea, as you're saying, you know, the Bro activity, you're trying to make plays, you're trying to push with that lead. They got those first 2 early Drakes, the steal from Youngjae. Stuff was good, but then eventually we did go over to this 19-minute bot fight around the Drake. We can take a look at highlight number 2 right now just to see what did happen in this team fight where, once again, BNK were able to win it.
It's just Polo just like so overplay right there. It's just as soon as he missed the hook, like if he wanted to play like actual make a engage like correctly, he should have just used a flash R into the hook, something like that. As soon as he failed the hook and he becomes like so actually becomes vulnerable there as wherever he stays there. And even though the AD carry was so off the spot, like he just lost the 4v5 straight up.
I think obviously really good play from Closer there as well, getting out of the way ultimate, then going straight into the Emperor's Divide. And I felt like the target selection was a little bit rough there. They didn't have great opportunities on the side of Brion, but they went for the Xinjiao instead of actually trying to focus the DPSs and set up the Ezreal for the pick there on the top part of the fight. So just a little bit disjointed again here. It was mentioned by Chronicle on the cast. Reminds you a little bit of the Umpty era where early game is proactive, you get some early picks, you get a lead. When we get to those later fights, it's just too disjointed to actually win them.
Yeah, that mid game was pretty rough for the side of Bro. We'll see if they can shore it up for game number 2. But for game number 1, BNK's POG, let's take a look at that right now and see who does pick it up. It will be Raptor on the Xinjiao, 8 kills and a lot of proactivity himself in that mid game and early game especially.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I also really had a big concern between the Raptor and Closer. Big ends up just went for the Closers because he also make a really great plays, like middle of the fight. He just had a really great ulti, but Raptor for sure that well deserves. It's like all the fight he was controlling at the first. He also was making he was the one making the counter play from enemy team when they are especially behind. So 100% well deserved.
Yeah, I knew we were going to get a split vote because I thought some Henna votes would be warranted. I definitely thought mid was a good shout. Duro.
Let's say that Right Media was going to vote for Duro.
Yeah, Duro. I love Duro, by the way. I think he might have been legit the best support in challenges for a really long time, by the way. But, wasn't his greatest start, unfortunately.
Well, we're done here on the space. Let's go back to Atlicker, which is, of course, Atlas and Chronicler together combined. They're doing a little bit of a degon myself for game number 2, and let's break it down, casters.
Pretty sure it's Kratless. No?
Yeah! Yeah, let's do it.
I appreciate it, though. Thank you very much, Valdez. And I feel like we're just really going with the Dagon presence. And I love this. He's shaping the space into a new thing. And really keen to see what it's going to be in the future. Okay, bro, are they going to be able to do it? Do you know what my biggest fear is? My biggest fear is that they're going to say we were punished. Do you know why? Because we were too bro-active. And they're just going to remove all bro-activity from the game entirely.
Oh, no, that happens so often.
Yeah, and do absolutely nothing and lose. That's what I'm very, very scared of. Let's see whether Edgar does have anything for us, though, any changes in the positive direction for the bros. Because one thing that I was possibly expecting was to see a change in mid laner. That could have been something that they could have gone for, but instead, they are going to stick to their guns. Samva not making his way in. We're not going to see Poolbay. We're just going to see these bros.
I would have liked some experimentation.
Me too.
I don't think that...
I don't know whether this is Bro's final form. Let's just say that.
Well, it might be the final form in this series.
Yeah.
Which is not where you want to be, but that might be what we're looking towards. It is really big, though, for me that Raptor had a really solid game because I think he's been one of the weaker players. I also, to give a little bit of leeway to him, right now the jungle meta is extremely punishing because you're not playing against Canyon and Owner and Cousin Peanut in like a Maokai versus situation.
Yeah.
It's like you're playing a very fragile character into Canyon's Nidalee. It's a bad time, I think, to be a rookie jungler, and we are seeing as well that, again, he's getting focused here by Breon pretty aggressively.
And so, of course, Breon were on the blue side. They chose that for game number 1, and so they are going to elect to go back there once again. We could see a salty run back, and I don't know whether I'd be, super upset about it. I didn't mind the draft outside of the Hui. I think as long as the Hui is changed and Karius is on something that he can do more stuff on, then that could be a better option. Because I think that he has definitely been a weak link here for Bro. I think that they have looked better with Poolbay, even if he is a little bit of a crazy guy in that mid lane. They need a bit of crazy, to be perfectly honest. And the sit back and lose guy is not really what's going to get you over the line. And I hope that wasn't too mean. Kind of sounded more mean than I intended it to be after it came out of my mouth. But I think you guys understand what I was saying. Skarner once again going to be the first pick.
Unbound generosity can backfire, Atlas, and I think that's where Breon is at right now. In their generosity, giving over, as they do, giving over objectives, giving over nexuses.
Or Nexi.
Yeah, I actually was going to bring that up with you. There needs to be a limit. Breon deserves a win too, and hopefully for them, this is the series where they're able to make it happen because their next series is against T1, and that one's gonna be rough. And I know that them against Nongshim, as we said, the height of cinema, that is gonna be probably the only series where they have a good shot because then it's DK, and then the first round robin match of round robin 2 is Kwangdong. So for Breon, it would mean a lot if they're able to at least get an individual win here. The Taliyah being picked up for closer, I love. I think Taliyah and Zinzao is a really strong combo. I like Raptor going back to the Zin because it looked very solid on it.
And Karius going back to his old favorite.
Yeah, this top side, Atlas, it doesn't inspire a lot of confidence for me. Last time around, I really liked it. I think that, yeah, you have a really good front line. Maybe you can put Polo on something different. The Ashe actually making it through the draft this time around, but I don't think it has the oomph that OK Mambro are looking for.
No, and we remember last time Karis played Azir into Talia, and I would prefer not to remember it. Personally, it was not a whole lot of fun. I think Karis, tried to make some plays, and I think he was more proactive, but it really wasn't it. And it is difficult to do, right? If the rocks are down in a good spot, then it definitely can be rough. And we do know that Closer is fantastic at Talia. I think that we've got a lot of brilliant mid laners when it comes to piloting this champion, and junglers. But I do think that Closer has really... He's unlocked his Talia in more recent weeks. So impressive stuff from him, even in losses. We'll see whether that he is going to be impressive once again, as bottom lane is where we're going to be focusing from now on, as we've locked in the top side of both of these teams. Zeri and the Ezreal.
You gotta ban Ashe.
You ban the Ezreal away from Envy because he played it last game, and Zeri because it's his favorite champion, so that makes sense. Do they disband it? Yes, they do.
Okay, I was getting a little worried for a second there. Kai'Sa would be quite strong with the composition that BNK have thus far. Knowing Duro, I also imagine that he wants to try and look for a counter pick on support here.
Yep.
Can also go for Leona instead.
Do you know what's going to happen?
Is very high priority at the moment.
Kalista, okay. That's just going to be the lock-in here from Henna. I'm really worried it's just going to be Xayah Rakan. Oh, God. No. No. Oh, no.
Don't do it.
No.
Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. No!
Oh, God, I knew it. I just felt like... Because this is
You could
probably...
feel a disturbance.
Yeah, oh, man, it was Alderaan all over again, man. I mean, there couldn't be a worse Rakan angle outside of what we saw yesterday.
It's the same!
Yeah.
It's the same angle! Word for word, bar for bar! There's a Nautilus, which you knew was coming! There's a Talia!
But the Leona... But the thing is, like, Leona could have been picked if they wanted to, but they realized that the Rakan was really not going to have a great time anyway, so they didn't even have to. Oh, God. Well...
Everything that we're building up to now is giving me the feeling that somehow the bros are going to win this game and we're going to look silly. I'm happy to look silly. I don't like this draft angle, Atlas. I think that Lethality Kalista really has reshaped how the Xayah versus Kalista matchup goes. Because it used to be, you might get, not necessarily bullied in lane, but you have to play it safe. You know, you want to pry, you have to play back. But Lethality Kalista takes away the big angle that you used to have, which is that when you get to mid to late game, Kalista can't really walk in range because you have lethal tempo, you shred through her, lethal tempo's gone. The current form of Kalista actually has a good amount of range because she just sits there and throws Qs. And that's my face right now. That's how I'm feeling.
Oh, it's the OK Madge bro. That's what it looks like to me. And I think that if Bro manages to win with this draft, they could win the LCK.
Anything is possible.
Absolutely. Dreams are real, and you can make them reality. All you have to do is believe hard enough. And that could all happen if Bro managed to turn what this draft is into a victorious one. I don't think it's going to happen. Let's dive into the rift for game number 2. All right, I got a theory. Do you want to hear it? Do you want to hear my theory?
Of course I want to hear your... What part of us working together in the last 3.5 years makes you think I wouldn't want to hear your theory?
Whoa, there's a flash for Flash, if ever I've seen one. Duro is just... This guy activates Hex Flash out of the gate every game, and I love it. Absolutely fantastic. Anyway, back to my theory. So, my theory is that the bros are such bros that they're aware that this is Hooney's last day. And they've identified that Hooney's favorite thing to do is to mold over bad drafts. And so what they've done is they've picked Rakan into Talia. They've picked Xayah Rakan in this moment right here to give Hooney that moment.
I have one counterpoint to that.
Uh-huh.
They could have done a better job because they banned Rumble, right?
They banned Rumble.
So they could have just first picked it and then went...
And then when
I don't know, like okay, hear me out.
Swifty dash cannon.
Yeah, I was gonna go. I was gonna go Merc's dash cannon, but you know, it's all the same.
Yeah, no, it's basically the same. As long as it's a dash cannon and not Sorks, then you're gonna make Hooney pretty upset.
Never buy Leandries, you know.
Yeah, and for some reason it's Grasp Rumble as well, or something like that, something really cursed. Anyway, that would be a decent way to really send Hooney off the right way. But I don't know, if Bro managed to make this happen, I mean, I don't know, I might need to you know how we get to do a swap in our predictions? Maybe I'll be swapping them up, you know? Maybe that's what I don't,
Atlas, you know, you're entitled to your own opinion, but I don't think you should.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that the outcome of this game is going to lead to me changing my mind. Let's just go with that one.
Interesting actually is that Hannah did go for PTA, which should be an indication that he is going to go for the on-it variety. I still think it's good. I just really like specifically in Desire the lethality form of it. And you also have a jungler with a good amount of damage. As Youngjae trying to make an impact early here.
Yeah, there is a ward.
They should know that they're on the bot side of the map.
Immediately going to get spotted as Polu goes in. They do manage to get the Blade Caller as well. And like you say, Duro has no way out. Let's see whether he can get it. No, he cannot. Arctic Assault comes in. And that should mean that Envy's able to get that first blood. The Rend not really going to be doing enough here as Hen is completely out of mana now. Still going to be able to stick around in this lane, at least for the moment. So not the end of the world, but still first blood once again going over to Bro as Closer getting aggressive onto Karis once more.
Duro, his laning struggles continue, and realistically, you were very aware that Youngjae was going to be on the bot side of the map, because they had a ward in his Raptor pit, and the camp was still up. So unless Youngjae was going to be flipping the game to try and gank Cassante, you know, with a Skarner for setup. Wasn't already a shot. Are we really going to have to run back? He's going to die and then just make his way over?
Well,
again?
Jay's going to get spotted. The Sentinel was in here. That means he's going to lose his Raptors. Raptor does generally take Raptors. That's sort of how it works. And then a Brambleback? Is that worth a kill under Duro, who doesn't look affected by dying in this series at all, even a little bit? In fact, it seems to only give him more power. And media votes?
No, and I know this is a leading question, but I'm leaning right into it, Atlas. No, I don't think it is. The kill on the Envy is quite big, and we'll see if they're able to leverage that. I just think it's so hard to try and play Xayah into a comp like this, because literally what happens in every single fight is that Duro is just... Oh, that's big. Duro is just going to ult you, and then you have to immediately use your ult or you die, because you're going to get flipped back, or you're going to get engaged on.
Oh, wait.
Youngjae, I don't...
Think about the amount of time this is wasting, though, as Raptor, he took half of Youngjae's jungle, and now Youngjae has to actually concede this Krug camp.
That's the saddest
It's almost...
player.
Is it double? It's almost double.
Yeah, so what happens is, as you're saying, wasting time is one thing, but he's actually aiming for... you know, Envy in the brush on that one.
Yeah, got it.
Definitely didn't just miss.
100%, 100%.
It wastes so much time, and you don't get your back in, so your back is also going to be mildly delayed as here. Duro, nicely done by Palu / mistake by Duro that he ends up hooking the Rakan as opposed to, you know, getting the hook off. And then Hannah doesn't hit the slow, but Youngjae would have maybe flashed. You know, I don't really think that would have made a difference on the play. So nicely done there by Youngjae, but he does pay for it very heavily as we have look at that, a little jungle proximity here. Youngjae now gets his first back in. It's rough. Raptor is going to have a sizable experience lead. They might be able to leverage this into like a combination of Drake and Grubs very early on.
Yeah, we can see he's going to be able to take the Rift Scuttler here on the bottom side. You can see Youngjae is considering moving up to collect the Grubs himself, but they do get vision on where Raptor is. I think knowing that he is going over is, okay, Audacious Charge is not going to...
Oh, they're going to contest instead.
Find too much. Yeah, they're looking for it. And Duro obviously is in position for a fight. And he's the same level as Youngjae. Level 6 to level 4. It's unplayable. You can't be in the same place as this Xin Zhao right now. And I'm really understanding these Xin Zhao voters from game number 1. Raptor is running the Rift here in game 2.
Life's tough. I also can't believe Duro does exactly the same thing twice, which is just die in lane, and then it's like, who cares?
Needed to back anyway, bro.
Walks into the enemy jungle level 2 to back up Raptor, and they're like, oh, Gonna get ourselves some free objectives there. We see the Berserker Greaves do come out here for Henna as expected. We'll be going just the on-hit build, which will help with shredding down some of the beefier targets. We haven't seen this build nearly as much recently, and that's the free grubs. Youngjae is still level 5.
Yeah, and Raptor is going to take his red buff now. There is vision all over this river, so Youngjae is going to be completely seen. And that means, so this is gone. The Gromp is about to spawn, and so that should also be gone. Yep. There's the frog. Pops out, says, Raptor, if you would like more of the enemy jungle, please come over and collect it. And here it is. Here's the Hail Mary. Let's see whether they can kill Duro again.
But realistic, like Duro should never, and he might because we've seen the game thus far, but he should never walk in. If you give up Drake,
look at
that's completely fine. And guess what?
Raptor has the same amount of farm as Clear.
He doesn't walk in, Atlas.
That's
doesn't. That's the already we're seeing the development right in front of our very eyes. Game 1, Duro would have been like, guys, I'm just gonna check to see if they're doing Dragon, but they're not. Oh, this is the worst feeling as a jungler. Oh, look at Jungjae's face. No.
Yeah.
No! Why did you have the player cam on?
And now look, like, it's a barren bottom side of his jungle as well. Where is his level 6 going to come from? Do they have to try and, like, flip for a dragon so they can get a glacial prison? Is that what we're at?
Okay, the good thing for Breon...
All right, they should be able to get a scuttler.
Is that they get scuttle, and, you know, Sejuani, it's fine. You're going Zeke's. You'll be able to just tank up stuff anyway. It's fine. It's not the end of the world. You're going to be able to get this objective. But man, yeah, there we go. That's you know, it's going to be 2 full levels as these camps are taken, and they might not even get the dragon.
Yeah. So even and like he takes the Rift Scuttle, but now he's like just short. So still not actually able to do it. So Raptor camp is going to have to be taken here. Raptor, speaking of which, is going to come on over and share another one of these blue buffs. As Closer going to be standing around at least for a moment. Just waiting for his opportunity is Morgan.
Top lane is
get
still
a good
real.
crash.
Guys, it's here. They're farming grasp stacks.
Yes.
We want to make sure that you know.
They are doing hitting against each other, and they are continuing to do that until maybe they can play the video game later on.
Okay, Atlas, hear me out. So, Breon are even. They have a really well scaling teamfight composition. Their front to back is insane. They just need to not lose the game before the point where their items are online.
Okay.
So realistically, they're actually in a great spot if you think about it. Just a little bit, not too much.
Yeah, I'm trying not to, because the thing that I'm really worried about is something that has been plaguing a lot of the LCK actually, and that is engaging onto Xin Zhao. Teams love it. They love to do it. And if they engage onto this one's really, really strong.
The funniest part to me is that Youngjae actually still finishes his first item before Raptor does.
Because he's been actually visiting Boris.
Well, not only that, but also, obviously, he's building support items.
Yeah, true.
They're just cheap.
Well, he doesn't think that his completed item is going to help him in battle against Raptor.
No, he won't. He'll lose.
And Youngjae is at least going to be able to take this one. Polu. He can keep himself alive. Should be fine.
I like this for Raptor. You can obviously try and bully, but they should look... There you go. Sunlit Sky now done. They should look to get a good back in here and just start the dragon. I do really think that with the pressure you already have, you can set it up. They don't care about dragon. That's really interesting, actually. That's something they also did in the previous game. Because instead, Raptor just based and is now running towards the grub. So they're just going to play 4-6 grubs, most likely.
I kind of like it. I like the idea of being able to do a little bit more work in side lanes. Gives good old Cassante a little bit more threat as well, because one of the things that he has always struggled with is doing any damage to a turret ever. And so it should help out there. So that's going to be 4 grubs and probably 6, because there is just no one from Bro in this area whatsoever.
Shouldn't. Yeah, just let Raptor do his thing. If he's there, let's go to the other. I would like for them to take Dragon, though, because they've definitely...
Yep, they're pinging it.
There we go. There's been opportunities. Kariz might not even have to use his TP to get back to lane here. Closure will be able to get pressure, and maybe Kariz should have TP there, because the fact that he doesn't means that Closer's going to be able to rotate over to this with his ultimate.
Yeah.
They definitely know this is happening. Oh, I don't know about this one. I think they have to peel off. I think they have to leave.
This is so rough. Battle Dance can get Polo over there, or the Grand Entrance, of course, has opportunities, but Duro's going to dive in. There's a seismic shove. They do manage to get the Drake. There's now Henna. He's had to get out of there. Envy's now finally moving on over. Grand Entrance is going to hold them in place as Karis gets the Emperor's Divide onto Closer. He's going to go down. That is first blood for the Bros, as the Fate's Call is going to pick Duro up and get him out of there. Oh, man. Okay, nicely done here. As Raptor back to farming once again. But yes, he's got that huge farm lead, but wasn't actually worth anything in that last fight.
Oh, first blood in that fight. Ends up being the only one that we get, unfortunately, for Brion.
Was that first blood, though? Who else died?
No.
Duro died early.
They had the Duro early death.
Yeah, so never mind. So it wasn't first blood.
Well, it wasn't that
Just
fight.
felt like first blood.
It was in that fight.
Oh, was it? Okay, so he just died earlier on. So it was first blood. Okay, we're good.
No, it was first blood in that specific fight. Like,
Yeah,
not in the game.
Yeah.
Okay, just making sure.
First blood of the fight.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
But it was second blood.
Yeah.
This is like the Rambo titles. They don't really make a whole lot of sense. The big thing here is that Envy just hard wins the 1v1 against Henna off screen, which means that it's a kind of an awkward position there. Duro, him going in, I think, was fine. The problem is that Closer was also in the pit, and that Raptor was obviously on his way, but not quite there yet. And BNK, you are really strong, specifically when the extremely fed Xin Zhao is there.
Yeah,
But
the
he
Xin Zhao
wasn't.
guy is important.
He wasn't. He wasn't there. And you do need him.
Well, Morgan, he doesn't need anyone because he's a top laner. And he's fighting with Clear here, who's actually not having the greatest of times. We've seen this matchup go many, many ways. Right now it is, you know, like not even really a wave in it, so not really too much to be worried about. As Henna has lost 2 plates already here on this bottom side. And so I guess the Zyrakan situation is working out thus far, even if it doesn't really make me feel fantastic. Raptor is taking a look towards Morgan here on this top side, not really finding a way in. So if Raptor is just going to happy feet from now, right, gets that advantage and then isn't able to translate it, that's where Bro might be able to find themselves some angles. Because like you say, they definitely scale beautifully. Doesn't feel like they have the onus on them to make those proactive plays, but they have already been able to take that first Drake and see whether they can continue.
Oh, they're looking for a fight here.
Yep, Karis is just going to find it. That's going to be the blast cone to allow Henna to at least try to buffer, but it does not work. And that is a beautiful catch. And Karis, his Azir, it's starting to really feel like that old one, you know, that he was real good at. Haven't seen it in a while, but so far it's been back-to-back great ultis.
Coming up huge there. Finding the catch on Henna, even with the blast cone, not able to stay alive. Maybe even need to invest his flash there. That's going to be the Herald also going over to Brion.
Oh.
We are seeing a 14-minute gold acceleration for Bro.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah,
Is it happening?
Oh, that ward ends up being so big because as Henna, you feel really safe because you're in the brush. But the reality is you're not even a little bit safe. You're just on vision. And Azir, obviously, really easy way to get around the area there. Youngjae also great follow-up.
Yeah.
They get the Herald. Early Drake. Things are looking up. The one thing is, do not be deceived by the fact that right now we are looking at a lead for Brion. They need to keep their wits about them. It was a lot of mid-game plays, and look at this. Raptor, yeah, he has a CS lead, but Youngjae, between the kills and the experience he's been able to soak still, now within touching distance.
He's doing absolutely fine now. Catch-up mechanics working out. As Morgan vacates, just wanders over the wall. We've seen this before, but this time, I think he's going to be all right. Just farming behind the turret. Raptors move. Wait, hang on. Hang on, is this game 1? Game 2. Game 1? Game 2. Game 1?
Are they different?
Game 2. It's game 2. There's the all-out. As Morgan, I mean, he didn't have minions there, so the turret helps out, and he just dies. Why would we do it again? That's my big question. They do manage to take down the outer turret.
He's creating space.
Zoning. And
he's creating space, yeah.
He did create a lot of space for them to take 2 outer turrets, so maybe it's actually just fine, just worth it. Just exactly the same play as the first game.
Especially, yeah, so that makes sense.
That's a lot of rocks.
No, I'm looking at I'm talking about the damage graph.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's a lot of rocks that Morgan has thrown at the Cassante.
I'm looking at the bottom part of the damage chart.
Oh, right, the highlighted bit. That's a bit sad.
But
it doesn't say damage to monsters.
Yeah, but Atlas...
Oh, that was very close.
He's going to flash ult. Dora would, but not the best angle there. So
And
I
it's
think
a
good that he
Cloud
doesn't.
Soul? Is this how Bro gets back into the game?
It's all turning up Bree on Atlas.
It really is. That means that we are due a turn in the other direction, are we not? That would be on script.
Would make sense. I gotta say though, it doesn't matter how much gold you have if you don't use it. You know, this is applicable in life as well.
Yeah?
If you got...
Money in the bank ain't doing nothing.
No, you gotta... you know, first of all and foremost, right, this is not financial advice. This is just us talking about gold in League of Legends, but you gotta use it. You can't just... At first you gotta spend it in terms of items, but then you also gotta use the items. And there's been a bit of a disconnect there.
Yeah. A really nice car sitting in the garage doesn't really do that much. It's a really good point. It's all right, Morgan. He's continuing to throw things around, trying to hold on to this turret as best he can.
Is that where
they are
we're
just bullying the Skana. That's what the attempt is, as Raptor is going to up that damage to champions by one
dying.
audacious charge. He is definitely dying. Turret probably going to go down first here. That is going to be secured, and then Morgan is going to press the Impale button and just try and waste their time a little bit here. As you can see, the ping's out from Bro, trying to get something elsewhere on the map. And that is going to be a turret falling down in exchange as well. They do get the extra kill, so in that, the isolated play, still a trade up for B&K. But Bro's still able to cross-map pretty effectively.
I really wish Hannah had gone for Lethality Kalista. I think there's a reason why Kalista really fell out of favor with this build. Because, as we saw there in the damage as well, he hadn't really been able to do a whole lot of damage. And like now you have a Kalista who's half an item behind, a Xayah with Infinity Edge and Flicker Blades. Like, and Xayah's only going to keep getting better. Right?
Yeah.
And I still think Envy's going to have a tough time actually playing out fights. But same for Hannah, honestly, as I know we're getting a replay of that. This is just, look at the mini-map while this is happening. There's no way that Morgan ever lives. Do note that they do in fact have the TP available, but I actually think it's the right call not to use it. Just let that sit, keep it on Karis. Morgan going down doesn't really change anything in the grand scheme of things. They're still able to get the top shove in, take down the turret. And it's nice for Closer. He's able to pick up a little bit of gold, should be able to get his Leandries sometime soon. And I still do think the gold is within touching distance, and that Brion, if they can just front to back and not get caught off guard, and most crucially, I don't want to see Polu going over aggressive and get stuck on some Talia rocks. And I don't want them engaging on Raptor. Because if they engage on Raptor and he splits the fight and it's like a 2v2, a 3v3, Brion isn't winning.
No. But right now, they are winning. So that's certainly good. Can they keep it up? I'm so worried. Like, I feel like in this game state, there will be so many different ways to talk about how this map is going to go, right? But it's all based on who's piloting all of these champions, why these champions were picked in these moments, right? And I think it's purely unique that Bro have been able to hold on to this, and I'm not as upset anymore about the fact that the Rakan and Xayah were picked, because for Bro, I guess maybe it'll just work. I don't know. They're just vibing with these champs at this point in time, as Raptor is going to get engaged on. Polo's going to be thrown around like a ragdoll. Wind doesn't really become lightning, actually, as Raptor misses it. And Bro, they're out of there. They're going to go back in, though. There's the Impale. It connects as Clear dives in, finds 3 with the Q. But the Featherstorm comes in. There's the all-out. And Envy has nothing left against this Cassante except a whole bunch of friends. Another Q on everyone as Envy flashes away, and it's not enough. Oh, the Cassante. Never you mind. Still, Bro are going to be able to win the fight because they only lose Envy.
2 for 1. It's a win for Brion and BNK. Why are we hard committing to a fight if Closer is just sitting in top clearing the wave and the STP, but you're clearly not intending on using it? I'm pretty sure there were some out there where you can just be like, okay, Duro, we're going to throw you back in. You're going to die. We're going to leave, and then you'll be alive, and then we'll just fight for Dragon.
But then how could they have killed Envy?
Yeah. I'm looking at this, and I really wonder who this benefits more, because there are a lot of sums used in that fight, and Envy won't have his ult. I think for Brion, it's a big risk to take this fight, actually. I think that Duro will have his up soon. There will be a large window where Envy isn't actually able to keep himself safe, and I think that BNK's composition is still quite lethal. They do need closer, though. Who is currently still looking at huge wave on bot. Someone's going to have to answer that.
Yeah, it is moving down right now. Closer going to help out with the damage as Youngjae just walks in. That is going to be the Drake secured. There's the hook onto Morgan, but he finds two with the Impale clear. Once again, just wanders into the backline. This time, Envy. It's going to be very difficult to Featherstorm, and he will be taken down. FearX, they're going to find it as Youngjae and Morgan running for the hills. It's only the tanks remaining, and Closer is looking to catch up. Will the seismic shove land? That's the question, as Morgan seems to be their target, or maybe they haven't really decided on a target. As Rock's being thrown around, we don't find the shove, and that is going to be BNK finding themselves a little bit closer to being back into the game.
Relatively even trade as we go back to this moment. Do see Raptor. Yes, he is. Zin's out, still feels forced to flash because Envy was moving close. That ult from Duro, maybe not the best target. And then this is the moment where it looks like everything is in dire straits for BNK. And then Claire actually comes up huge, finds a multi-man knock-up or a stun with his W, then into the knock-up, isolates, and that's why this fight ends up going the way that it does. Like, damage reduction there, finds another Q. I can't believe that he's able to flash auto even after the Recon W comes in. Kind of insane errors. Here we have the combination, actually very nicely done there by BNK to secure that. And then even without Envy in the fight, a lot of damage is done there by Karis specifically to ensure that the front line, or the back line rather, of BNK, namely Henna, just ends up going down immediately, and then Closer doesn't really get to join the fight. I'd still say that's worth it for BNK that they denied the soul point, and even trades, I think, are okay. The main issue that I do have is that that was a fight where there was no ult on Envy, and where I think in general Brion was down a lot of cooldowns. The fights are going to get harder to play out by a large margin, and I think, bro, this might be the angle, Atlas. That's
not.
awesome.
Yeah, that's Polo getting thrown around like a ragdoll. He will be taken out. In goes Duro, as Envy is going to send him out once again. Duro realizing that he only has Hex Splash. Not really going to be able to do too much here, but Closer is trying to save him. Seismic Shove doesn't hit the mark as Karis does. Raptor going to get thrown back as Envy throwing his feathers towards this Crescent Guard, and Raptor one more and he's dead, and there it is. That's Karis locking down the double, and these Sand Soldiers are relentless right now. And Henna and Closer, they do back away in the end.
Oh, a couple of big mistakes there individually. As no jungle available, Closer does have his TP.
Dove?
Actually, yeah, Does has a... Oh my god.
Dove has a teleport.
He's not TPing.
Somewhere.
I was going for Old English there, obviously.
Yeah, no, I like it. He doth TP.
Palu going in here, a bit tragic. This game is getting to me, Atlas, I'm not gonna lie. Just doesn't need anything. And then here, Duro looks like he's fine and walks back in, which means that he's almost out. Then Closer goes in. They don't actually get the flick back.
And Karis just uses the wall to be artillery.
Yeah, I also think Raptor maybe shouldn't have gone in there. There is one player that can go that deep and not get punished, and that's Claire, who is 1v1ing a Scorpion.
Yeah.
So it's messy, Atlas. It's shenanigans, and it's Brion who are looking good, but Claire on an angle.
A big old angle. Wait, never mind. He's just walking back to his team.
The angle is straight back to the rest.
Yep.
No flank. But Brion are pulling further ahead. This Rebel Baron power play, nothing crazy just yet.
All right, Envy, they're going to catch him once again. The hook is going to land, and goodbye, Zaya. Let's see whether they can get more off the back end, though, because it's been a few wins in these fights, but never enough to actually turn it like they were able to achieve in game number 1. But it's another great pick on the Envy.
That was Henna. further proving that.
Whoa! Okay, Clear does manage to find the Q. Just whether or not that's a good idea, I don't know.
I'd say trade flash for flash might be worth.
Yeah, Hook is going to connect once again. Seismic Shove is going to get a flash out of Young Jay as well. Oh no, Bro crumbling. That's the question as Karis finds the Conquering Sands and Henna loses 50% of his health. This Azir is just massive. I mean, look at him, 3-1 and 6, 3 items complete.
Yeah, it doesn't even have death cap yet. Kara's really making a statement here in this game. Well, this is Brian trying to get the most out of their Nash. Should be able to get at least this inner. The gold lead, it's big. This is gonna most likely be soul point as well. Doesn't look like B&K is contesting with a TP towards top side.
Yep.
Banshee's now done. And Bree on Atlas. Surely from this position, with the front to back that they have, with the soul point.
Unlosable, right?
Oh, okay, I wasn't going to go that far because that would be mean. That would be very rude.
No, it's not KT. It's fine. We're
say
safe.
unlosable.
We're absolutely safe. Are we? Absolutely. Totally safe. As Duro moving up alongside Clear, there is the Drake secured, so that's soul point for Bro. Just one more step in their inevitable victory here in game number 2. And they're going to group up yet another minion wave. 19 seconds to go. That is going to be an inner turret falling down. Closer sort of just leaving, trying to grab himself what he can in these side lanes. Has been doing a decent job. You can see the farm really does indicate that, but hasn't been able to help defend. As okay, B&K, do you have another fight in you? That's the question. I think Morgan is looking for Closer. Seismic Shove doesn't really land there as he does have to flash the Impale. And that's a high-value flash that Bro are going to get just from Closer, pushing up a little bit too far.
Funnily, Closer doesn't have the vision, but he probably was fine even if he does get impaled there. As long as he's able to hit a flick back at some point, because there was no one in the general vicinity. I say that, I do know Skarner's damage is a little bit ridiculous, so maybe he would have died nonetheless. And I think flashing there is always the correct call, because you don't have perfect information, and if you end up dying, that might lead to a lot more. This play, though...
Yeah, we're going to see it from Envy's perspective. How many times does he have an opportunity to do anything? No, none at all.
That was really well done, though. The CC chain by Duro and Closer there was clear.
All right, let's see whether he can find the angle. Karis is their target. He does go golden. But is he out of the woods? That's the question. Finds a couple with the Emperor's Divide. The Featherstorm goes down. Karis is eventually taken as Duro gets the stuns on Envy. And Henna pops him like a balloon. Raptor's out of the fight, though. And Closer, I don't think he's going to be able to go 1v3. So the 2 damage dealers, I say with air quotes, were taken down. But Morgan is at full health. And he hits like a train.
It's only beefy frontline, but without Closer, like Henna is a Kalista on 2 items.
Yeah.
He's not killing anyone, Atlas.
Well, apart from Envy in that last fight.
True.
But
did get it.
no more after that.
He's not a frontliner. Love the flick back from Closer here. But the problem is that they tried to go in with more people on a target that was already dead, and then he still ends up getting value out of the ultimate. So that means that you split the fight. On one end, Closer, amongst all these beefy boys, not going to be doing all that. As you pointed out, that hook from Duro actually pivotal.
Oh,
Envy just has not been able to pull out any damage in these fights, which is the main reason why I think they're still looking relatively close. If at any point he's able to get one, it would be huge. And I gotta say, Closer, this Banshees, it feels good into the amount of, the shuffles and Youngjae's ultimate, but you are gonna be... You have no magic pen.
There's not a lot of damage going on.
It's actually a big problem because he's going to go Death Cap next, which obviously is good, but not going Void until your last item means that Morgan is already pretty much unkillable, and that's not really going to change because there is Henna who doesn't have LDR yet, and even then is going to need an unreasonable amount of autos. So realistically, it's probably like Raptor because he has Cleaver.
Yeah.
It's not great. And for the bros, Baron is up.
Is it a
really hard for B&K to move in.
angle?
I think it might still be Karis, even though, he had the oopsie in the top fight.
I kind of like in a bro series, giving it to the one whose mental was challenged the most and didn't break.
Not a bad take, Atlas.
That's Youngjae in this game. He's now got the Baron down to half health as Morgan going to get over that wall, looking for a target here. Duro
is going to be that target, but a Fate's Call is going to be available. And now they're looking for the turn. Of course, Duro's going in. He flashes out immediately. So he isn't going to die, but just offers them up a cooldown on a silver platter. And we have a stalemate, as no one used the teleport outside of Morgan, actually, to get him over here earlier on.
Soul Point again available for Breon. If they pick up this Cloud Dragon, they will have that Rakan with Cloud Soul.
Yeah, it's pretty absurd.
Skarner?
As Henner is just going to dive on top of Polo here. That's a fair bit of damage. With that Rend, is now Raptor looking for the angle. Wind becomes lightning, but onto Young Jay, not exactly an ideal target.
Oh, with that back, I wonder if Hannah's LDR. That would be a big spike. Not enough by itself, but
he does.
Still gonna be a difference maker. Unending Despair also done for Morgan. He's level 18. Maybe it's just a Morgan angle, Atlas.
That could be the way. I think it's never wrong to vote for the Lord, unless they lose the game. Okay, there is Raptor going in onto Young Jay, but he doesn't take damage. Hook is going to miss. Probably a good thing for Duro. At that point, as now Morgan gets the crash into the wall. That could be the ideal target. As Closer is flashing out of the way now, and now Polo is just gonna pop. Henna's able to lock him down. Raptor still well and truly in it, as Clear is fighting 5 people. Envy flashes over the wall, and still alive! Gets on top. Envy will be taken down. And who remains in this fight? It's only the Beefy Boys and Henna. And Henna might be able to do it this time. There goes Morgan. The Lord has been felled. And it is only Young Jay who is able to protect his KDA in this moment, who is going to be up to hear the cries of the dragon as it falls.
Because of Young Jay still being alive, BNK don't want to run the risk of trying to take the Baron, but don't be mistaken, this is a colossal win. Crucially, they waste so much in trying to kill Closer, who's fine. The damage dealers are in there, and Duro gets a good ultimate off, and then it gets messy. Closer gets on top of Envy, has to pay with his life, but still does enough damage, and Henna is just unchecked throughout this entire fight. And crucially, with them going so deep and not actually killing Closer, oh, they're gonna get this as well. Oh, Atlas.
Oh, God.
Atlas?
Oh, God.
Atlas, you leaned into this.
Well, I mean, like, I don't know. Who's surprised?
Yeah, I don't. They're still ahead in gold. Technically, you know, that's something.
And I mean, they do still, like, you're probably looking at Envy's scoreline, you're like 2, 5, and 8. Like, they've had to use so much in order to get those 5 deaths. But if it keeps happening like this, and BNK, especially after they mow down all of the money, there are bounties available. If this Baron is going to be used to any sort of effect, they will be able to turn around that gold in an instant. They have to get towards some turret zone. As we can see, I mean, it's the same graph, but elongated. Instead of 15 minutes, it's 35 minutes.
Okay, I think we're stretching. We're stretching the analogy here.
All right, Hook going to come on through once again. Polo going to be put in a blender, but there is the knockback. They're trying to chain the CC, but Clear is the one now taking too much damage. Has to go all out onto Young Jay and gets himself out of there as the Impale is decent. Seismic Shove is also good though as Envy goes down so incredibly low, but he will survive for so long. Raptor puts him down in the end, and Henna is still up and available. Closer is still up as well. But they're the team with the Baron, and it's BNK that wants to just be sieging turrets, not going even in fights.
It's a brawl, Atlas.
A brawl.
A brawl. I don't know
it.
what's happening. I don't know who's winning, but we are fighting to the death in every single fight. No objective taken, no decisive lead gained. We are flipping for another objective. It is in fact happening somewhere down the line. I don't think BNK are going to get anything. So they start off with a combo. Could have also ulted Polo there. Maybe that would have been enough, but within the knockup he finds the ability to then flash over the wall. And then here the Impale actually ends up being huge, because it allows Envy to do something. But then I think that hook from Duro there, finding Envy again in the fight just after his ultimate means that the biggest damage here is gone. Envy needs to live. Okay, Desire needs to do damage for Breon to win a team fight. Just Karis is not enough. Like, who's gonna kill Cassante if... That's a 4-item Xayah.
Yeah. None of those items are like Guardian Angel or like somewhat defensive stuff. He does have a Bloodthirster, that's good. So if he does survive through all the chain CC, then he can at least get his health back, but it's getting a bit dangerous as Young Jay, he's going to get hooked back. He's the one that's going to get chain CC to death, and now it's Morgan thrown around like a ragdoll as well. These seismic shoves from Closer, just too good. Oh, bro, why does it always have to happen like this?
Gold lead now there.
That was Young Jay's first death of this whole game.
Oh, yeah.
100% kill participation.
Yeah, no, we are not. This has happened so many times where one player is like, guys, we got to keep it together, and then he does so well.
Yeah.
There's one mistake. I was like, well, there goes the house of cards.
And when it's
done.
that player that makes the mistake and steps up that little bit too far, and the engage is there, but I have to say, B&K have looked like a well-oiled machine in these fights, man. Like, look at this. Everyone pulling the triggers at exactly the right times.
I don't know if it is because of this game basically being a challengers game, but Clear is showing a form of Cassandra that we haven't seen in a while. I think we were all collectively pretty excited when he came in. Hasn't really shown that, but to me, he's one of the main reasons these fights have been going the way that they have. You know, maybe seeing Duro again is like the challenger gene is activated. It was slumbering, waiting, or it's because this game is just all over the place, Atlas.
I mean, there is a lot of challenger in this game. I mean, let's be honest. As far as, you know, just the players and the play. As Bro, they have stepped up once again. There is a Glacial Prison. Duro going to ignore it completely. Raptor as well, now going to go in. Wind becomes lightning. There's the knockbacks. As Emperor's Divide comes down, Karis is like almost dead already, but now Henna has got on top of Envy, just gets to press the rend button, and wasn't this a late game team fighting comp, bro? Wasn't it? Because B&K are making theirs look like it's perfect for 38.5 minutes, and they're just gonna truck it down the mid lane.
Henna gets on top of Envy. Duro with the ult sets him up. Henna knocks him down. And it's the hesitation for Brion. It's the inability to win these front-to-backs. And B&K are gonna get the 2-0.
Oh man, it's heartbreaking for the Bros, but what a debut from Duro. We do have to say, this guy was not afraid in any moment whatsoever. They replaced Execute with this guy. It's just a different version of crazy, and I absolutely love it. B&K Fearex, they managed to steal a couple of victories after Bro had back-to-back good early games, just unable to close it out in the end. Hopefully they can use this to progress towards some victories closer to, you know, the killing the Nexus part. And when they figure that out, they'll be unstoppable.
Bro Nongshim is looming.
Oh, baby.
Atlas. It is in
Who's going to be casting that one?
It's you
in
and
a couple of weeks.
It's you and me.
Are you ready?
No, I don't think anyone is. B&K, this is what I want to see of this team. Yes, it might be messy, but this is effectively what we have seen and wanted to see out of Sandbox in 2018, Live Sandbox in 2022, and now B&K Fearex. It's just this. Does it always make sense? No, but I just want him to play like this no matter what. Just go in, make it happen. If it doesn't happen, that's fine. But it's something that I think was missing from this team for the entirety of this year. For spring, we just never really got those vibes. And here in this game, they're back as, okay.
All right,
okay, Duro. Calm down. It's Brion.
I mean, if there's ever a way that you can, like, claim your spot on the roster, I mean, that's a pretty good way to do it. I think, like, there's a whole lot of new Duro fans, and he already had quite a few of them in Challenger as well, if you were to have a look at the Challenger crowds last year when Humble Life Esports were playing, or now when B&K was playing in the spring season. This team is just fun. They're just fun. I feel like we are getting, you know, we're hearkening back to that Live Sandbox that you fell in love with, you know, all those times ago.
Kyle.
With your boy Croco, with Kyle there as well. Yeah.
They're doing really well, actually, in
so
it
is a happy story, but we need that happy story to come back again, and I think this is the beginning of it here for B&K as they use the late game Kalista. Where, I mean, Henna was basically useless in the early game, but then found some great fights at the very end, and that's not where I'm used to Kalista finding value.
It's really an Una reverso of what is happening. Hannah also, that was him, right? Yeah, Duro goes in, but it's Hannah that sets up the flash play. It's Hannah that's able to, together with Duro, find Envy, and unfortunately for Breon, that to me was the main... If they're able, and this is partially on Envy, partially on the rest of the team, if they were more able to get anything going around this Xayah, I think they could have won the game. Right there, like Kara's ulting when the only one there is a Cassandra that literally ignores it with W. Envy just being in the Raptor pit and just getting blown up. It's just not enough. Breon need to reconsider how they take these team fights. And that Xayah, the Xayah that gets the early kills and then it just fizzles out in the front to back.
And that's not how it's supposed to work either. And also a lot of the issues that we were talking about with, you know, trying to play Rakan around the rocks, I don't think that was ever really much of a problem. I think it was just that when they got down to it, it was BNK that was able to hold on to their mental throughout the entire game, even though they did fall behind, and then found beautiful coordination in these last team fights. As I think that they have a feeling that they did kind of steal this one away from Bro, and that's, I'm having a look at Close's cheeky grin, and that's giving us a bit of information there. Look at, and Clear as well. That's a smug smile on the face of a top laner that just hit a Skana for a long time and then carried back-to-back team fights.
Oh, BNK.
That's some Scorpion damage.
Yeah. Also, can we talk about the Raptor Renaissance? The man had like 800 damage and ended up doing like 20.
Yeah.
Okay.
You got to wait for that late game Xin angle.
Yeah, the late game Xin and the late game Kalista end up pulling through against the triple frontline Azir and Xayah. That's what an angle. Atlas.
Yep.
What an angle.
It's BNK versus Bro. It's what we come to expect. And what else could be better on Hooney's last day before he goes off to military service? And speaking of which, let's throw it over to the space and they can break down whatever we just witnessed.
Thanks, casters. You guys are looking great after that 2-0 victory from the side of BNK, who was not looking great for the first 30 minutes of that game, but then eventually they took a fight, and then another fight, and then another fight. Somehow, some way, pulled it back in their favor. How did they manage that, guys?
Well, if you looked at Envy's damage numbers of the game, it might be a hint. Envy was massively ahead, was a whole item up, an item and a half at one point on the non-lethality variant of the Kalista. So we were all a little bit concerned about what was going to go down. And pull the draft up and kind of talk about this and contextualize this. But the Kalista here seemed useless. Raptor AFK farmed for the first 15 minutes of the game. He was way up on CS. He was way up on XP while they were losing every objective bottom side. And then I was like, this is doomed. It's going to 3 until Envy got absolutely collapsed on every single time by one man, one Cassante. He has 4 bodyguards. Doesn't matter. He's dead. Cassante got him again.
That's clear. I mean, it's just like they pick Xin with Talia, especially like with the Nolas and Kalista. We are just by already seeing just this draft, like we're expecting the early game aggressiveness like from BNK. Like that's so usual, but like it was so weird that like the bot lane was a sacrifice for the jungle, that the Xin was going full. Like, he was in full farming mode, and then begins up. Also, Hannah was actually losing bottom lane because he didn't build the lethality item. He went on head, and probably he saw the future. He knew that it's gonna go 40 minutes, and then he knew that he can actually do damage with the on it better.
Yeah, we wanted to pull this up because we thought ultimately, like when we actually called and put this graphic up, we were like, all right, well, Envy is going to do a lot in this game because he actually has a real build, and the Kalista is just going to be too far behind, and these items aren't going to do anything. And then by the time we get to the point where he can maybe burst the tank and win that longer fight, like the game will be over. But in reality, Envy did very little with his amazing item build, and Henna was able to actually be very impactful in the later parts of the game. So he went from Kalista to Kalista. A+.
Yeah.
There in the end.
Adding some letters to the name. I mean, yeah, he was great eventually. It just took so long. And our first highlight is 32 minutes into the game, because for the first 32 minutes, BNK were getting pummeled, And yes, Envy wasn't doing a lot of damage. And bro, they decided to take a fight very deep in the jungle in probably the worst spot that they could. And Kalista Henna here ends up doing 9,000 damage in this fight.
Yeah, this is the zone that you really would not like to take the fight. Like this is the in zone, right? Like it's 100%. This is like way too deep, and it's like it's so overplayed. And it's like Henna actually found beautiful angles on the side. There's a 1v1ing against Azir, and he actually popped off. Meanwhile, also Clear plays so perfectly. He actually just used an unstoppable when there's an Azir ulti. Like everything was so good that makes like actually possible to win for BNK.
And Envy spent the entire fight ulting back, getting Cassante ulted, and just kiting backwards at low health without really making any sort of impact. And you could talk about how much gold is important, how many items he had. Chronicler mentioned it, gold doesn't matter, it's what you use it for, what you buy with it. But he didn't get to do any of the damage he had with his full build, so if he's pushed out of every single fight, which we had subsequent fights before this, we only have so much time around the space, we had subsequent fights before this where he was just killed by Cassante or pushed back by Cassante, he couldn't do anything.
Yeah, it was rough. It definitely was. And eventually, BNK went on to highlight number 2 here, 38 minutes in, where they put the cap on the deal here. And they did go on and win the game because they had built up a lead. They got a Baron, and eventually we got to this fight.
It's the same. Like they burn Sejuani ulti kind of for no reason. To look at the chokes, how they're fighting. There's 5 people is like on top of it, and Talia actually is just getting free damage, and also Hannah is already middle of at the middle of the team fight. Ora's like at the side of the bottom, just 1v1ing. Like Kalista, that's what Kalista wanted. You just a 1v1, just having Geralt fight just, like against the carry, and that's how you fight 1v1. It's a flash front of it, and worst case is you trade against with the animated carry, and that's your job.
Yeah, and I think when there's 2 extremely tanky top laners in this game, if you can actually kill one of the damage dealers, you're always going to win that longer fight. And the Kalista had the items to do it in that type of scenario. In this particular case, getting the knock up there with the Nautilus ult and just collapsing onto the enemy AD carry after he used his ult there, he goes popped up into the air, and Henna's like, I got him. That's it. You win that longer fight every time.
And that they did. BNK with the comeback victory here. Let's see who does pick up the POG on the side of BNK, as we were thinking about a couple of members, but it will be Clear with his first POG here of Summer 2024 with an incredible Cassante performance even before they started winning.
Guys, there's the 2 solo kills on Hina's CG, which is like, that's insane, because like, as we said, there was more than 3 bodyguard for Zaya, but he went through whole the scenario, whole fight, and this being ends up, even though he dying, but it's like it becomes a 1-for-1. I mean, that helps so much because like MD had a tools that he can actually snowball so hard in this game, with especially he has Zyrocon and his counter and Sejuani, but Clear, it just takes down everything off.
He was the only one to set up the kill on the Young Jay. 0 deaths before that moment, 100% KP. 1 cheeky mid vote. That's a little bit odd.
I thought maybe that last highlight was okay.
I thought we'd have like 1 or 2 Henna votes because he had some really great moments in the late game, but mid vote's a little sus for me.
A little bit sus.
I mean, it is Jonah Strong, so it's kind of what you would expect. He's always trying to be the odd man out, trying to make the really interesting call. To each his own, I guess. We do have the interview ready to go. Let's hand it over to Deer for the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Deer for the POG interview translation, joined by Raptor and Clear on the side of BNK Furax, who just defeated OK Savings Bank Brion to put an end to their losing streak. Congratulations! Thank you. Raptor, you successfully broke the losing streak today. How do you feel? I came here with the mindset of making no mistakes, but I ended up making some mistakes. I messed up, and I feel like my teammates did so well just keeping their mental fortitude until the very end, so I'm very glad. And Clear, this is your first POG, and with the playoffs as your goal, it was such a crucial game to win. And it was so crucial to win today's match. So what mindset did you come to Lowell Park with? Like up until today, we came here as if our life was on the line if we lost. And I think that's what really paid off today. And today we saw Duro stepping in as BNK's support. And with the swap, did the coaching staff give you guys any specific orders? no specific orders. I think it was just really to change up some pace in the team, and I believe that it definitely did have a difference in our team atmosphere overall. And Clear, was Duro nervous at all for his LCK debut? I don't think he was actually nervous at all. I think rather the rest of the team was pretty nervous. I think up until going into the game he was fine, but when we went into the game it looked like he had some jitters. And in games 1 and 2, you had some amazing plays with Xin Zhao, especially in game 1 with your ult usage and aggression. How high is your confidence on Xin Zhao? I'm very confident. I think in Xin Zhao, when you play Xin Zhao, as long as you can use your ult well, it feels like you have so much influence in the team fight. So I would say that I'm pretty comfortable with Xin Zhao. And in game 2, level 6 Xin Zhao at 6 minutes. How did you come up with this pathing? So the enemy jungler actually went bot first, but he didn't actually clear his jungle camps, and I was able to get some experience and then snowball off of that. And in both games 1 and 2, the enemy blind picked Skarner from the blue side, and you countered it with Cassante Clear. So how do you rate Cassante as a counter to Skarner? I feel like it's just a very skills matchup, 50-50 even kind of lane. So I think that's why you see it pretty frequently. And Clear, your positioning with Cassante was so clean. What did you talk about as a team? I think we were just trying to be all proactive, and we were calming really well between our teammates, so we were able to pull off winning the team fights in the end. And let's take a look at the next replay where you won some team fights in the mid to late game. Can you walk us through what happened here? I think we really wanted to open up a team fight here, but it was a little iffy to open it up right then and there, but we were trying to sort of pick off of the enemy's mistakes, and we were able to pick one by one. So it looks like I was trying to go for either the Xayah or Azir, and that was my target. And now you guys will be on a week of vacation before facing off KT. What is your resolution? I want to make sure that we minimize our mistakes, and we'll put in our best to prepare for the next match. And Clear, KT is on a really good momentum, so I want to make sure that we take our week off to be prepared for the next match against KT. And would you like to give a shout out to your fans? Thank you so much for coming here to give us all the support, and I'll make sure that we put in our best to win the next match. And Clear, what about you? It was rough today, but I'm sure that it was just as rough for you guys to watch. But I'm so glad that we were able to win, and I'm glad that we were able to repay your support with today's win. And that's the end of the interview from Raptor and Clear of BNK FearX, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you, dear, as always, for that awesome translation. As now we're going to take a look at the standings here. Bro, unfortunately, still looking for that first series win. They won't have it tonight, as BNK FearX will pick up their second win and join DRX and KT, who, as they mentioned, they are playing in the next match. Exactly even standings right now, even game score.
I think, the next step for FearX is just, or BNK FearX, that is to say, is to just continue that consistency, and maybe you could make that playoff cut, because DRX looked a little bit stronger out the gate, but kind of been trending down. So, that's really the battle between those two, I'd say, at this point.
It brings a lot of momentum. Like, they could still make the playoff line. They just have to keep their lead, and then how to learn. Just get the, play normal League of Legends. That's all they need.
Just play normal League of Legends and learn how to hold on to your leads. We'll see if Bro can do that. But guys, we are done with the first match. We do have Replay Season 3, Episode 3, so make sure you're checking that out during the break. And then we'll have Quantum Freaks versus DK up next. We'll see you then.
지난 장 일산까지 한참을 달려와 도착한 곳은 다름 아닌 합숙소? 게다가 이 플레이 최초 감독 노초리 형까지 등장. 내가 뱀픽하는 줄 알고 다 짜왔는데 깨비. 우리들의 전투력을 측정하기 위한 첫 상대는 다름 아닌 160이 아니라 11살 젊은 팀 149. 과연 은퇴양난의 커리어는 승리로 시작할 수 있을 것인가? 아씨, 비션이한테 지면 안 되는데. 얘들아, 잘할 수 있지? 제발.
이거 근데 갱홍이 바텀 쪽도 좋아서 바텀 하기도 많이 좋아하고 있는데
또 우리 주도권 계속 있을 것 같은데.
첫 동선은 바텀으로 짤게요.
네. 네, 괜찮아요.
오케이.
그리고 서현이 주도권 잡아주면 좋긴 해서 바텀도 뛰고 싶을 때 지탄 잡고 싶을 때 공빈이 불러?
이거 미드 시간 날 때 그냥 와서 발키리 하나만 빼줘도 내가 무조건 이길게.
제 화이팅 아시죠? 막내가 하자 이번에 막내가.
파이팅! 파이팅!
혹시 레리 여기 올 수도 있을 듯? 조금 조심.
오케이.
넘어올 수도 있을 듯. 나 블루샷.
그러면서 아래로 그냥 내려오는 건가?
내려왔네. 바텀 미는 구도 아닌가?
네, 밀 거예요, 웬만하면. 안돼 칼리 오랜만에 했어. 아니. 밀어볼게.
앵은 내가 어차피 무조건 먼저 갈 듯 같아. 만약에 싸우면.
네.
상 한 번 더. 네. 아니, 나 괜찮고. 그냥 이제.
엔드다.
이거는
방학이 압박해야 되나?
그냥 올 수 있긴 하긴 한데 안 올지 아마.
덕불로 한번 그냥 가서 와드 놨어?
와드는 하죠.
깊숙하게 와드 깔고 여기 있다 와드
확인.
렌자번 이거 폴킨 먹고 땅굴각 나오긴 할 듯? 라인 내가 엎드를 깊게 박아서 이런 데는 와드가 없는 것 같아 지금 근데 이게 3대도 무조건 떠지거든?
우리 3대3 저희가 이길 것 같아요. 힐 있어요. 저만 힐이에요.
오케이
나 아랫게 나가도 되나, 바텀?
네, 나가도 돼요.
오케이. 슬슬 나가.
바텀 살짝
바텀 한번 딜교범.
바텀 먼저 갖고 와야 돼.
나 풀로 한번 뺄 수 있어.
바텀 괜찮긴 한데.
나 천천히 갈게.
나 스킬
풀 있나?
좋겠네.
아니.
나 Q 돌아요. 더블 킬 빼면서.
풀 있어? 아이고. 나비.
좀 더 빨면서 했어야겠다. 쏘리.
내가 좀 시작 좀 느렸다. 반지당해서.
아, 식당에 빼면서 할 걸 그랬네. 미치 오버네.
이거 탈리아 살짝 나온다.
저 아랫 무빙.
이거
아래 보여. 아래.
계속 가자. 하자.
저 가는 거.
몰라. 없나 보다. 굿. 저카 이거까지 탈게.
아 이거 내가 나만 집탐이라 좀 아쉽네 일단 여기 니달리 여기 들어왔고
바텀에서 삼삼하면 안 될 것 같아, 일단.
오케이
미드 주도권 생기면 용 보자.
알리 포지션 보니까 가면 또 잡을 것 같은데
와봐.
알리 알리 노플이거든? 천천히 걸어도 돼
이번 턴에 한번 조심해야 될 듯? 탈리 아래일 것 같아.
괜찮아.
나 일단 칼.
어차피 바텀 라인 크게 당겨줘, 이러면.
오케이. 쟤네 풀 체크 됐어 혹시?
너무 쫄지 말고. 손에 있으니까. 뭐라고?
풀 체크 됐어. 풀 체크.
레일 피 있는 것 같은데, 바텀.
맞다.
뺑공 찍으라고 할 거. 뺑공 찍으라고 할 거.
네, 용 쳤다.
얘네 근데 미드 간다.
뺄게. 나 힐 한 번 줄게.
좀 빼면서 하세요. 바텀 이러고 라인 다시 큰 라인가? 상대 집타임.
얘네 근데 결국 계속 바텀 노릴 것 같아. 이번 판.
맞아. 할 거 없어가지고.
얘네는 바텀 힘 없어서 아마 미드 탑에서 사건 일으키려고 할 거예요.
오케이.
우리 레드로 올 수도 있나?
그건 내가 알아서 할게.
안 될 것 같아, 안 될 것 같아. 여기 살려, 여기 살려.
살려. 나 안 할게. 빼. 싸우지 마.
오케이 오케이.
여기 설정만 되자. 너무 황내지 말자.
여기 지금 조심해야 되는데.
나 조심할게. 다 왔다. 아니 줘도 돼. 나 성장 상관없어.
형, 지금 풀어야 되긴 하? 칼이 뭐야? 칼다 미드?
가이다 이제 다 밀어.
미드 조심.
우리 포탄 밀자. 멜플이 있는 거다. 와우,
와우 불큐. 와우 불큐.
저 탑 텔복귀하고 빡세게 할게요 이제. 오케이.
우리가 한번
와드 체크만 잠깐만.
점프 한번 해도 될 듯? 나 힐 있어?
발키리 하나만 빼줘도 내가 무조건 이길게. 네, 지금 집 갔다 갈 수도 있으면 살짝. 나이스. 이 정도.
코르키 노플.
용 40초.
이번에 렐만 선쓸 수 있어.
렐 조심할게. 탑쪽 살짝 갈게 나도. 제가 빨리 가겠다 살려. 일단 가볼게. 살려 탑쪽. 살려 스킬 하나도 없어요. 저 점프. 레이드 오거든? 조심. 네. 레이드 오거든?
길어지면 렐다.
갈수
내일
있기는
왔어요
해.
저희. 네. 탑 세게 할 수 있어. 세게 하고 싶긴 해요. 계속 가줄게. 네. 1 4초.
근데 렐 내려와야 돼.
렐 내려가야겠지. 나 살짝 들어갈게. 나 창만 알려줄게. 네.
뭐야?
야 잡으면 하겠다.
나이스.
슬슬 빼야 될 것 같은데? 코르키 간다.
베인은 풀 안 쓴 듯? 방금 베인 풀 썼어요. 억제할 생각할게. 탑 신경 안 써도 돼. 용 칠 것 같다.
일단 여기.
계속 바텀 쪽에서 오게.
바텀이다.
갔네? 갔다.
탑 싸울게요.
갔다.
힐 위주로 하시. 나탑 그냥 깨볼게요. 나 위쪽 살짝 무용 서줄게. 난 살짝 볼게. 네, 노플.
물장 시작하면
한 번 더 볼 수 있어. 나도 봐줄게. 잡았고. 감정부터 그냥 좀 잘 싸우면 될 것 같아. 저 먼저 푸시하고 붙어줄게요, 용은.
그냥 용으로 이겨야 될 것 같아.
용으로 하면 될 듯.
용 때 구인수 나 얼마 하거든.
갈게요, 저는.
재원이가 아래 와줄 생각도? 네, 지금 갈게요. 1번 용은
1차 그러면. 살려 보여.
아래 조심해야 돼. 잠깐만.
아래 우리가 중앙 쪽 먼저.
근데 니 달려 와가지고 여기 걸려도 돼.
나 살짝 계속 포킹할게. 저 왔어요. 이거 걸어도 돼요. 지금 걸어도 돼요.
팔스 한번 뛰었어. 팔스 노공이고.
뭐야? 지하부터 뚫게.
오케이.
우리 계속 천천히 하자. 저 내가 빠졌어요.
아래
내가
쏜다.
채우자 그냥 이번에.
그냥 피해 나오자. 나 미드랑 클리어하러 와야 돼, 이번에.
서 있을게 그냥. 네, 베인 노공이에요. 원래 여기 싸운 거 맞았고. 베인 조심 거기. 줄게. 뭐 안 돼? 애들 다 갔어요. 베인도 가요.
아래 보죠.
베인도 가요.
한 번에 안 터지면 우리 가는데.
빼면서 하면 좋긴 한데.
와, 저거. 스나이프.
봐줄게.
카이다 볼래?
팔스 봐. 아, 씨.
레오는 좀.
다시? 아, 오케이.
그래.
레오 하는 중.
나이스, 그랬는데.
카이사 노공.
노플. 얘 노플.
자, 수영 걸어볼게.
파이팅 하면서 알리가 죽었고 칼리 나르 도플
보트?
용 돼?
용 될 것 같은데.
용 먹었어
이걸 주는 것 같은데.
보내버리고
어, 얘 때리는데?
이거 스타 때리세 빼자 스타 노플이고 땡고
용 주죠.
오케이
우리가 용 받을만하다.
맞게.
코르키 올 수 있어요. 코르키 조심.
나쁘지 않아.
사이드에서 1대1 걸각 있으면 우리 탈리하니까 해보는 거 괜찮아 트라이 어차피
오케이.
미드도 우리가 먼저 푸시할 수 있으니까
또 밀어볼게요.
오케이
내가 바텀 한번 뛸게. 나만 갈 것 같거든. 천천히 잘 봐줘야 될 듯?
tel 한번 쏠게.
나 안 간다? 내가 미드 쪽 좀 빼면서 밀리지 마.
팔 썼다.
와씨 엄청 세네.
근데 우리 여기 쫄리지 말자. 쫄리지 말자.
나 이거 마무리 해야 될 것 같은데.
아, 오케이. 뭐 알아주는 게 않을까?
바로 나가야 돼. 그냥 미드를 밀고 나갔다 이거. 미드 그냥 뚫어도 되는데?
카이사 풀 들고 레드 있고.
야, 일로 나오면 바로 봐. 일로 오면 바로 봐.
카이사 뛰었어.
카이사 잡았고.
탈리아까지 가자.
레드 노플.
레드 노플.
여기 그냥 바로 가자.
른바. 자, 그렇게 용가했어도?
근데 용도 피 많아가지고 쟤 용 혼자 안 될 텐데.
아, 혼자 안 될 듯? 안 될 듯?
이번에 걸기 되게 좋은데 또?
또 생각하자. 네.
없어서 바로 붙일게.
레드 먹을 것 같은데 그냥 용 가도 될 듯?
이번에 다이브 봐도 되거든요? 타워 막으려고 하면?
미드 한번 같이 가볼게. 미드 밀었다.
이거 그냥 베인은 계속 컷 밀자.
탑 갈게요 이제 스탑.
우리가 먼저 걸면. 아차하게 걸면. 할리한테 어떻게 뭐.
이번 웨이브 올 때 한번 내가 풀로 넘어갈게요.
어떻게 하자 이거.
애들
여기 시야 없거든?
내가 보여줄게. 여기서. 알리가 보여줘.
나 이제
이거 타워 깨면 보자.
걸었어
타워
일단.
깨고.
탈리아 밀었고. 라인 좋았어. 앞에.
너무 쫄리지 마.
카이사 노플이고. 끝날만한데? 끝나겠는데? 다음 웨이브 때 할게. 다음 웨이브 때.
바로
카이사.
우리 때 말해줘.
카이사.
나이스.
잡았다.
나이스. 근데 기나도?
보자.
온대요.
좋아요.
온대요.
좋아요.
버스 뭐야 이거?
힘들었네. 고맙습니다.
아이 맞다. 그냥 같이.
위에가 너무 잘했다.
근데 니들이 잘하는데요?
개고수.
나쁘진 않지.
버스 시원하게 탔습니다.
감사합니다.
수고하셨습니다.
수고하셨습니다.
저희 같이 게임을 해봤는데 소감이 좀 어떠실지.
너무 든든한데요. 이게 바텀분들 좀 분발하셔야겠네요.
지난 시즌 생각나나요?
지난 시즌보다 상체가 더 센 것 같아서 안심은 되는데 바텀은 거의 똑같은데요.
저녁인 지 얼마 안 됐으니까.
군대 갔다 오면 너도 알 거야.
아, 네. 엠비전 선수는 뭐 어떠셨어요?
아쉽네요. 우리 동빈이 기강 한번 잡아줬어야 되는데.
이걸로 아직 형-동생 관계는 정리가 안 된 거죠?
아, 정식으로 승부를 걸어오면 받아줄 의향이 있습니다.
뭐 하다 진 거예요?
그냥 1대1 그냥 이즈리얼이었나? 기억이 안 나네.
다 졌어.
스코어 선수한테 좀 조언을 해준다면.
종인이는 포텐 있고 라이너들이 세갖고 진짜 정글 서포 좀만 받쳐주면 이길 수 있을 것 같은데?
와, 뭐야, 나 감동 먹어버려? 뭐야, 이거?
또 얘기 좀 해주실까요?
일단 뭐 원딜은 좀 느끼셨을 거라고 생각을 해요. 너무 구시대 집중 공격 칼리스타 이거는 이번 시즌 거의 처음 보는 그런.
선생 이거 안 하나요?
칼날비였어?
탱커 있을 때.
아, 탱커 있을 때 이거 하는 거요?
메란이 계세요?
네네네네. 일단은 오랜만에 바텀 라인전을 이겨본 게 정말 오랜만이어서 중간에 이니시 레이 선수 이니시가 너무 매섭더라고요. 그래가지고 되게 든든할 것 같습니다. 리플레이 시즌 3 팀.
너무 고마운데요. 감사합니다.
아, 그냥 뭐 고맙지 뭐 그냥.
잘 배워갑니다. 감독.
이거 피드백
오랜만이야.
나 진짜 피드백 오랜만에 들어보네.
너무 오랜만이야.
일단 뭐 전체적으로 서로 생각나는 장면이 있으면 살짝 먼저 소통을 좀 해볼까?
제일 큰 건 그거 같은데? 처음에 이제 탈리아가 먼저 가는 거랑 그걸 좀 늦게 체크한 거.
나 블루 시작.
우리 니달리는 결국 들어오는 베인을 견제하는 과정에서 이 정글링 자체가 속도 차이가 좀 벌어졌는데 이게 인지가 안 된 상태로 라인전이 진행되다 보니까 애초에 그냥 2대3으로 붙은 거예요. 용빈이가 나 템포가 좀 늦는다. 한 턴만 사려줘. 내가 뚫고 나갈게 정도만 서로 얘기가 됐으면 이런 사태는 없었을 거다.
내가 스마 2번 바꾸고 갔으면 그래도 비슷했을 텐데.
빼려면 뺐겠죠?
아 그럼 이거는
네.
너네가 조합적으로 초반
네.
리드를 너무 많이 할 수 있는 매치업이야.
네.
정글도 훨씬 더
맞아.
주도적으로 움직일 수 있고. 그리고 중반에 너무 뻔한 얘기지만 전멸 체크, 순간이동 체크, 오브젝트 체크 요게 부족해 보이거든? 콜링을 들어봤을 때 좀 여유가 있는 친구가 서폿의 지민이. 내가 보기엔 전멸 하나는 거의 담당해서 콜링을 해주면 좋을 것 같아. 그래서 대표적인 예로 이 장면이 탈리아가 딱 전멸 없는 장면인데 이게 전멸 유무를 모르고 그냥 다 대충 있다고 생각을 해버리니까 각이 잘 안 보이고 우리가 시도를 못 하는 거거든? 그래서 이거를 지민이가 맡아주는 걸로.
은퇴하고 나서는 한 적이 없는데.
은퇴하고 나서 안 했다고 또 안 할 거야? 은퇴하고 나서 안 했다고 또 안 할 거야? 우리 전멸 누구 없어? 쟤네 전멸 누구 여기 몇 분까지 없어? 지금 오면 얘 잡을 수 있어. 이 얘기만 해 하루 종일. 이걸 해야 우리가 이긴다고 생각하면 요구하는 게 많은 거 아니잖아. 많아? 사실 냉정하게 얘기하면 서포터라는 포지션으로서 대화해야 되는 내용들, 뭐 소통적인 부분 이런 부분들은 거의 미달에 가깝고요. 단기간에 고치기 그리고 뭐 또 성격적으로도 해결하기가 쉽지 않아 보여서 차라리 그냥 확실한 목표를 줘야겠다. 딱 그 전멸이라는 단어에 좀 포커싱을 했던 것 같아요.
좀 당황해가지고 얘기를 잘 못했던 것 같은데. 근데 예상은 했어요. 팀게임을 하면은 보통 그런 걸 체크를 하는 게 기본으로 하기 때문에 네, 좀 플래시 쓰고 그런 게 안 보이더라고요. 이제 정노철 감독님 얘기했던 것처럼 소통이라든지 그런 거 좀 게임하고 연습하면은 괜찮지 않을까요?
이런 거 나는 어려운 거 아니라고 생각하거든?
해보겠습니다.
한번 해보는 걸로. 한번 해보는 걸로. 상대 팀도 얘기해줬지만 우리 멤버 굉장히 좋다. 딜러진 포텐 충분하고 힘 있고 좋고 소통적인 부분에서 우리가 룰만 딱 정해놓고 고쳐 나간다면 충분히 승산 있고 좋은 팀이 될 것 같다. 요걸 느낄 수 있는 판이 아니었나.
네, 다들 오늘 전체 측정 고생 많으셨고
첫 번째 정규 경기 상대를 공개하겠습니다.
네. 저희가 지난 시즌까지는 저희가 정규 경기 상대를 골라드렸었어요. 근데 이번에는 또 달라진 게 여러분들께 선택권을 드리려고 하고. 언제까지? 바로? 지금.
지금?
첫 번째 팀입니다.
잔지.
와우.
잔지.
세 보이는데?
나 호랑이는 안다.
아니 나이가
100세인데? 105.
딱 100이야 딱 100.
12?
12? 너무 좋아.
좋네요.
너무 좋아.
그래도 입으라는 거.
오케이, 다음.
유기.
여기는 아는 사람 많다.
용이 좀 빡센데?
소보로.
소보가 그게 유망주라고 들었는데?
여기는 굉장히 다 현장에서 많이 보고
맞아.
저희 정빈이 형 괜찮나요? 여기
윌러.
일본이었던
밀러? 힘들지.
미신이 맛있더라고.
이건 반칙이잖아. 다음.
영심 4위. 와, 애기네.
여기는 10대도 있네.
띠동갑을 넘어섰는데. 너무 어리.
나랑 15살
저희는 너무 어리다.
띠동갑. 리치님, 애니님 만나면 어떨 것 같아요?
너무 재밌을 것 같아요.
게임 진짜 근데 이렇게 하는데도 재밌게 하시나?
많이 넣어뒀어.
많이 들어갔고.
많이 들어갔어. 플레이 만나면 카메라 사.
매너가 있어졌네.
여기 근데 진짜 카림도 그렇고 칼릭스도 그렇고 많이 잘해.
항상
괜찮은
사람들 아니에요?
여기 좀 빡세.
다음.
마지막 1등 팀일 것 같은데?
순위가 계속 올라가는데.
야.
와, 1위구나.
디펜딩 챔피언.
한방은 알아.
캐스팅 한방.
여기도 좀 어리네.
다 어리다 부럽다.
어리가
나는 맛만 보는 걸 추천해.
근데 이게 첫 번째.
그니까 이 마지막 경기도 있을 테니까
그럼 중간 정도로 갈까?
이럴 때 소거법이 제일 좋아.
일단 1등 팀은 마지막에
일단 1위는 빼는 걸로.
1위 빼자.
왜냐면
1위
1위
빼자.
빼는데 다음에 이겨버리면 우리 다음 게
맞아.
와,
부럽다. 와, 한국 역시 좋아.
1위 남겨놔야 돼.
원래 하이라이트는 마지막에.
저희 주장의 의견
어떻습니까?
일단 카림 선수는 나랑 15살 차이 나고 15살 차인데
4위 소거 할까요? 4위 소거.
오케이.
소거.
여기 다 합쳐서 100이 안 돼.
여기 100이 안 돼. 안 돼.
아 이게 10이냐 6이냐 난 이런 느낌인데.
근데 이제 중요한 게 있어. 10위를 골랐는데 졌다. 더 내려갈 곳은 없는 거야 이제. 진짜 은퇴야. 100년이 되는 거야 이제. 비행기로? 비행기로 가자.
저는 괜찮아요.
가볼게.
미드도 괜찮아?
바텀은 아무 상관이 없어.
정글이 문제야.
난 할만해.
그러면 BNK로.
비행기로?
BNK로 가자.
자, 그러면 우리 상대가 정해졌으니 상대 팀에 한마디씩 한번 해볼까요?
구로 선수 나이를 보니까 만 20세인데 20세나 26이나 거기 쪽이 아닙니까? 이겨드리겠습니다.
윌러 선수 뭐 LCK 1군 뛰다 오셨는데 저도 예전에 1군이었기 때문에
언제 저기야?
한번 겨뤄봅시다.
데이스타 선수, 저도 한때 좀 쳤거든요. 보여드리겠습니다.
기아부 선수 차렷. 좋은 경기 했으면 좋겠고요. 승리자는 어차피 뭐 저니까. 상대가 나잖아.
서포터는 또 나이가 그렇게 덜 중요하다는 인식이 있기 때문에 이겨보도록 하겠습니다.
나도 강하게 한마디 해주십시오.
강하게 한마디요?
네.
우리 어린 친구들, 앞으로의 미래가 짱짱한 친구들인데 현실의 벽이 뭔지 보여드리겠습니다.
멋있다. 그래, 감독님 멋있다.
자, 우리에게 은퇴란 없다!
화이팅!
생각한 것보다 정글러가 굉장히 그 현역 시절의 몸놀림이 살아있는 것 같아서 저는 되게 많은 가능성을 본 것 같습니다.
저희 동빈이 형이 너무 잘해가지고 전 시즌에 감독이셨으니까 당연히 선수만큼 못할 줄 알았는데 와 진짜 확실히 뇌지컬이 엄청 뛰어나셔가지고 잘하신 것 같아요.
막상 이제 동빈이 형이랑 하니까 오 되게 신선하고 좋아요. 그냥 항상 적재적소에 있었어요. 그 위치에. 그게 좋았던 것 같아요.
저도 누군가 해야죠. 갈 거는. 오늘 첫 판 해보니까 살짝 느낌이 조금 좋고 이길만 할 것 같아요.
보완해야 될 점은 좀 명확한 게 저희가 일단 콜이 아주 확실히 첫 번째 판이다 보니까 많이 콜을 열심히 하면서 맞춰야 될 것 같고
약간 좀 그런 소통의 이슈가 있었다. 뭐 그런 좀 약간 디테일적인 부분을 살리자면은 뭔가 좀 지민이랑 저랑 그런 의사소통이 좀 안 되고 있어가지고 뭐 그런 부분은 이제 저희 오늘 딱 첫 만남이었으니까 만나가면 서로 이제 서로 알아가면 되니까.
얘는 현역인데 여기 왜 나왔냐 이런 생각 가지고 있으신 분들도 많을 수 있을 테고 뭐 은퇴했냐 이런 생각을 가질 수도 있는데 그냥 진짜 열심히 하고 싶어서 지원을 하게 됐고 네 진짜 열심히 해서 다시 좋은 모습 보여드릴 수 있도록 하겠습니다.
나 뭐 아직 팀게임을 어느 정도 한다? 이런 거를 좀 보여주고 싶어서 나온 거기도 하거든요. 그리고 나 아직 살아있다. 김종인 죽지 않았다. 이런 거 보여주고 싶어서 나온 거라서 제가 열심히 연습해가지고 이번에도 똑같이 한번 또 보여드리고 싶긴 해요.
아무래도 저희 옛날 선수들이기 때문에 옛날 팬분들이 되게 응원을 많이 하실 거라고 생각을 합니다. 그래서 저희도 그거에 뒤지지 않게 열심히 해가지고 좋은 성적 또 이기는 모습을 보여드리겠습니다.
멤버들이 센 만큼 시즌 1, 2에는 못했던 승리를 한번 해보도록 열심히 노력하겠습니다.
이번 리플레이에서 다시 선수 스코어로 돌아왔는데 옛날의 그 멋진 모습 다시 한번 보여드리도록 노력하겠습니다. 파이팅!
사실 또 같이 했던 친구들이 많은 만큼 저희가 또 저희만의 케미를 또 발휘해서 모두가 원하는 꼭 승리 꼭 보여드릴게요. 화이팅!
종인이 형, 저는 형 어색하지 않아요.
turned to ashes. It made me who I am today. I escaped from the latches of the shadows chasing me down. I'm not gonna run, I am standing my ground. Wherever I go, fear does not follow. Even when the storm hits and hell is abound. I'm never running, I'm never hiding. I'll never be a prisoner, I won't stop fighting. I'm never quitting, I'm never caving. No, I'll never be a prisoner to your control. I'm never running, I'm never hiding. I'll never be a prisoner, I won't stop fighting. I'm never quitting, I'm never caving. No, I'll never be a prisoner to your control. I'll never be a prisoner, I won't stop fighting. I'm never quitting, I'm never caving. No, I'll never be a prisoner to your control.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is time for the final match of the week, and we saved one of the best till last. We're deciding second place here in the LCK, which is kind of nutty because the matchup is Kwangdong Freaks versus D+ Kyo. I swear to God, it's T1's loss to KT. It's just thrown everything into complete disarray, and we don't know where any of these teams are going to be.
Leave it to KT to leave everything in disarray.
It's perfect, isn't it?
It really, well, I don't think it's him specifically, but I think it's the whole
He's
team.
part of at least 20%.
He's part of the equation.
Yeah, 20% of it. Let's have a look at the standings while you go into your next point.
Well, no, that's okay, because I was going to talk a little bit about the fact that KT is an agent of chaos, but we don't have time for that. We need to focus on this match. And this is not only contentious because these teams are fighting for second place. These teams are also two of the teams that right now are looking pretty likely to be, at the very least, playoff contenders, but I think they're both aiming higher than just being in playoffs, and neither of them really was able to bring that. I know DK had a better playoffs than were expected, but they weren't necessarily a standout nonetheless. They want to be actual contenders.
Yeah. And I think one of the things as well is this is one of the biggest tests outside of their matchup against T1 for Kwangdong Freaks to really show that they do deserve to be on the western side of the standings. Because outside of this, it has looked a little bit eastern as far as their battles this round robin have been. So a huge test as far as figuring out whether these guys are legit, right?
And coming in, you never know, because you can look at both these teams and go, hey, that's kind of fake. The fact that DK beat Hanwha, Hanwha looked a little shaky. That was game 1 of the season. The fact that Kwangdong got, a win against T1, not sure. Even though DK got 2-0'd, T1 might have just been having a bit of a fun one, as they often do. 2-0ing KT for Kwangdong. Let's be honest, in the first couple of weeks, it didn't really mean
that was dime a dozen, yeah.
There's a lot of questions going into this because it feels like this will give us a much better idea of what the real power level of these two teams are. We're still figuring it out. We're still in round 1, and this match is going to be pivotal for that.
So these DPM numbers are kind of different.
Okay,
That's nuts.
In aiming or in Leaper's defense, his games generally don't take 45 minutes, and there's a lot of less average game time, and he doesn't get to 6 items, which does skew this.
It does a little.
Exclusively in terms of DPM.
Yeah, and of course we didn't compare the gold because that would be completely
Why would we?
absurd. Yeah, we wouldn't do that to him. As we will welcome Kwangdong Freaks out to LoL Park first up. The new and improved bottom lane, I think we can say that pretty confidently. With Andal, I think his return to form has been absolutely fantastic to see. We've always known what he's been capable of, having watched him in Challenger previously, but really did not have any of those performances, at least towards the end. Most definitely with the Kwangdong Freaks last season. So really good to see his return to form alongside Leaper, who has been a great addition to this squad. And we'll just have to see whether they can continue going from strength to strength now up against D+ Kia, who now look like all 5 players seem to have somewhat of the same idea of what to do on the map, which is really cool.
Not something that we really were expecting after spring, and I think the meta has helped them as well. A lot of aimings champions are strong. Lucid gets to play carry junglers, but it's this man on Kellen that has stepped it up, stepped up massively. I think Kingen being more consistent, but it's still Kingen, right? Like Kingen is just never going to be. You don't really need him to be the guy that goes for the 1v9 performances. But I do think on average he was a 7 in spring. I think he's cruising towards an 8. But Callan at times was a 3.
Yeah.
And right now
we were inventing smaller numbers.
Oh yeah, we were really.
That's true.
Well, we shouldn't invent numbers. I think you actually have a lot of thoughts on that. But I do think that Callan specifically has really stepped it up this split. As hey,
and we've got Marong here to support and bringing over some Brazilian merch. You love to see it. Here to support his former team, as of course Malrang was on D+ for a while before he left us and traveled the world to spread his joyous video games everywhere. Absolutely fantastic. Well, let's see what he thinks about these 2 junglers. Cuz and Lucid, both of them have been absolutely fantastic this season. I think they've really been standouts. There's a reason why the POG standings are all junglers. And I think it's because it's been really important to have a good one.
It's a jungle meta. And the fact that Cuz is a DPM like this, while half of his, most picked Maokai, or champions, that's kind of...
I mean, it's Leandri's first item Maokai that he's played every game, okay?
Well, I know that, but even then, and obviously the Nidalee does a lot of helping there. Lucid has been very different. We saw this as well. Lucid is playing the same way he did in Challengers. He's really aggressive. He's looking for plays. And I think his team fighting has been the biggest difference, as well as his ability to discern, should I go in or not? I think the years he spent in Challenger kind of...
Instead of that just being a yes every time, it is now a, I'll have a consider, and then...
I'll think?
Perhaps yes.
And then maybe yes, maybe no. But that has been a really big improvement for him. I think the Nidalee for both of these 2 teams should be a consideration. The one thing I do not want to see, because we've seen Kwangdong specifically really play around this well, is, and DK have probably the worst draft that we've seen. If you pick Nidalee, give it setup. I do not want to see like Zeri, Lulu, Nidalee, and then Corki mid, and then, I don't know, King. It doesn't really matter at that point.
Tristan at top.
Smaller top. There you go.
Hey, Kingan's 100% win rate on that champion, I'll have you know.
I know, and I still don't want to see a Nidalee in that composition. I think Kwangdong's drafts have been more consistent, and to me, the drafts for DK in some ways might be a bit more limited. I expect that 5, for example, to be taken away from Lucid. Aiming, obviously, one of our stronger Ezreal players, and I think that that's going to be a highly contested pick here today.
I think so too. I think Aiming hasn't actually played it yet, which is kind of interesting because we've always known Aiming as the Ezreal guy. I'm sure he's been, scratching off the rust, absolutely. As Kellen, big grin. We'll see whether he's going to be once again on his Alistair, which he's got his Alistair license back. He can ride cows again. It's completely fine.
Kellen really gives me the big friendly giant vibes. He's just, he's there lumbering, having a good time.
Yep.
And
they've honestly, the atmosphere in D+ has really improved.
They also have been
seen that they've
winning
been
a lot more.
They have been winning a lot more.
I do agree, and they are, because Showmaker's there, they're a vibes team, right? And for Kwangdong, I am so curious to see, because I think that this is probably, I'd argue, their biggest test yet. I know they were able to take a win over T1, but I do think that as that series developed, it was a bit of a rough one, and you could say the same for DK. Outside of Hanwha, they've got 2-0'd by T1, and it wasn't particularly close. The first game, kind of, and that's the pitfall that I'm wondering if DK is going to fall into again, where they look good in an early game and then make one mistake, and then the series just kind of goes from there. And Guangdong actually have stepped it up so much when it comes to their mid to late game.
We'll see how it all unfolds here as we dive into the draft for game number 1. Corki already taken away, and the Nautilus will be the response here. I'm really glad, I really liked what you said before about the drafting from Guangdong Freaks, because like you say, it feels like CV Max, like sometimes he gets into his head what the meta looks like and then sticks to it. He's done that again, but he got it right.
Oh, he's locked in on this current meta. Absolutely.
100%. And it's really good to see. We'll see whether it is going to be, once again, a little bit more of that with, you know, it's been Corki, Tristana, Yone, or Hui for Bulldog, and it's one Hui game that he's played so far, and I think that's mainly because, you know, he was pushed that far into the draft. Like, they know exactly what they want to do, and it's been adopted by so many other teams. That Hui, like we were talking about, going to be taken away. And Tristana last ban, do they just get rid of all of them? No, will be the Viego. It'll be removed.
Yeah, probably looking for a Tristana B1 here, but the value of the Skarner also goes up a decent amount with the Rumble ban. I do gotta say though, I think particularly Dudu is going to be really happy to just play K'Sante, so I don't think the Skarner is really going to be too much of an issue. B1 Tristana feels the most likely. It's also an opportunity here to ban the Ashe, which otherwise will be a highly prioritized. I can't believe that of all Lucid's junglers, even though I did think he'd get better at Maokai, that's the one that you take away.
Well, you're doing this for a very good reason, and that is because if you want to get Tristana, you then have to give up Talia Vi.
This would be...
The first pick Lee Sin is weird. The nodding is also weird. It's fine.
Okay, that makes a lot more sense. I was about to say, I know Lucid loves his Lee, but right now, not really what you're looking for. Lucid's Vi has been absolutely insane. His team fighting has been impeccable for Cuz. The Sejuani is generally what he goes towards here. Viego is his other standout pick, but that one was already taken away. And really, when we saw the Viego ban, we also could have seen the Vi B1 coming. It has been a very popular counter pick because you can negate the ult. Tristana should come as absolutely zero surprise, and I'm wondering if D Plus is just looking to play an extremely aggressive mid-jungle into this to try and punish, as it will in fact be the Ezreal prioritized here.
Wait, they get Zeri Talia.
They do.
That's... Whoa, okay.
Yeah, it's a lot of power.
This Ezreal priority is kind of... Oh, Cuz, do it. Don't be scared.
Bulldog is just messing with us.
Okay, so... How we feel... Okay. The Cuz gonna bring out the Morgana, and like you say, this is amazing. It could theoretically still be a flex, I guess, but we're heavily expecting this to go over to Cuz in the jungle.
Oh man, I love that. It's you see Lucid's face, he's like, guys?
Yeah, he's like, I thought this was going to be like the enemy Nidalee free win, but I guess not, they're learning.
Why are we not handshaking? Because in case you're not familiar, Morgana hasn't been meta in quite a while. Used to be a support, then was a mid laner for some glorious moments, which Atlas loves to refer to. Back in 2015. Most recently has been a jungler, and her Claire got buffed already hard. She was basically a mainstay for like one MSI in 2021. She has a skill that's Black Shield, and that makes all forms of CC just completely null and void, which Vi's whole point, especially with Talia, is that combo. So I really, really like this. I think this is something that they maybe didn't have to pull out this early. That would be my only piece of criticism. I do think that maybe you could go for a Leona here and then just pick it later in the rotation, because there's absolutely zero chance this is going to get banned out.
Well, it does depend, right? It does depend on where the scrim rotations are at, right?
Sure.
Because if these guys have been scrimming each other more and more recently, and the Morgana had been working out and things like this, it depends how known that quantity is. But I do understand, like, there are a lot of AP junglers. We know that Cuz plays an exceptionally large amount of them. So there may not have necessarily been a big need, but it does mean that the K'Sante is going to be banned on the blue side. An interesting maneuver.
They gotta have something else. It might be King going towards the Mord, because with what is still up here, that seems the most likely.
And also you can break the Black Shield a little bit better if you do have the Mordekaiser, so I guess that's a thing.
TF. But I don't like picking TF into Morgana does seem like a bit of a rough one. So we like the fact that Cassante, Renekton, and Gnar were banned. You knew this was happening.
Oh, I love the Graggy.
Oh, and it is the Gragas for King, and they're bringing it back after quite a long amount of time. Gragas, obviously, in one hand, is going to struggle into Morgana as well, but there's only one Black Shield.
Yeah.
And the magic damage that he does that, although we'll have to see, I think the tank build really has taken a big hit. I think it most likely be either full AP or kind of hybrid build with Rod of Ages. Can also help break it so that you can have some level of power. And I would have loved the Crank, obviously, but I do think that the composition loses a lot of staying power and becomes really flippy if you don't go for an engage support, right? Because if you have Blitzcrank Morgana, if you ever hook or bind someone, they do die, but it does limit. I think this is a lot more well-rounded, and we have seen, particularly Ezreal, do so much better in lane. So I think a big thing for DK is can Aiming and Kellen navigate this lane well, and to what extent is Cuz going to be able to negate the impact of that mid-jungle duo? The Taliyah Vi, insanely strong but very reliant on CC, and Morgana should, in theory, counter that.
One thing I'm looking forward to is getting the Magnet Impale plus a Soul Shackles. That sounds absolutely absurd as a combination if it does ever actually work out. So hopefully Quantum Freaks can orchestrate something like that. I do think that both of these teams have explosive compositions. I think that if, you know, you can see ways to victory on both sides. Quantum Freaks, I think, a little bit more imaginative with the way they went about it. It felt like that Morgana, kind of a checkmate option, but the pivot from D+ is kind of nice. Throw in a lot of AoE, a lot of magic damage, so you can break those shields, make the single target aspect of it, make it less relevant, and then go from there. But we'll see exactly how it is going to go. Quantum Freaks seem to be just going from strength to strength. Put an 80 carry in the mid lane, AP in the jungle, and you're feeling good. Let's jump into the Rift for game number 1. Okay, I'm not gonna lie to you. Those fan chants were so incredibly loud.
Ooh, on either side.
Yeah, both sides.
That was intense, Atlas.
Huh.
This is a big match.
It is. I can't wait to see the stadium match between Quantum Freaks and D+ Gear. I'm looking forward to that. As, you know, kind of just to go back to yesterday, of course, I was watching from home, but man, the vibes.
It added so much.
Yeah, a regular
really
season telecom war, like being played in a big venue like that, super awesome. And hopefully, you know, maybe sometime in the future, we can see this matchup right here.
And being filled.
Yeah,
regular season.
I know.
It's
and
so
the
cool.
cheerleaders and everything like that. It felt like I was watching a baseball game.
Yeah,
you know?
everyone kept saying that. I've never watched a baseball game in.
I've only seen the videos
Korea.
of when when
Deft and
League of,
Pharaoh.
when the KT team goes to.
That's why they won.
Yeah, there we go.
They had practice. They knew.
Aha.
Cuz going to be starting off with an Invader. Obviously was spotted, so we might see some vertical jungling happening here. Do note that Morgana's clear obviously is going to be a whole lot faster, and oh, this is actually really cute here from Cuz, because your Raptor clear speed take is so insane. And, he's going to definitely be able to mess with Lucid here. Do need to be careful though, because Morgana is one of those champions that is not necessarily the strongest in the pure 1v1. Is
all right.
Still, yeah.
Yeah, Ona played this last 672 days ago. As we were talking about, Cuz going to be able to come on over and make sure that all of his camps do belong to him. So Lucid onto his second one as of now. So not the optimal start here for the D+ Kia jungler.
Yeah, Lucid also going for Q second. Normally E is a bit more consistent. Also gives you the auto reset so you can chew through your camps a little bit quicker. So big win for Cuz there. Nothing major, right? Like one camp is not going to be the end of the world, but it is going to set a jungler wants to get to level 6 as soon as possible behind. And really smart pathing there from Cuz, reading what Lucid was most likely going to do. They're also going to be, I'm pretty sure, still get the information as to where he's going. Those wards, I don't think both of them are going to time out, although that one is most likely to spot, so... But they know, realistically, like, unless Lucid wants to flip the game on a topside gank, which is a very, very bad idea, not really going to be a surprise as to where this Vi is going.
Yep. Dudu up here towards the top side is pushing Kingen in pretty consistently. Taking the phase rush on the Gragas this time around. We'll see whether, like, I think we have seen Gragas like a smattering of times so far here in the LCK. It's been mainly the tank variety, which makes me feel a little bit sad. We'll see where Kingen's going to go.
Considering he has phase rush, it'll be at worst like AP Bruising to go Rod of Ages.
Yeah, because it's not the grasp, right?
It's
so
definitely
like
not,
it's not that bad.
I think it's also good. They did kind of kill full tank, and I think full tank Gragas was not particularly interactive, so I'm quite happy about that. As they're going to meet here, because obviously going to be up a level, might be looking for a second Raptor invade, and a lot of this also flows from the fact, and particularly the fact that Lucid couldn't really go for anything in that early level 2 when they were at the red buff, is because Bulldog had Prio. And Showmaker, you know, you're not really expected to have Prio against the Tristana for the first couple of levels, so it doesn't come as a surprise. It is going to be a nice little victory here. Both junglers now going to be backing, but because upper Raptor camp.
Yeah, and a scuttle. Yeah, that's pretty big for Cuz on this Morgana. We'll see whether he can continue to push this lead. We saw that leads don't necessarily mean everything in our last series when it comes to the jungle in the early game.
One.
Yep.
Special series.
As crash down from Andal as he's taking a fair bit of damage, but Leaper able to offer a bunch back there as well, as Amy and Callan just happily getting themselves a bit of a reset. And will probably head home. Yes, that's exactly what they're going to do. So having a look at the CS numbers, it's Aiming with a slight lead. It's Dudu with a slight lead, pretty even in the mid lane, and Lucid still playing the catch-up game, trying to get towards Cuz, who just hits level 5.
He's not catching up. That's just how it works with AP junglers in particular, as we take a look at that.
Yeah, he's pretty good at this champ.
It is such a Kingen champ as well. Like, it just makes sense. It feels right. If a champion has any form of displacement, I feel like Kingen always just has that little extra edge. You know, with Aatrox, you have the pullback. With Gnar, you have the slam him into the wall.
And this, you have a throw a big barrel.
You do. Just a big barrel.
It works out. As I think that we're having a look at what is going to be, you know, the crux of this composition for D+, and that is whether or not we can certify aiming. I know that Wolf is there. He's got his pad with the paper. He's ready to, you know, put those lines in, but the certifications haven't come on through. We need to do the paperwork, and we'll see whether it is going to be something that Aiming can do once again. Of course, 5-1 on this pick, I believe, for Aiming, as both him and Leaper have played a fair bit of the Zeri so far this season.
Oh, interesting here. So what happened is the junglers both got spotted. Lucid immediately started Dragon, and then had to clear the ward. Morgana in particular has such an insanely quick Drake take. I gotta say though, I don't know if this really means anything. Like, Kwangdong is rotating, but there's a huge wave that was pushed into bottom by Aining and Kellen, so I think maybe a bit of waste of time. I understand the idea of trying to contest this, but realistically, if you have to catch bot wave, you're not going to be able to get anything going. So nicely done there, Aining and Kellen, effectively securing DK to Drake.
Yep.
And yeah, the speed of Morgana, particularly with, you know, the Void Mites, it's a little silly.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. 56 right now. That is a whole bunch of camps and a whole lot more than what Lucid's been able to do. As that extended beam not going to land onto Leaper, as Quantum Freaks look to grab some control back of this wave. Desperate for level 6 is Lucid, Cuz already collecting his, but haven't had a first blood just yet. We'll see who's going to be able to utilize their positions on this map to try and get something done. Definitely feels like there's a level of intensity in this matchup. You actually reminded me of this before, was the fact that so far this year, D+ hasn't been able to beat Quantum Freaks.
Yeah, which is weird, right? Like, that feels wrong.
It does.
Even knowing that Kwangdong had a couple of really good weeks and DK as a team were, and, you know, could possibly still be wildly inconsistent. I think that realistically applies to both of these two teams.
So does that
have
mean
some action towards the bot side of the map?
Yeah, there are a bit of a...
But they haven't... If DK win, would be their first game win.
Oh no, Aiming gonna get bound, immediately has to cleanse and flash and use everything to get himself out. Sometimes you just wander into the river and almost die. So now that is a summonerless Zeri. That does not feel very good if you're a D+ fan.
Yeah, I don't think he had to do that. Do want to highlight what was really cute there by Kwangdong was that the stagger on the CC meant that Aiming wasn't able to, like, he had to use both cleanse and flash, as opposed to just being able to cleanse it off and then slide over the wall. So nicely done there by Cuz and Undeal. But so for DK, the problem is that Lucid was always going to get outpaced, but due to the great start that Cuz had, it's going to be to an even more aggressive degree because he got both the Raptor and then denied the possible steal, so Lucid wasted a lot of time. That alone means that the jungle matchup is always going to go pretty heavily in terms of money in favor because you just don't have the clear speed. So I understand this attempt from Lucid does have level 6 available right now. I don't think they know about the ward in the middle brush, but it might not matter.
Oh yeah, Kingan's going to set it up gloriously. First blood. And so well deserved. There's a reason why this guy's win rate's so good.
And that's what I was just getting into. That means that Lucid has only one option, and that's force ganks around the map. Even though Morgana, obviously, you know, if you do hit a binding, you are very strong in enabling and setting up kills. Actually ganking isn't really something that you're that good at. You know, your binding is hard to hit. You can flash out of the ultimate, so guaranteeing kills is tough. So really well done there by Kingan specifically. Sets him up and ensures that Lucid doesn't just walk around without being able to do anything.
Oh, the body slam positioning as well. Absolutely gorgeous. Couldn't have played that better, I don't think.
Man, nicely done there by Kingan. And it's a big kill for him as well, right? He's the one that gets the gold on an AP Gragas in particular.
Yeah.
That's going to add a lot of value.
See already, last chapter done. He's got a cool belt. No pants falling down at all for this Gragas. He's well and truly under control.
That's interesting, actually. I kind of wonder what he actually is going to build because he has his lost chapter, Tear, and Giant's Belt.
Yeah, I don't think you get very much Rylai's value, so
I don't imagine that'll be it. No.
I'm very much hoping not. But we'll see where he decides to go. Certainly seems like a bit of a hybrid build for now. Just wanting to build up a bunch of extra health. As Lucid back to clearing things out. Couple of camps before we're considering getting around and looking for some ganks. 1 minute on Drake number 2. That'll be a Chemtech. So that means that we will have an interesting soul, unless it's Ocean. If it's not that though, we're psyched. And
yeah,
so far, it's not really
a bit unfortunate.
Yeah, it would. But I mean,
Ocean at least is fun because the health bar just goes whee.
Yeah, that's true. It's like everyone's got Warmogs. It's great.
On top of most people actually getting Warmogs.
It's true. It's not quite League of Warmogs like it used to be, but it's pretty close. As now Lucid makes his way in, and Leaper, oh dear, he is very, very dead. That's back-to-back for Lucid. Because, of course, in the last fight, he didn't even need to ult.
He didn't. I'm kind of wondering if Leaper didn't have... it looked like Leaper didn't have E, because I think if you...
I think he might have tried to proc a W or something.
Because if you E and flash and you have barrier underneath the turret, I don't think the play works out, or at least Lucid's going to have to flash. Aiming is going to have to try and play it more aggressive. There's some risk involved. Because he definitely had the time to try and flash, so I'm going to assume that it wasn't up. And if you don't have E, then yeah, flashing does nothing and you just die there anyway. So in that case, holding it definitely the right call. So we do have this Drake being taken. It's going to be 1-1. We're going to find out what rift we're about to have, Atlas.
Yeah. Aiming goes back, collects a static shiv, and that's going to be Infernal once again. I feel like we've been gifted with a lot of Infernals so far this week, but especially today as well. As, yeah, Leaper, you don't really see too many of the opportunities to get too much done there, and as soon as the tether was connected with the cease and desist, it just wasn't really a way out. So, not going to happen. Lucid now moving towards this top side. I think Cuz going to be here very soon, but so is Kellen and Aiming. And that is going to be the successful steal away. So over goes Lucid, gets himself out. Kwangdong Freaks trailing by a few hundred gold.
That's a nice back, actually. I really like this from DK. So set up the lane swap, allows Aiming to get a free plate. As long as they don't run into any trouble. Aiming does have a sum, so at most those would be forced, but that's not even going to be the case. Nicely done here. Get the cancel on Dudu, which means that he's going to be a little bit late. Might allow King and a possible roam timer, as yeah, it is actually going to be Fimbulwinter, even with the purchase of that Lost Chapter. So interesting. Can't wait to see what he's actually going to go. Maybe, you know, again, kind of hybrid between doing a decent amount of damage while still being really beefy. Obviously, Gragas has a lot of ways to proc Fimbulwinter's shield. Going to get a lot of value out of that one.
Yep. I'm kind of hoping that he does build a little bit more towards damage, but we'll just have to see. As Lucid back on clearing duty once again. Leaper with his first item spike. One of the reasons why I think it was a really good idea that D+ gave up that Drake at the same time was the fact that Aiming was on a reset at exactly that time, had static Shiv gold right as they were taking the dragon, so I don't think that you really wanted to try and fight without that item completion. And now still going to be a little bit behind when it comes to the item spikes. I think Trinity Force a little bit stronger here than the Zigzag Sword.
One of the things I'm going to be looking towards as we get to these fights is to what extent is DK going to be able to play around Black Shield? And on the flip side, so DK can't go for the plays they normally go for. I think especially around Lucid, Zod, and Vi in general, teams and DK in particular have gotten really, really good at executing these snap plays. That's not really going to be nearly as reliable. On the flip side, you can also use Black Shield to play like an absolute maniac, and I think Bulldog in particular on Tristana might be looking to do that, where I can jump in with much more impunity knowing that you can't be CC'd.
Well, there's a Dark Binding. It's going to connect onto the Lulu, and nothing is really going to come of it. Just a bit of testing the waters, trying to get control, as Lucid getting himself out of the way of the Shattering Strike pretty nicely with that little Vault Breaker. 1,000 gold in it. And that means basically nothing, especially when we're 1 Drake apiece and 6 Scrubs going over to Kwangdong Freaks with a Tristana as well. Okay, there's a bit of a crash, and the Impale as well. Kingen just seems to only barely notice that all of this stuff is happening as he gets a phase rush and books it out of there.
He is unbothered, Atlas. Wow. Not in the slightest impressed with what happened there.
All right, there's the Vault Breaker flash, and once again, Bulldog this time in trouble. The flash forward from Showmaker, though, looking for some more rocks as Bulldog makes it out! Oh, only needed 1 more of those volleys to be threaded through as there's the Extendo Beam. Leaper taking some damage from Aiming as Teleport comes in. And he'll road Shelly all the way forward. Kingen looks for the opportunity. There's the value of the Black Shield, but can they get more? The answer's no, as the Seismic Shove does miss. Maybe that's the answer, just like go for as many things and then just hope the Black Shield's on cooldown for one of them.
Very big win here, though, for Kwangdong. DK, they invest a lot. I hope we get a replay of the top play, because I think Showmaker actually messed up there. It kind of depends. If Bulldog needs to walk forward for Lucid to have a shot to hit his Q or hit his ultimate, then it makes sense, but using the W beforehand when you kind of want to use it for the combo meant they didn't have enough damage to actually take down Bulldog. And then in mid, even though they are able to, you know, force a little bit of something, I think Andil did end up flashing. They get the mid lane turret, Kwangdong do, thanks to the Herald. No one ends up going down, and Gold still dead even as we head towards this upcoming fight. And Atlas, this is exactly what I was hoping for between these two teams.
It's so incredibly close. And this is what it should be on paper. Remember, this isn't sort of the middle of the LCK type battle that I think a lot of people might assume looking at the names. This is a fight for second place, an outright second place. As Humble Life Esports not challenging for that this week.
Yeah, it's early. Both these teams haven't faced Gen G yet, which obviously will be the big caveat, and I don't think either of them... I'm sure DK will somehow get close and then lose, as they have for the last, 2.5 years? As we do have DK having a first move here. Do take note. Again, the CC for DK is insanely strong. I imagine they want to try and play for the retake. They don't want to take too much poke, right? Because if Leaper is just going to fire Qs, Cuz is just going to keep on using his soil and keep firing off bindings as well. One of them is eventually going to hit. See it right there.
Yeah. Does put down the... I don't think it's Tormented Soil anymore, but I think I will always call it Tormented Soil. As here's the teleport, we're committing. Dark Binding going to connect. Cuz's accuracy on those has been pretty fantastic as Kingen got to body slam his way out. X-Flash to get Andil over. And just a jockeying for position. The Dragon still mad as Weaver's Wall tries to buy them some space. We'll see whether they can burst this one down before Cuz can get in, but he makes it, and there's the steal! Now Lucid trying to find the angle, but there is the crash into the wall. Aiming's thrown down the ulti though. Can the Zeri find some opportunities? And there goes the Morgana as kill number one. Andil looking for an opportunity, and the True Shot Barrage goes wide. It's another one into the bank of Aiming. And I think we might be writing some things down on some paper and stuff about what's happening with Azeri.
Oh boy! A win for DK. Yes, they lose the Dragon, but you're still going to be happy about that one. One highlight, it's really hard to steal and try and 50-50 against the Morgana because of her W. It executes, so Cuz a little bit early, I think, there on the wall. They don't have as much damage as they think. And then here, crucially, Kingen's Disengager ends up saving the fight, because if they are not CC'd when that Impale comes through, I think that's the end of it. But instead, DK actually stay alive long enough, and Aiming, he's just firing away as he does. Picks up a bunch of kills, and that is gold on the member that you wanted most. Kwangnon, they're not going to be too phased by that. They still got the Dragon, they're building towards an Infernal Soul, and I don't think they gave up too much there, but Aiming getting kills on Zeri, particularly when there is, I want to highlight this again, no point and click CC. There is no Vi, there's no, there is a lot of CC on Kwangnon, don't get me wrong. But if Aiming, and I think on Zeri, he has been very consistent with this, can say no to some of his instincts to slide into situations where he shouldn't be, he should be very hard to lock down.
Not to mention, very comfortable to protect. I feel like everyone on this team is a peel machine.
Oh yeah.
Like, it is kind of nuts.
All right.
And so, D+, they just need to hope that Kwangnon Freaks are very happy to 5v5 more and more often, because I don't think they have to. I think that side laning with a Tristana is going to feel absolutely brilliant. The amount of wave clear that you'll have with a Morgana, kind of weirdly enough, you could actually park her in a lane and get her just to clear things out as, oh, Dark Binding does actually connect here as Lucid. Going to take a bit of damage from the explosive charge, but otherwise it's going to be fine. Redemption comes down. He's going to say thank you to Kellen for that one. Baron has just spawned about 20 seconds ago, but it looks like neither team is going to take that risk just yet. And man, it's still not feeling definitive. Nothing's really feeling definitive. And yes, D+ have a slight gold advantage, but it's nothing that's really, like, if either team gets to play their game, they'll win.
Wow, I thought maybe they wanted to go for something, but due to his hard to lock down, Aiming was on his way to try and look for something. Not going to be the case here. I do want to highlight though, I'm kind of wondering whether we are going to see Kellen go towards an early McKills. That's kind of what I've been expecting, but he does already have an Ether Wisp in his inventory, so it doesn't look that likely as Leaper.
Here's the jump scare, manages to get the Flash Vault Breaker as Leaper gets out. Okay, Magnus Storm is going to go wide, but gets the flash out of Lucid. And D+, they do not push too far forward to get punished, but they don't get their target.
Nice attempt there from DK. Lucid again on point with his flash. That's a trade you'll take 100%. I think Vi has slightly less value anyway because of the Morgana, and Leaper not having his flash and barrier available could be big if they can play around that one way or another. Obviously the Ezreal cooldown on Z still going to be something that you have to play around with. But still, nicely done there. Aiming getting that kill obviously would have been the best case scenario, as we had a little bit of a misstep there from Lucid. Thought the burn would do it.
I guess he just didn't. Maybe he just didn't want to kill it. He's realized the error of his ways.
But no, but like we're post 20 minutes, so you definitely do.
No, he just wants Aiming to do it. Aiming wanted the gold.
If Aiming ran straight to red buff, I actually would have believed that.
Yeah,
I'm not even kidding.
I couldn't quite sell it, could I?
No, but...
oh, no. He had to go to mid lane because that wave was crashing. And so now he goes down and takes red.
Is that...
That's my headcanon. You can't change it.
I don't know. I actually think that you're right. This is the hustle of a man who is about to become yet another Gold King, Atlas.
He wants to hit Infinity Edge in the next
12 seconds. So then he can skate back in and be the hero. We'll see.
I don't think we're hitting that. This is a big fight, though, because if DK get the same trade they did last time, this time, that won't be enough. You need to try and ensure that Cuz doesn't get near this pit.
Oh, aiming. This is dangerous positioning, isn't it? Teleport is going to be utilized. True Shot Barrage comes through. Kellen realizing that he might need to try and help his captain. As Kwangdong Freaks grouped up and ready. Dragon about to spawn, in fact, just spawning right now. Showmaker throwing rocks around and Dudu doing exactly the same thing. It's a throwing rocks party.
Really big moment here. Lucid is trying to heal off of his camp, so DK can't really go for an engage right now. He is in the pit.
Yeah, gets into the back. Okay, let's see where the Bulldog's going to be able to deal with him here as the Vault Break is getting charged. Looking for the Tristana. The buffer is good, though. The Black Shield also going to be utilized. As now Bulldog is just going 1 versus 2, getting rid of them. Leaper is going to turn onto Showmaker, but he's going to get collapsed on. There's the Impale, it's found for Zeri! And can Aiming actually stand his ground? The answer's no. The Peel machines, they weren't there, and the Kwangdong Freaks, not only will they be able to grab the soul point, they'll also wipe the team fight.
Kwangdong Freaks come up huge as Bulldog finds his shot. Him and Leaper jump on, and that starts off with, I think, a decent idea by DK. Try and get a cooldown off. They get with the ultimate from Lucid. Bulldog jumps back in, right? He's not in the fight, he's black shielded, but then the follow-up afterwards. Showmaker is so far split from the rest of his team, and they just don't have that much threat. They need to play respectful because of the Skarner. So you basically get 2 separate fights here, but look at Dudu. He, in particular, together with Undil, don't, like the rest of DK just can't walk up here.
Yeah.
So you have a really awkward situation where for Leaper and Bulldog, I love this call to just go in as ham as they do onto Showmaker. If Kingen hits that flash and it also hits Bulldog, that might be enough. And then the Impale on top of the one guy that can maybe save the fight for DK. That's Kwangdong with a 1-team fight. A soul point and a Baron.
It's everything. And Bulldog pretty happy about how it's all going as we're back in live, and now Undil is in a little bit of trouble, getting thrown around. There's a cease and desist as Cuz getting taken down very low. That's another kill for Aiming. And a teleport is coming forward. Nice seismic shove there onto Bulldog, but he is going to be able to laugh that one off pretty comfortably, and that might put a little bit of a dampening on the whole Baron play situation.
Yeah, I was a little worried there, but it's not going to be the end of the world. There's still 2 minutes left on this Red Bull Baron power play. Should at the very least be able to pick up the top outer. Imagine the goal is to get one of the inners as well, but this is going to take a lot of wind out of the sails. As we take a look here, being that far up when DK is going to be looking for a pick.
Oh,
again?
Dear, once again the jump scare comes forward. Bulldog trying to get himself out. There's the Black Shield. And once again, Cuz's nope button is going to come up trumps.
And this is what we were saying earlier. It not only allows you to defensively keep your carry safe when they get engaged on, but it also means that you can play so much more aggressive, and man, Bulldog is loving that.
Oh yeah.
It takes a little bit of wind out of the sails, but because the health bars on DK still get relatively low, I think they might have to be careful as Kingen is still looking for an engage, has his ultimate as well.
Yeah, let's see how many Cuz can save here. As he doesn't have stasis, there's the cask. As they do get the Black Shield out. As D+ really trying to finagle their way around this very tricky cooldown.
And look at that. Actually, Kingen going for Zeke's, and then already has a Warden's Mail in his inventory as well. So it's really just Lost Chapter into utility tank.
Yeah.
To come through here. I think that's one of the problems that DK is running into. Showmaker also, in enabling the rest of the map and in making a lot of plays, has obviously been involved for most of the kills that DK have gotten. He's dropped a lot of waves. He hasn't really been able to hit nearly as many turrets as Bulldog has, and Bulldog also has a ton of kills. So, and this is something that DK have been doing pretty consistently, and that's okay if the plays work out. But I think we're starting to see that DK are really reliant on finding these catches around the map. And if those catches don't come through, Kwangdong just keep taking the punches. And this Morgana, again, I think a stroke of brilliance because it plays so well into what DK has tried to do for the last couple of weeks.
Yeah. Cuz just really having that checkmate option.
There is still Aiming. though. So like, and it's really good for Kwangdong. And if they get Infernal Soul, I think that it becomes very hard to play out. But there is a free item Zeri on the team, about to hit level 16, and Lulu to back him up as well.
So not out of the woods entirely is what we're saying. But 6,000 gold is still a lot of gold.
They're starting to see the light. You know, the trees are clearing up.
Uh-huh. Well, let's see what it's going to look like once we do actually have a clear picture, because I think we'll have a better idea in about 45 seconds. That's when this Infernal Drake is going to spawn.
It should be, realistically, almost impossible for DK to walk in. They don't have any vision control. So they will be able to shove out this bot wave, get the turret, and then see if they can leverage that into more.
Yep, Amy going to come on over, grab that local gold, and zap down these minions. True Shot Barrage is going to stop Kellen's back, who is looking to try and have a cheeky reset.
We'll be able to now.
Definitely not, as now Kingen will catch this wave that's crashing on the inhibitor turret. He has teleport, can make his way in. Showmakers is on cooldown. He's dealing with the mid wave, can always get over there. He is Talia. So, Kwangdong Freaks here to greet the dragon as it does come down. And I think D+, if they don't win this one, the game gets extremely difficult.
Showmaker doesn't have TP. I think he would really like to get Cripplum. I don't know if he has the gold, but that would be a really big spike. Doesn't have it. This is the final stance for DK. Otherwise, Kwangdong, they're looking good here, Atlas.
Yep, flank angle for the Gragas. I don't think Kingen's been seen either, as Bulldog was tanking up this dragon. The rest of Kwangdong Freaks just wanting to be as a group, wanting to be together. That's a lot of damage onto Kellen. Immediately has to use that redemption, gets a whole bunch of health back because of it. As in goes Lucid, looks for Andil, but now he has to flash out. The Ignite is on him, he gets the shield, but it is done. That is Soul. They don't lose anyone, but I mean, that's about as bad as it could be.
That's Infernal Soul for Kwangdong. And DK, the only thing they have left standing is their base objectives just going the way of the Kwangdong Freaks. Baron about to come up, and with Infernal Soul, it's got to be almost impossible to fight. Cripplum is done now, and I think we're starting to see for DK, the problem is when you start to fall behind in a composition like this, like Lucid obviously in a really rough position, but he, outside of Kingen, is the only one that can step up, and Kingen looking for the flank. It creates a lot of lose-lose situations. Like, aiming needs space. Someone needs to step up, but if Kingen does it, I think he still gets targeted relatively quick. Again, even before the Infernal Soul, there's a lot of damage on Kwangdong. I think this Ezreal pick, even though Leaper's KDA isn't that impressive, is really proving to be so insanely strong on this patch. Like, those ults, every time you see someone loses like 34, and that was pre-Infernal Soul, Atlas.
And you have to invest so much as, wow, nerves of absolute steel. As Aiming goes back and does finish up his fourth item. I believe it's, Mortal Reminder actually going to be opted in for here. He's thinking about Lord Doms, decided against it. There's a bit of healing, I guess. All right, teleports coming in from all around. Lucid tanks up a whole lot, but does eventually get his prize. As now Kingen, he'll get impaled. The rest of the team needs to come over and help him out. And he's so incredibly tanky. You're exactly right. The redemption will come through to also heal him up. Lucid kind of wishes it healed for a little bit more. Is now Aiming, wanting to find a little bit extra. 5 versus 4 here in favor of D+. Another opportunity if they can protect the President. Even Dudu's taking a lot of damage here from Aiming, who's continually getting shielded.
Showmaker
Lucid's taking collateral damages now. Yeah, Showmaker wants to cut up this fight. Let's see whether this flank angle is going to work as Aiming flashes in. Okay, Leaper's able to offer a few Mystic shots back, and there's a Magnustorm used only onto King, and Aiming's at about 10 health, but they take down the Morgana. They get their couple of extra kills. And D+, they win a fight, but they're not healthy enough to do Baron.
Oh, that's not enough, Atlas. It's a colossal win for DK, but that alone is not going to do it.
Nope. You saw a DK guy just dance in the audience, pretty psyched about how things are going, but
they're going to try and look for the window, though, because there's 25 seconds on Cuz and on Leaper. It's now or never. This is an opportunity you might not get. You can even turn this Baron into a possibility of an Elder, and it's that pick in the side lane on Bulldog that changes everything.
Yeah, it's a very different story. when it is a Tristana without that Morgana. Often we do see that the bufferings, things like this, absolutely fantastic, but for Lucid, that's a beautiful play, and they managed to get the bounty as well as the Baron, and we'll have a look at the play once again. Lucid surviving here was just ridiculous, and then Cuz gets his whole shield eaten by the seismic shove from Showmaker.
I can't believe that aiming lived there as well. Like the amount of burst he took just from Morgana and Ezreal, absolutely nuts. But because it's again, Bulldog is in literally 1E.
Yeah.
Just taking out the entirety of DK. But now the bounty gold is coming through. They still have Infernal Soul. We keep saying, game isn't over, and we keep getting evidence of why that is the case, Atlas.
This is just ridiculous. We've had some very intriguing games so far today. You know, our previous series, a lot of the reasoning behind that was, for different reasons. But once again, I feel like it is just being drama.
It is
all
dramatic.
over the Rift.
Oh yeah, because you can also... Both of these teams have a reputation of mental booming really hard
yeah.
after losing a game like this. Okay, and I don't want whichever team ends up losing this one to then look like a shadow of themselves in the next. I want 3 of these, Atlas. This is fun. We're going to get an Elder flip. This Rebel Baron power play doesn't mean that much in the grand scheme of things. All it means is that DK are getting close to item parity. We have now QSS for aiming. Kellen instead ended up going for the Shurelias, which I actually do think has a lot of value in allowing them to both rotate and, in a way, even buy more safety.
Oh no, aiming. Well, he is Zeri. So he's generally pretty safe, but I get worried about, him moving up and trying to take enemy
or
frogs.
flash, so I think it's warranted.
Yeah. Okay, True Shot Barrage going to do a fair bit of damage there, but not too much.
None of this matters. What matters is can Showmaker get death cap?
Yeah.
And which I don't think is likely. He's only sitting on a single rod. And what is the situation going to be like around the Elder? Because right now, with the Baron buff, DK should have prio. That's not going to be enough to guarantee getting it, but it should put them in a good position. We see Kingen with the TP towards that bot wave. Start pushing that in, force Kwangning to respond, get mid lane prio, and don't let them retake vision.
The Baron has netted them about 2.5k, not the most massive of the Baron power plays, but really helping right the ship here.
Oh, and for Kwangdong, you gotta land the poke. I think Leaper has been doing a really good job of consistently finding those ults, finding those Qs. Because if he can hit a binding, that can be the difference between winning and losing a fight. But you see the vision toggle here. Oh, they don't have a whole lot of info.
Aiming is just over the wall. Okay, they spot out the Cuz isn't there. They'll find the cease and desist. Handle's going to explode Dudu. He's out of there because special delivery from Kingen. Oh, the Kingen Renaissance, man. You love to see it. And D plus Kia, they'll head towards the Elder. And they lost this game until they won.
It's a Challengers game, Atlas. That's what we're looking
love it.
at. One side lane pick changes everything, and you can see it on the face of Bulldog. He had such a good game up until that point, but one pick has completely changed as, oh my, I can't swear, but it really, aiming. I saw that, and I'm like, oh God, where is he going? What is he doing? But it ends up, again, the aggression that comes through from any member of DK. It's been Lucid, it's been aiming, and then Showmaker with the immediate follow-up.
But also,
something
like,
pivotal.
This is what we've been talking about what D+ needed for the whole year. And it's been that voice, that person saying, Cuz isn't there, go. It doesn't matter who you kill them. Let's go in and let's win this game. And that was as soon as Cuz was on Vision, they were in. Aiming, press that button, he's over that wall. It looked insane, and it absolutely worked.
The problem now for Kwangdong, who again, I want to reiterate, are playing with Infernal Soul, is that you get caught kind of in a bad cycle where it's really hard to break out of, right? It's a feedback loop because they lost the Baron, and as a result of that, in large part, they didn't have Vision, didn't have Prio, and then they lost the Elder. And now the Elder is only here for 1 minute and 20, and it's the bot lane in it, which obviously is annoying. This is the opposite end of Nash, as aiming has reached 5 items, not 6, because he doesn't have Zephyr
doesn't
yet.
have the Zephyr yet,
But he
so
will.
Showmaker should still be giving him the gold, I think.
Also, Showmaker actually ended up selling his rod and just going for Leandri's, just looking, which I think is the right call.
Or did he just get Zhonya's?
Oh, yeah, you're right, actually. I think he did. Good catch.
Yeah, so just...
I was really kind of still hoping that he would...
Oh, this is a little bit crazy. Is okay. Lucid going to take a fair bit of damage. Does end up punching the turret, but takes so much. There's another delivery as the Dragon's getting angry. Look at these health bars, though, cuz he's able to take down King and the burn. Bulldog down, and there's the explosion. Oh, it's a 1-for-1. If he had have got out of that, though, that could have been so huge, but the tempo is okay. In goes Lucid and just explodes on his way. I don't know about that one, but Arndil is still in so much trouble. They're fighting against an Elder Dragon, and they're kind of doing all right. The seismic shove is going to take down Leaper, though, and Showmaker's trying to kill Dudu. It's not quite working. Aiming's dead. Showmaker's on half a health. And Kellen's just hoping they don't give him a heart attack.
DK, what are you doing? First it's Kwangdong, now it's them. They lost their minds.
Let's reset before Baron.
So this initial play is actually great. I think taking Bulldog out of the equation is a stroke of genius. Like giving up Kingen, that's fine. Right? Like not having frontline is unfortunate, but Bulldog is such a big part of what makes this comp work. So much power in the extended fights. And then I understand what the reasoning is. The reasoning is we have Elder and we want to fight, but I don't think diving into the Ezreal, Morgana, and Skarner really was warranted.
Aiming got bound.
Yeah. But okay, aiming got bound. They should not have been in a position in the first place. I just want to...
Absolutely. I was just wondering how he died, and that was how he died.
Because I think particularly with Bulldog being gone, that meant that DK had the chain. They had the opportunity to just get a Baron.
But would that have given us the drama that we were looking for?
No.
Absolutely not.
That was just another confirmation that with all these challenger players being called up, what we're doing is we're slowly turning the LCK into Challengers Atlas.
Everything is just, it's like the main tool you need to watch the LCK is a spatula, because we are just flipping. That's what we're doing. Is aiming, acting tasty here.
Doesn't have cleanse.
Yeah.
They do have a ward here. That's huge. They know that this is happening.
That is a very cute little ward, but it is immediately spotted.
This is going to go very, very quickly.
Okay, Dudu making his way in, but the wall is going to separate it. Yeah, this is just going to get bursted down unless they're going to fully commit. Bot wave, like you say, is moving in, finding in a connect onto Kingen. That he gets a big old shield. Nice shattering strike to get rid of that, but that's a Baron, and now they're looking to try and get out exactly. And Lucid, he's behind. He might actually be able to stop this back as well. Decides instead that he does not want to. Oh, there it is, the smite. And that means Dudu can't go back home.
Oh, that might be the bot.
This could be this could just be Inhib, yeah.
No, for sure, because... Oh...
Yeah, Nexus turret goes down at the same time. D+. This Baron power play is looking a whole lot better, and they still have 2.5 minutes of it.
Not only that, but this is just going to lead into another Elder.
Oh no, we're in an infinite cycle.
It's fine. DK will do the honorable thing and just run into them again, Atlas.
Yeah.
So just
Lucid's going to press the R button and just go straight to Valhalla like he did last time.
Yeah. You know, because you know what your reward is for dying as an honorable warrior and going to Valhalla? It's just more fighting.
Yeah, you have
to fight forever.
Uh-huh.
Never back down.
Although
never give up.
I think there's good food as well.
Oh yeah, no, of course. There's other stuff.
Remember. Yeah.
But you just got to keep on fighting.
It's been a while since I watched that show. Or one of those shows. We really went through like a time where everything was a Viking show.
Well, yeah,
I've watched all of them and I enjoyed all of them. I was very happy about this time. It's all right. D+ now just setting up for the next thing that they want to take. Because they need the Elder so they can secure the next Baron, so they can secure the next Elder, so they can secure the next Baron,
and then
so they can secure the next Elder. No, it's not.
No. Okay, so the
next sign need not apply.
They didn't end up getting the top inhib either. So this is actually just straight up another opportunity. And Kwangdong have Infernal Soul. If poke and damage sticks, it's going to be huge.
Speaking of poke, all right, Lucid.
Oh, boy.
No.
He does have flash.
Yeah, they do push them away. You can see Kingen just trying to keep them interested. Dark Binding goes wide.
Look at the base. Bot wave is still big, and Showmaker's just pushing here, but Kwangdong, they know.
Yeah.
Are we just going to flip it again?
I guess so. Spatula's at the ready, ladies and gentlemen, as in comes Showmaker. There is the Elder, and down goes Lucid. The Impale does absolutely nothing, though. And so Kwangdong Freaks, they'll lose no one. They kill Lucid, but D+ is still on the map. Did Kwangdong win now? Where are we?
I don't know, Atlas. Don't ask me these questions.
It's the 1-kill Red Bull Baron power play for the next 20
It's got to be Kwangdong. Like the poke, the siege that they'll
I think they just run in, right?
And again here,
oh,
it ends up
65
going
health.
65. And it is for either jungler really hard in the chaos of this late, of so much burst being available for either team. And then they're also being the W for because I think it was Lucid who smited second, and that could have been it. But instead, the only downside is that DK actually was able to immediately back off, and then also had a little, like what, 20-25 seconds of Baron buff left, and their ranged wave core is also really good. So what if this also doesn't mean anything?
Well, I mean, it does mean. Yeah, I don't know. This is the longest game of the split. Wait, it will be, because I don't think it's going to be over in another minute and 10 seconds. The longest game of the split was 45 minutes and 51 seconds.
We're going to do a countdown, right?
Yep.
So if we don't both forget, which is...
Yeah, so it's 2 minutes time from now, and so set your alarms. Please, Chronicler, that would be really nice.
I will try to not forget.
Oh, we've got more weaponry. Aiming turned his shoes into a sword as Showmaker almost dies to a True Shot Barrage.
That's one ult.
Yeah.
Showmaker still doesn't have Death Cap either.
Yeah, so aiming, maybe stop farming.
But it's only 40 seconds. Like, as long as they can keep clearing waves, they're not actually going to be able to break open this base. And Kwangdong, they don't want to take the risk. They thought they were winning the game, then they were losing, now they're winning again.
Well, they should be able to get at least the mid inhibitor here.
25 seconds, Atlas.
Yeah. Very important pickup.
I mean, it's mid-inhib though. Out of all the inhibs.
Oh God, once again, Showmaker going to have to go for a little bit of a trip back to the fountain, unless he can't afford to. Might need to be Weaver's Wall just to get them out of here. We got 8 seconds on this Elder.
Well.
This should be double.
That's big.
3. And now, there it goes. And Draw and Beat is at max stacks now as well, so Bulldog is shooting from a billion miles away. And so the longest game will be upon us in 40 seconds time. And it looks like it's not ending before it. And it was game 1, T1 versus D+.
Yeah, we remember how that game 2 went.
Yeah, D+ seemed to be doing it again.
Well, I don't think they should have been in a position to win this game. So I don't know if it's better or worse that they might still not end up winning. I truly don't know.
I think it's better. I think it's better. When it's your game to lose, it feels much worse to lose it.
That was never really the case. So now it literally is just going to come down to, can you blow up a member in enough time without compromising the rest of your backline? For Kwangdong, they actually have 3 carries, even though I think Morgana's damage at no point compares to what...
Oh, there it is! We've done it! Longest game of the split, and now Tudu is looking for Kellen. And Kellen presses heal.
And Shirelius actually getting 2 summoners out of that, or 2 cooldowns.
2 buttons, yep.
As that's
wow.
though. Just 1. Okay, so there is a lot of vision here. I'm pretty sure DK is just going to do the same thing. Aiming is going to launch himself into this, and going to close his eyes, and hope it works out.
Well, let's see what happens here. Showmaker dives forward. The rocks are down. Cousin Bulldog getting to work on the Baron. But can they win the fight? That's the thing that's most important. And it looks like D+ are not going to be able to keep them interested.
Oh, you got to fight though. Like with Baron buff, it's you can't survive. 2 inhibs are down, but they don't want to run the risk. And that's going to be... Now Kwangdong is in the loop, where they just get Nash into Elder, into Nash.
Well, I think they could also do the kill the Nexus if they would like to.
Yeah, I thought DK could as well, and then they just dove for no reason a mid lane turret.
Yeah. There's been throws and counter throws.
This game is so funny.
It is just craziness.
Okay, aiming. Got a shield bow now.
Yeah.
So he, what did he sell? Did he sell LDR?
Shiv?
Oh yeah, Shiv. Good catch. I'm sorry. I'm having a hard time keeping track of everything that's happening, Atlas.
No, you're fine. I'm just a bit confused as to why it isn't a GA. I like the GA idea.
Yeah, we have Bulldog with GA, no boots.
Yeah.
Classic.
I like the no shoes.
You know DK, all they're looking for is fight.
King, and he flashes over the delivery of Cos and they take him down! Oh, Seismic Shove goes wide. Dudu is going to turn up the Impale. It'll connect onto Showmaker, but he has a go golden button. And aiming, oh, it's so dangerous, but he survives. Arndil, he's going to go down. They get to kill King and those now. Reaper! He finds the Mystic shots, and now it's Guangdong Freaks. They don't have the Zeri anymore, and D plus Kia once again in the longest game of the split. They will be taken down at the very last moments.
That was game number 1, Atlas!
Holy! You know what? I demand that everyone in the LCK gets a week off for this. Okay? This is too much drama. Oh, after game 2. After game 2.
We need a moment to wind down from that roller coaster. I need to vote for POG. That's how I'm feeling as well. Look at the range of emotions here.
Just give it to Cuz. Just give it to Cuz.
Why?
Because I mean the
he played Morgana.
Yeah, I know, and it was great.
No.
All right.
Atlas, I can only hope that the next 2 games have even an inch of this intensity.
2 games. I like the vibe. All right, here we go. Yep, that's the heart monitor. As Quantum Freaks definitely had the most convincing advantages in this series. Infernal Soul also helping them out. But my goodness. That was anyone's game for what felt like absolutely forever. After that one, we're going to go for a short break that we wish was a little bit longer to get ourselves back into the mindset for casting League of Legends. We'll see you for game number 2 after the space.
난 정면에 있고 싶어. 나는 실드 줘야 돼서. 야, 스카노 역각해. 가났다 하기. 맞아. 싸움 봐. 천천히 싸움 봐. 천천히. 야, 달려볼게. 달려. 달려 먼저 천천히. 다 빼부터. 빼면서. 앞라인. 빼면서 해봐. 천천히. 배가 죽었어. 야, 파워대. 더. 간다. 빨리지 마. 아니야, 빨리 안 빨리. 끝내. 오케이. 한 번 했다. 야, 미안하다. 그라가스 씨, 안 보이는 거 뭐냐? 나 3일수 소리. 한 번 했다. 오케이, 다행이다. 그냥 엄대원. 이걸 엄대원. 미안하다. 한 번 했다.
ENG 이거 재활용해서 바텀까지 이번에 왼쪽 컵 가능하죠. 그래서 내려왔다. 왜 게임 안 줬냐고.
전령이야. 미대 갈래? 얘네 이거 못 오는데. 이거 바텀으로 끌고 와도 돼, 전령.
뭐 일단 잘 해봐요.
나 할 수 있을까? 나 여기 처음 해보네. 야 이거 뭐야? 이거 보여주지 마. 오만 보자 이거. 야. 까꿍. 그럴 줄 알았다.
그럴 줄 알았다.
아니 형 그럴 것 같았어 뭔가. 야 너무 괘씸해.
형 전령탑을 왜 이렇게 좋아하는 거야 근데?
내 전력 운전은. 마이크 체크. 1, 2. 이기고 싶네 오늘. 진짜 폼 좋아 지금. 오늘 느낌이 좋은데? 파이팅. 아니 천천히 좀 해보자. 빼자. 가. 이거 레드 위치 좋거든. 천천히. 야 스타트. 천천히 하면 이겨. 천천히 이겨. 진. 나 아래 쫄게. 빼. 야 이게 봐줘. 아예 집중해봐 이거. 나 봐줘. W5초. 다 죽여. 그냥 흔들어 버려 그냥. 그거 알리 궁합 볼게. 야 이거 살짝 왼쪽으로 막히는데. 야 맞았어요. 야 나이스. 노공이야. 프레이. What the? Let's go. 프레이. I'm the 프레이. 쫄지 말고 완성하자 이거 그냥. 여튼 정말 그냥 나 궁 지를게 이거. 알리 갈려있어. 싼데. 때려봐. 터져. 싼데. 뒤쪽 알리 내가 막아줄게. 알리. 빨리. 나이스. 얘들아 미드가 안 끝나 이거. 네 나이스. 이기겠다. 긴장해야 돼. 원래 한 판 이겼을 때가 제일 긴장해야 될 때야. 이거 싸움 이기면 이긴다. 오 와우. 쌈 보자. 나이스. 알리 잡았어. 알리. 야나 갑본다. 칼 잡아줘. 야 봐줘. 나 죽었어. 칼 잡아줘. 와! 야 봤다. 나이스. 밑에. 테디 왔어. 이게 테디야. 테디 메타야. 캐리어. 이번 판은 솔킬 역으로 따줘.
솔킬?
근데 우리가 더 잘해. 느낌 왔어. 이길 수 있다. 그냥 이길만해. 그냥 진짜. 나 못 봐주나 야해?
아래 거다.
오다 봐.
좋아. 웨이도 노플이야. 나봐줘.
까비. 이름 많이 왔다. 미드 바텀 하자 라인.
미드부터 쓰자. 미드 쓰자.
야 타워부터 까볼래? 나 죽어도 돼. 그냥 딜해 얘들아. 무조건 이거 싸우죠. 싸움 안 좋았어. 너무 뚫지 마. 좋아. 싸움 하면 좋아 얘들아. 야 끝내. 이번 턴에 끝내. 야 제리 근데 제리 공 있다. 흩어져. 하지 말자. 야 한번 참아 그러면.
이게 출본을 뭐야?
버스.
쌈바운데.
싸우자.
나 지를게.
여기 가자.
위에 봐.
야,
너무 좋아 여기. 야 너무 좋아 여기. 나이스. 이겼다. 다행이다. 너무 잘했다.
Citizens of Final City, you must choose. Either bow before the Primordians, or break before me. We are...
Message deleted. Next message.
It's a Flowey. I received a report of some new tech spotted on the outskirts. I'm going...
Message deleted. Next message. Message.
Can you hear me? Is this thing even on? The darn glass door won't open.
Message deleted. Next message.
Hi, friends. It's Seraphine. But, you probably already knew that. Anyway, did you see all that smoke past the outer wall? I'm gonna go check it out. Gotta stay vigilant, you know? Commander out. Ugh, that sounds so grim.
Message deleted. End of messages.
Welcome back to the space. We're here after game number 1 of DK up against the Kwangdong Freaks, and that one was a game for the ages, for the record books, actually breaking the record for the longest game of the split. Insane stuff between these two teams where it felt like neither team really could figure out quite how to win the game. I'm joined by Hooney and Wolf once again. What do you guys think about this game 1?
I think on one hand, you could say that I think we've really reached the point where these two teams have leveled up massively. Chronicler mentioned on the cast, like one of these two teams will be second place at the end of this series, at this point, at the end of week 3. But maybe for the rest of the season as well. They both seem like they've leveled up their play massively. This looked like a really, really top high-level game until it didn't. So, like, on the other hand, you can go, well, closing the game out and some of those decision-making we saw, because you can see how important this series is to both teams. It matters so much for the standings. It matters so much for placement as the season goes on. Playing a little bit too safe at times, playing a little bit too aggressive on others.
Yeah, it was a chaos. It was a hectic. Like, if I was near, yeah, as a game time issues, like if I was a near team of the actual fan, like I'll be crazy. I lose my mind this series. It's crazy.
I mean, it went so long. There were multiple Elder Dragons, multiple Barons that were taken. Anybody could have won at any given time. We thought that DK 100% were going to win at a certain point. Quantum Freaks were 100% going to win at another point. We even had a last fight that could have gone either way, but then it got clutched out by Kwangdong. We take a look at the draft where the Morgana did come through here in the jungle for Cuz. We had multiple different thoughts on this one. What do you guys think about it?
I was a little bit worried about it because I thought it wasn't going to make the same impact that we were going to see from the Vi in the early game, even though you can power farm and clear up and get those items online and really, really farm. Obviously, he's picked more utility in this case with the Black Shield. As the game went on, we did get to the point where the peel for especially Tristana ended up being really huge. But I was worried that Lusa was going to take over the game before that. He kind of was. So still a little bit of mixed feelings on this pick for me.
Yeah, I mean, also just giving a double AD carry, just later on the late game of the value with the Black Shield, and there's a 2 tank. It's just like it was like so easy for Guangdong, even like almost like at the lane of the game, like it was almost 4v5. Still, like we could easily see from the draft, like if the game goes more later on, the power of the value, just having these AD carry and GA giving the power, it's pretty huge.
Something to look for in these fights that we are going to have for the highlights, which we can take a look at highlight number 1, which was 35 minutes into the game, guys. We had so many different back and forths, and this was right before DK got their first Elder.
Yeah, I mean, we had so many scrappy fights like this, but D+ were so confident in these engages. Kingen having a fantastic game of Gragas, absolutely insane. Sets up the cask here. It wasn't the first time nor the last that he has a great cask, but those picks made us feel like, okay, this is on lock. They're going to be able to control the Elder. They're going to be able to win the game from here. 100% over, right? 100%. We'll skip the part where Lucid ults under the inhibitor turret. Skip that part. But, we have to mention it because contextually, without that, probably
should have been over. They got the Elder. They are like full build with a 6 items area. Like, they have to end the game. They can, and it's so easy. They just push the wave, push the turret, push the inhibitor, just use the Elder. Should have been over. But
that didn't happen. And they got stopped with Elder. They didn't win the game with Elder. And actually, Quantum Freaks got a chance to get the Elder buff. And then we can go on to highlight number 2, which was in the top lane. And eventually, this is what you were talking about, Hooney. 4v5, got a couple of GAs. You got this comp, and you still win the fight.
I mean, as what Ulf said, like, Kingen actually plays so well. How it started the fight, it's straight up 4v5. And also, even TP middle of the fight, it wasn't really good. Like, he kind of forced the impale. Just eyes on Bulldog there. It's just Tristana puts so much damage. At the same time, Ezreal just so safe. It's just like sitting back 1 mile away, just pressing Q. But it's just kind of GA gap, honestly. Like, the GA gives you also like the power of you can actually just be at the B front line. You can just actually throw your body, just trade it with your animated carry. It's just that's how the game works.
And that's how Tristana works in the late game too, and I thought he played it extremely well, very confident there, very measured. I think aiming not picking it up was one of the big criticisms we had here on the space, the casters mentioning it as well. And when he died, he didn't come back to life. The Tristana, on the other hand, knew that she could push those edges because she had that extra safety. Didn't really ultimately matter that much, but it was enough to actually get them across the line.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, you had double 80 carry. They both had GA versus one who didn't. And you can win 4v5. You don't even need the Morgana. So obviously they had Elder Drake and all that stuff. But the Ezreal was insane at the end as well. Let's take a look at who does pick up the POG here for game number 1. As, definitely a couple of options, but it will be Bulldog this time.
See the mid icon above his POG points, but he was the real 80 carry in this game.
Woo! That's a clean buffer.
Yeah, he didn't even need the Black Shield for this one. And Like, Leaper didn't have his greatest game. I think he did a serviceable job, but there were definitely moments where he got caught or wasn't able to do the damage. But every time they committed to killing Leaper or Leaper was low impact, Bulldog was there to pick up the pieces, man. He was so good this game on the Tristana. Incredibly fed as we got to the late game when over 500 CS at the end. And he carried. He just straight up carried.
Yeah, I mean, sure, there was a little bit of Uzi point on the Bulldog. Like, sure, he got kind of caught, but also they were behind, but he was also the one making actually just carry the game.
I don't even mind this vote from VNcast. He is the only one who does go for, you know, the 1 out of 12 here, but Cuz did smite the Elder Dragon in the Elder Flip. There was an Elder Flip in this game, which was the second Elder fight, and, you know, Cuz gets it. He essentially gets that buff for the team. He eventually dies, but he got the smite. Sometimes that's all that matters. But guys, we're done here on the space for game number 1. Let's go back to the casters for game 2.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, and I 100% agree. VNcast, absolutely based. I think, you know, if you throw the game, even if you don't fully throw the game, you shouldn't get POG.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting discussion to have. In my case, I just lost track because I only have room for remembering one person who
it's
throws.
true, yeah.
And at different times, it was that spot was taken by different people. You know, aiming at a moment there, Lucid at a moment there, Bulldog had the moment where he got caught and they got the Nash. There was a lot of that, and we have calmed down. You know, and I hope the players have as well, because I can only hope that we don't get. And I said this already during game 1, and I just want to reiterate it. Regardless of who ends up winning this game, please, other team, don't immediately crumble. And
well,
I'm afraid that is about to happen, Atlas, and I don't want it.
Happened before. That is
for
the problem.
both.
Yeah, and D+ a little bit more recently, after having the previous longest game against T1, the game after that was not the longest game. So we'll lock that one away. Let's see what is going to change in the draft, because I would suggest changing it up just a little bit. I think that the Vi experiment with the first pick, I think maybe just pick the Tristana. I think maybe it's just a little bit too strong. We know that Showmaker is a fantastic Tristana player, and you may as well just remove it. Rumble going to be taken away second here once again, and it's the Tristana ban, actually. So no Viego, Cuz will have the opportunity to go towards one of his favorite champions of all time that works very well into the Vi. If they decide to take that one away.
Yeah, I don't expect DK will go for it, not just because of the Viego, but also I think the Vi first pick, given how well DK plays around it as a team, made sense. But given that Kwangna have shown that like we have a counter pick that works, we're gonna just pull that out again, and it's gonna make your life infinitely harder. I think is a great call. Skarner is generally what we gravitate towards. I don't really expect DK to prioritize the Ashe either, so we'll see what
I like
they end up
Talia
going for.
though.
I do gotta say, I don't like this, first and foremost, but I also think that Showmaker on Talia actually had a pretty weak game. There were a couple of W combos he didn't quite manage to land. There was the final fight as well, where he ended up getting impaled with Flash Up, and if he was alive, you know, maybe that could have been the difference maker there towards the end. It is still a really strong combo. Knowing CV Max, they are 100% bringing back that Morgana. The man runs back draft, but no.
I mean, I just think giving away Talia is so dangerous, because not only does it work so well with the Vi, you can counteract the Vi with it as well. So you just pick the Talia and then you see whether you can get the Vi. I don't like it the other way around necessarily. So Talia will be locked in, of course, for Cuz or for Bulldog. And it could just be Viego. And so now you've got answers in both of these picks.
And
assuming it's locked in. There it is.
Playing the Vi into Talia, I think at least with the ultimate, there's some window there. But your Q loses a lot of value. And as we have seen, Cuz is, in general, an insane Viego. Up there, I think personally he's the best. I know Owner also has a great one, but Cousin, I think individually, is just so good at playing out those early skirmishes. The Ezreal, I think, even though Leaper didn't have the biggest impact, I would rather see as a priority pick, because I feel like it offers so much more. I do want to give credit, though, to Aiming and Kellen. Their laning was actually mega solid. I do want to... I know it was like 55 minutes ago, but it was something that really worked. We keep seeing this hover The Ahri would be my expectation with the LeBlanc already banned. We saw it banned last time around as well for something that does pair well with it. And for Kingen, it is going to be the TF blind. So now either Dudu locks in Jax, which it is Dudu, like 100%. He can play that. But that does mean that you lose out on picking something like the Ezreal, and it's 100% going to get banned away. So do you get Ezreal or do you get Jax? And honestly, Jax into Vi as well as TF, I think you go for it. I think
it feels pretty good.
And it's Dudu as well.
I think so far, the answers have been held by Kwangdong Freaks very effectively in this draft. This game of chess working out very, very well. So, see what these bans are going to show for us and see exactly what's going to be picked up for the bottom side of the map in the support role, especially here. Kellen, of course, I think probably wants to play the cow as Kennen going to be taken away.
Oh, that's really interesting. So
curious Kennen.
Yeah, so CVMX making the read that this might be TF for Showmaker, not for
he does have a skin on it.
He does, and we haven't seen it in a very long time, but it would be very Showmaker to bring something like that out again. And if you do end up getting swapped on, which DK does love to do, that could have been a really big problem. Kalista, Ezreal, I think are the most likely takeaways here. And then maybe a Lulu ban could be an angle. I think that both Vi and Zeri is obvious, but even Vi, I think, really benefits from having a Lulu when you can play very aggressively with it. Although Andale is the type of guy to then just, you know, B5 Blitzcrank. And I do think that they're probably going to rely on him to... They really don't think this is top lane TF.
Yeah, they're just making sure that there aren't any options. They could just pick Cassante here, I guess, as well. And that means that there aren't as many of those, you know, great options up in that top lane. Of course, Kingen's still plenty of choices if you go back through his playbook. The Kai'Sa is going to be taken away from Leaper. So the Ezreal is still up. And so he can just take it again if he would like to. Seems that D plus Kia aren't too scared of it. And you mentioned already, I mean, he didn't exactly have the most dangerous game.
No, obviously, like the couple of Elder buff, Mystic Shot, Infernal Soul at the end looked cool, but Leaper wasn't really a main part of that game. Well, the damage was done. It is going to be the Xayah instead. I mean, much rather would have seen the Ezra. I think this goes without saying.
I would agree, because I don't think you're seeing, like, outside of the Vi, it's not super divey.
Well, especially with TF, like, any gold card is going to force out your ultimate. Does warn the Rakan... This is not a great Rakan angle. I think
don't get baited. Don't get baited. And that's the Gragas. So it is confirmation that it's Showmaker playing the TF.
I don't think it's
Gragas. Oh, unless it's Gragas support, like you're talking about. Yeah. Oh, no. Oh, no.
Okay. In defense of DK, giving over Xayah like, really augments the power of that lane. I think your laning phase is weak. I also think that playing Rakan into Taliyah is quite hard. If they lock in Nautilus here, then it is actually just Kellen's worst nightmare. Not going to be the case.
They can't, because it's been banned.
Oh, yeah, very good catch. Actually, on the first rotation. Should have caught that one. Thank you, Atlas. But I'm left scratching my head. I think the first rotation for Kwangdong was exceptional. But now that the chips have fallen, Dudu is actually in a counter matchup, especially if Kingen goes AP. Like, that is a very, very rough matchup for Jax. Lucid does have a tough time playing into Cuss specifically, but he won't be as negated as he would in the last game. And then bot side aiming at Zeri. So, obviously, Kellen's going to have a tough time, but at the very least, you have that going for you. I have no idea how Showmaker is going to do, because TF is a character that we haven't seen in mid for a very, very long time. And I think for good reason, particularly against things like Taliyah and Viego. One misstep, like if you lose your flash early and you're forced to just kind of try and be in your lane while getting flicked back and W'd on by the Viego, it's going to be very hard to play out.
If there's anyone to trust playing the Twist of Fate, though, I think Showmaker is definitely one of them.
Oh, yeah.
And it shows that as well, like, both of these teams with a lot of information about each other. I don't think the Morgana came as too much of a surprise in game number 1, and this Twist of Fate definitely didn't look like as a surprise that it was going into the mid lane here in game number 2.
The bans. Yeah, you're right. They very clearly were aware this was happening. I can only hope that what we're about to witness, Atlas, matches the absolute cinema of game number 1. It'll be tough.
I just want 3 games. I want it to be the D+ comeback, and then we'll see a switch up of sides, see a switch up, and see what happens in game number 3. But first, in game number 2, let's get into it. All right, well, if there's ever a time to have a full house, this is definitely it as Showmaker. That's one for the crowd. It's been a while since we've seen it, you know? Especially piloted by the man himself. Yeah,
he knows.
Yeah, he's pretty psyched. Have a look at my cool skin, everyone. Well, it's pretty nice, Showmaker. Let's see whether it is going to lead to a victory here in this game number 2.
Oh, Atlas, that's first strike on Kingen. I think we're getting what we were denied last time around. Because Kingen's play was amazing, but I don't know how I feel about the Zeeks.
Another thing is as well is that we've gone from this meta, which is supposed to be take 280 carries and then have as many tanks as possible, to let's not have tanks. Apart from,
I guess,
Rel.
Yeah, but Rel also isn't. I feel like she's only tanky when she gets like the 5-man Magnet Storm and you just sit there and their health bar doesn't go down. But outside of that,
yeah,
doesn't really compare.
No, I would say not a true tank. Not going to be building like 3 items and thorn mails and fun stuff. I think
we're actually, you know, Zeri's there, but outside of that, this is a pretty low Riot level game. We don't have Kasante. We don't have
as far as the age of the champions, like D+ on the top side, they were almost released, you know? Like Vi was 2011, I'm pretty sure, maybe 2012.
You know, Rel and Viego are a little bit newer, but I think Kwangdong is also doing a good job. Jax obviously has been there since forever.
Yeah. I mean, Talia was like 2015, 2014, something like that.
Also, I do think we have to mention that because when in for an early invade, was able to pick up the Grump as well. So we'll see how Lucid is going to respond, if he's going to be able to make his way over. Did not go Q this time around, should hit level 3 off of this, and he might have an angle to play towards Cuz his blue buff here, especially because his bot lane is Prio. If he goes through this, will get spot, but no. Actually Q's over the wall, that's big. Really nicely done there. And generally, you will know that your Raptor Pit is going to be warded, so he should be able to get away with this.
All right, you can see Cuz coming on over, but because he didn't see him, it's likely that he's going to start the wolves.
I think they have a suspicion, but like you can't really move out. DK is going to be a lot earlier on the play, so nicely done here. Good recovery by Lucid, and aiming and killing, and again putting out this early pressure.
Yep, something lane priority.
Oh, you see, Cuz is like, as long as you don't show on that ward, I ain't going anywhere. I am not walking into my own jungle. And eventually, with Bulldog backing him up, will make his way over. Showmaker also going for the old classic of Unsealed Spellbook.
He was always a huge fan of this.
Double Smite?
Uh-huh. That will help them with the taking down the objectives that was happening a lot in the last game.
There were just, in general, there were a lot of objectives.
Yeah, that was just objectively objectives. As Dudu is having a Jax into Gragas experience, everyone. And does, you know, hold on to the leap strike, and he's able to trade quite nicely there. But you can see the relentless barrels.
It's going to get worse, unfortunately, for Dudu. As Gragas gets AP, his trading becomes more and more oppressive, and there isn't really a whole lot you can do against him, because if you try to jump on him, then he E's you, and then he runs away. There's no phase rush, so it's a little bit harder for Kingen to abuse that. That is always the least interactive form. We saw the last game as well. As yep, that makes sense.
And the crowd goes wild again. And over 21 games to have a KDA that absurdly high just shows that he played most of it in 2020 and 2021.
I also am not sure what the last time was we actually saw a PTF. Because we've obviously seen TF. I think if I remember correctly, we even saw him at some point in mid as AD when he when the AD build first came out.
Yep.
I don't think we've seen him AP in quite a while.
All right, Kingen could be in trouble here. Does have his flash available, really doesn't want to... Oh, that body slam. Who is this guy?
The W as well to make sure he doesn't take too much damage reduction, keeping him healthy.
Is this guy, is he a world champion? Oh, hang on, yes.
Yes. Yes, he is.
Yeah. That's some peak Gragas gameplay. That's not so good for Showmaker, who is just going to walk it off. He'll be fine. Doesn't want to be shoved seismically too many times.
Also noteworthy that Showmaker hasn't actually gone for Mercs, which obviously will have a good amount of value against Kwangdong.
Ow.
And instead opting to go for Lucidity Boots, which does mean that his early ultimates are going to be something to look out for. And I want to highlight everyone, with top lane TF, it really feels like the being able to ult to his side lane is like, it's a cool bonus. It's not why you play him because he's horrible to play in, and not anymore, but when he was good, horrible to play into, very hard to lock down, and you generate a ton of gold for free. So it's just generally not a very fun experience, but particularly with mid lane TF, you get to have so much more fun on the map. Like, the large part why you pick him is just so they can do exactly this. Shove in wave, walk to side. In this case, it's going to be an early Drake for DK.
Yep, level 6 has been hit. We'll have to keep our eyes out for the Destiny Gate combo. We did have a rule throughout the ages, and that is if you manage to get the first Destiny play to work out, which is happening right now, then it's going to be great, as that is a very long distance card, but that could guarantee some grubs. They get the flash out of Cuz.
Yeah. I like that flash from Cuz. Actually, it gives them the opportunity, if DK don't respect, to go back in and try and make a play. Showmaker is again dropping a full wave though to,
of
to
course
make this
it's the
happen.
flash. He's only level 5. Okay.
Yeah, didn't have a way out. Lucid doesn't have his smite, crucially, but neither does Cuz.
All right, Kingen moving in, finds the body slam onto Cuz. There's a Vault Breaker as well. The chain CC's so good! And like you say, no flash, no chance, and now aiming is down here towards the bottom side. Great knock up with the grand entrance from Kellen. And D+ are running the map right now. I think that loss, I think they took it personally.
And that's what we want, Atlas. I don't want to see a repeat of that T1 series where DK take a tough loss.
I want to see a repeat of it. I just don't want the result to be the same. I would like it to be, you know, I'd like to see that matchup again and have them do good video games.
Wait, Atlas.
For 3 games.
Okay, Atlas, you know what I meant, right?
I know, I was just being a jerk. It's
I
like,
just didn't. I mean, you've been so nice to me.
I know.
Yeah.
I really got to go back to my old ways.
It's been a while. Here, nice punish there. Again, set up by King, and credit to him making the read. And as mentioned, a big read from Cuz, especially when you don't have it. So much of what makes the Viego good into the Vine, just in general, really allows you to play very aggressively, is the fact that you have a guaranteed ability to just get out of dodge, and he didn't have that. And then he also didn't have flash. So just not allowed to walk up there.
Nope. And okay, Bulldog, coming on over. We did see Kingen having a little bit of fun there. Teleporting back now, Seismic Shove just barely missing. Showmaker doing the walk.
Oh, I think Showmaker's going to go for the Shirelias.
Oh, that'd be
yeah, the Shirelias rush. We'll go very early Shirelias.
Ooh, we're stopping backs here.
Doesn't have TP, so that's actually a really big cancel. Kingen just TP'd back to the wave, sitting on a Codex, as well as Lucidity Boot, so Dudu's going to be stuck. This is rough. And yeah, might be able to get... I don't even think he gets the backup, but even if he did, would still be a really painful position here, and Cuz is on the other side of the map.
Yeah. So's Lucid, thankfully for Dudu, so it's not end of the world. Like, he's not going to die here, but he will not be able to walk up and auto these minions. That means that he has to run a really long way away. He'll miss out on this entire wave as in goes aiming, finds the ulti, grand entrance onto the horse. A little bit of a split here as there is the cleanse and the Featherstorm both out. And the Blade Caller not going to land onto aiming. Kellen takes a little bit of damage from it, but man, this Gragas is having just the greatest of times. Who would have thought that Kingen was going to play Gragas this game? Oh wait, he played it last game. But
It's
still, like,
it's a different Gragas, but it's also still just Gragas.
Yeah. All right, here's the Destiny. Leaper, remember, doesn't have cleanse, doesn't have ulti, doesn't have a chance to get out of this one. Kellen gonna lock it down. Some star-crossed lovers there as now Andal. Yeah, there's 4 people. He is just dead. Only Lucid and aiming required, and Cuz just here a little bit too late.
Aiming
Your friends are going.
He's fine. Aiming doesn't need friends, Atlas.
No, he just needs to ride over a wall, and then everything's fine.
And there is it was the second ultimate, but it was a big one. Ended up making a huge
I mean,
difference.
first one gets grubs, right?
Yeah, I mean, the first one was fine, but I think this is what you want, ideally. I want to give credit again to not only are Amy and Callum playing well in this 2v2 to the point where, again, the shove is there, and I also think don't pick Xayah. I just want to, again, repeat that.
We learned that this morning.
We really did. Don't pick Xayah, but you have the shove, and then it's the response. One of the biggest criticisms that DKF faced in spring, and really not just in spring, but over the last like 2.5 years, it's just that they sometimes look like they're not a unit. And I think that these type of map movements, the mid-TF, actually playing upon the wave states that your teammates have set up for you, that's a big thing. Now, after last game, I am under I have no illusion whatsoever about DK's ability to somehow...
Oh, are you going to talk about the outcome of the game?
Negatively,
don't talk about the outcome of the game.
Impact their own game state, okay? I think that right now everything's looking fine. They're up 3.5k gold. Things are looking peachy. But I am not feeling too good about the fact that will continue.
Yeah, the lights are off in the chicken coop, I'll tell you that much. I can't even begin to count them. There's no way, and they definitely haven't hatched. I think that, yes, D+ are in a great position right now, and I don't think that holds sway on the outcome at all at this point in time.
That's how we like it.
All right, second Drake going to be in Ocean as Lucid comes on over to try and grab the 5 grubs, which would be the optimal one. Cuz on the bottom side of the map just trying to get something back. If they can get a kill onto Aiming, that'd be fantastic, but instead looking towards the Dragon. Full information given over though, and you can see
they got a dip.
Yeah, they're going to have to try and find an opportunity elsewhere, I think. They're going to let the Dragon resit.
Fight. They do have all their cooldowns.
I was going to say resit, and I guess resit does make sense. It goes and sits down again. A resit of the Dragon. You know how the Dragon kind of stands up when you walk past?
I get it. Yeah, I like it.
So I actually did say the word wrong, but it actually was the right word.
I wouldn't have known if you didn't tell me, Atlas.
Yeah.
And I am listening to you.
Which is probably a mistake at this point. It's
with great intent.
Oh, man.
And purpose.
I appreciate you.
I appreciate you too.
I'm trying my best as well. But it's these games, all of them, even though it is like, if Quantum Freaks wins here, it's 4 games, it feels like an eternity. It's just been a long day.
It's because there's been so many games.
It's the intensity of the game.
It is. It is. As Lucid is walking up air, do note Showmaker has his ultimate. Double teleport available for the top laners as well.
Yeah, see whether Showmaker can get in. Does have heal, not smite. But has still pressed the Destiny button. There's the Extendo Beam. Knock up onto Arndil. They do lock down the Dragon. It's a Hextech Soul. Infernal into Hextech. Okay. This is a day for Dragons, but still, it is just going to be Quantum Freaks walking in, taking Dragon, and leaving.
Bad day for Dragons, as there have been a lot of them slain today. Good day for us, as we get yet another fun rift. Hextech, my personal favorite when it comes to moving around the map. So many timings change. So many more things are possible. Do note, Showmaker did use his ultimate there. They weren't actually able to make anything happen. Thanks to Bulldog with a nice Talia wall there. And you saw DK wanted to go for something, but didn't really find an angle there. That is a big win, particularly given that if DK gets very early on to Hextech or to 2 Drakes when the soul is this strong, definitely going to be feeling great. Also want to highlight when it comes to activating the Hextech soul, I don't think either composition is necessarily great. Like the best is probably Showmaker just throwing out cards. Yeah, but that's quite short range.
Yeah.
In his case, same for Bulldog, right? But the attack speed will be loved by basically everyone, and the ability haste in case of Bulldog.
I think it's also just like it is just a very good Dragon to pick up.
I love
that's a -1 in the chat. D+ going to grab themselves a neutral objective. It's their turn. Xander's going to come on over. He does want to say no. He's cantering around in a few circles here, but it looks like it is going to be the secure.
And both teams now have done the... I know you're doing the objective, and I'm going to walk up menacingly, and then decide that there is no angle and leave. which isn't the best choice, but it is a fun choice because it creates tension.
They absolutely achieved that. There's been a lot of tension in this particular series. As Leaper is, I mean, it's not right now, you know, this is like just clearing out minions in the mid lane and body slams denying Dudu from having any fun at all this game. We have to like say again, Dudu, absolute trooper, you know, for putting up with this matchup. It's a very tough one. And
he's doing fine, though.
Doing absolutely fine, yeah.
Really not struggling too much. Also, is going to remain a really big threat when we get to the mid to late game because Lucid, Showmaker, Aiming all really struggle when dealing with the Jax. As long as Kingen is there, though, to keep his buddies safe, they should still be fine.
Yep. All about the Peel Gragas as Cast going to be dodged. Nice work by Dudu. It's like he started doing that as soon as Kingen decided. As that's a great entrance. Bulldog going to be able to stun up the Rakan. Kellen just really realizing that it's not fun to deal with Talia.
He thought he was out of the range of the rocks, but he was in fact still standing on them.
Yep, the rocks go a little bit underground or underwater in the case of being in the river.
I don't know what skin is especially if he's playing the Surfer skin. Skin's so good. Love it.
Which Surfer skin? The Surfer Talia? Oh, yeah, that one's a good one.
Yeah, one of my favorites. As Lichbane is done for Showmaker here. One of the cool things about tanks is that you can just build full damage and you don't really have to worry one way or another about, you know, actually killing a Skarner or a Chrysante. It's not a state that we've been in very often in recent times.
Right now it's going to be like Kellen and Andal that are the closest things to being tanks this game.
Should be okay. Looks like Lucid doesn't want to go for this. 1 minute on the Drake as well. That's a big one. Because DK have a lead, but it doesn't really feel that substantial. Looking at the item finishes as well, it really is just mostly one item finishes across the board with exception of Showmaker. But do remember, a gold lead when you have a TF on your team doesn't mean quite as much.
Well, Showmaker now going to just grab this turret for aiming.
That's nice.
He turns up, going to help out. And of course, Dudu knew exactly what to expect. But nothing he could really do about it. Squandong Freak's trying to answer with a bit of a hard shove in mid. But with Destiny, I mean, you'll never have rotational advantage. One of the things you're afforded with the Twisted Fate. It's also going to be interesting, like, I wonder whether we're going to get an earlier arm guard picked up for Showmaker as well, now that he's picked up his core first couple of items. He's going to go rapid fire cannon, of course. You really do need that to extend the range of these gold cards that are going to be really hurting with the AP build. But when does the I'm going to start a fight by gating in and gold carding someone, then turning golden myself and starting the fight that way? The classic Messiah play from 2010.
Oh, yeah. No, I was waiting for you to pull that reference. Yeah, I know you're the type of guy to pull out old references, and I appreciate that. I think once we inexplicably get to like 45 minutes, and then it's going to either win or lose the game. So we'll see. We'll deal with that when we get there. All right. Right now, DK, first move on the objective here. Not giving a lot of vision, and Kwangdong want to look for a classic front to back. That's the one thing that I think is a little bit awkward about this comp. Normally with Viego comps, you really want to play for the reset, but this time around, because you have a Xayah, you do also need to make sure that she's in a position where she can just hit anyone, really. But there are a lot of ways to lock her down, particularly once Showmaker finishes his RFC. You're going to have to be extremely respectful. And we do see Kwangdong, they want to contest. Might have a 5v5 on our hands here, but oh, look at the twist here from DK.
They see the base gate being taken, the Hex gate, sorry. And then they immediately throw Shelly in there. There's a Weaver's Wall. Going to see whether they can lock down aiming. Of course, doesn't care about walls that much. As Shattering Strike, just a trade of CC. Kingen finding the angle, good slow onto Andal. They know, and he's pushed into the wall. The Vault Breaker doesn't quite get there, but the 1-2 punch will. And there goes the only tank on Kwangdong Freaks. Crazy to say so, and I'm very happy that I can do it because the multi-tank meta was kind of getting stale. As D+, they're going to take a Drake. They're also going to push the bot wave, and they're going to get to work in mid lane as well. Look at this turret. It is so incredibly low. And I mean, without that one dragon and one grub, this game has been all D+.
Yeah, they're up 5.5k gold. Like, it's kind of insane. We haven't really talked about it that much, and I think most of that comes from aiming. And the fact that Leaper has been taken out effectively of this game. And last game wasn't about him, but I really feel like they got kind of a dirty deal and draft in this one.
Yeah.
Rel is never really going to be picked for her laning strengths. And then add a Zaya on top of that, it just doesn't feel like the Zaya has really been hitting the mark. We see it here again.
So how many times have we seen the drop-off at the end? You saw it was up and to the right there as we check out the replay, so we'll hold that thought for the moment. Let's just see it.
I really appreciate the restraint here, and Andel is in a lose-lose scenario there, because if he doesn't flash, he dies, and as it turns out, even with the flash, he dies. Lucid just charging his Q is enough for Andel to try and find a way to get out of there, and it was interesting because what was happening was DK was obviously going for the mid push, and then Kwangno was trying to look to punish the rotation, but then Andel got just a little bit separated from his team. Kellen was actually able to find the knock-up, and then play went from there. As you were saying, Atlas.
I can't remember.
Oh. Something about to the right.
Oh yeah, so it was up and to the right, the gold graph.
Yeah.
And so we're trying to work out exactly when the drop-off is going to be. So every time there's been a gold lead today, there has been a fluctuation. There's never been just a cruise up and to the right. It's not a Gen G series. We don't get those, right? And so when's the moment where things are going to come back around? Maybe it is right now, exactly right. Aiming! Going to get over the wall. He is Zeri. And so that is going to be the end of that one. Showmaker presses the R button.
Oh, he is.
That's a long destiny right there.
He has Lich Bane as well. Bulldog ulted as well in that fight. So Showmaker, I don't think he's going to take this. I would have loved for him to at least get a couple of autos off, but doesn't look like that is going to be the case.
That sort of destiny is kind of like when you say, my destiny is to eat a salad sandwich, you know, and you're preparing a salad sandwich. You know, it's like, because it was so short. No?
What kind of salad?
I don't know, like just a regular salad, like lettuce and tomato and avocado and maybe some cucumber and some olives if you like.
I just never heard of like a sandwich that has only. Usually the salad is with.
Yeah, I don't know why I went with salad sandwich. It's probably not the important part. The important part for Kellen is trying to get over this wall. He does so. There's the Heartbreaker as quickness comes down, and Kingen just gonna have to use the ultimate to force Cuz to back away. It's a lot of R buttons pressed, a flash pressed as well, and I think a trade up for Quantum Freaks.
Nice trade there for Kwangno. Does take away a little bit of the offensive capabilities for Kellen. And no, I mean, a salad on a sandwich with, like, I don't know.
Isn't a salad sandwich a thing?
I don't know. It probably is, but I just usually the salad is accompanying like either some sort of protein or.
Yeah, I often like, you know, like maybe you'd have to say like a ham and salad or. Like that.
Well, I mean,
or a chicken salad.
Salad's still a very important part of the sandwich in question.
Yeah.
I just thought you were going to go with like egg salad.
Ah. Not as into it. Very popular here in Korea though. Like the egg mayo.
Oh yeah, I mean it's just
massive.
egg mayo and.
We are just discussing sandwiches, and I feel like we probably could talk about the fact that Dudu is possibly getting closed in on. Base gate going to get taken here by aiming. Ganked by a Zeri? That is not the Jax experience that you're looking for as he leap strikes, tries to get away. Destiny coming in as there's the flash from King, and he wastes absolutely no time, but then the blender comes down. Aiming holds his ground though. The shield bow so powerful. And there is the one kill for the Zeri. Lucid will take one and they sacrifice King in, but for the good of the colony.
And game number 1 was a back and forth. Game number 2 is looking like a stomp, Atlas, as Kwangdong try to look for an overextension on the side of DK, and instead they find nothing, as Cuz, I was about to say, might be found here.
Oh dear.
Oh,
trying to slink around. Okay, there's the smite. That'll deny it as he flashes over, but Showmaker's there with the gold card. And not a lot that Cuz can really do. He's going to try and offer as much damage as he can, but Lucid's going to grab it. And now they're going to jump straight on this Baron. Teleport comes in from a newly respawned Kingen. And D+, it's like game 1 never happened. Yeah, sure, longest game. Yeah, sure, we're a bit fatigued. You know, it's the second series of the day. They came into this one looking fresh. It's Quantum Freaks. They will grab a couple of turrets for their trouble, unless Kingen says absolutely not, which he might. The wave just not quite lasting long enough, and there goes the Baron. We'll be able to grab this one as, oh, remember, he does not have the Feather Storm available, and he just dies. Look at King, and he just lets Aiming come over and cherry pick the kill. Showmaker now looking for some stragglers. And, oh my goodness, gives him the thumbs up. The special delivery is Andil, I guess, like, came over for solidarity. As it's a double kill for Aiming. Of course, Aiming's the one that scoops up the kills. That's 5-0 and 1. And without saying that the game's probably over, the game's probably over.
Yeah, I don't want to say that the game's probably over, but I think the game's probably over, Atlas. Oh, the style points, as it all starts off here. And I think Kwangdong make the right call. They are in a heavy deficit. The game is about to be done, and you might as well try to get a Hail Mary here. Leaper actually, I think, does a really good job, but Bulldog just immediately gets cast into multiple people, and Leaper doesn't have the items, right? Like that Feather Recall, it feels cool with the flash,
yeah,
but there's just not enough damage. And then this,
look at this.
So the previous one, and some of the moments thus far, I'm like, I think that does feel a little bit like Xayah is just not, that was just Leaper, standing where he shouldn't.
아니야, 내가 여기 있을게.
Yeah, they come in here, don't worry.
안녕하세요.
Said hello!
Oh man, the classic Showmaker. Welcome, welcome.
It's easy to forget, you know, with a couple of the up and down years. Oh, guys, come on.
Oh, dear. Well, Andel, I think, will struggle to survive this play. Showmaker's going to hold him in place for forever. Kellen looks like a legitimate tank on this Rakan. I'm just not really used to the whole Warmogs meta with, like, the amount of health bar Rakans have these days.
Yeah, we also haven't had a single actual 5v5 front to back, right, where, well, we have, but they haven't really amounted to anything, where Bulldog actually gets to have value against Kellen. And Atlas, the gold graph we saw just there.
It's up and to the right as it's continuing to go in that direction. That's a 6 for aiming. As Leaper, he hops up into the sky and unfortunately had to come back down again. Showmaker, he's going to go golden to avoid dying to the turret. And this is going to be that. 14-1, an absolute shellacking as the Magnus Storm, it looks kind of cool. But I think that D+ just want to finish off these kills and get into game number 3 as soon as possible. Some more gold cards flying out, and I tell you what, it's pretty good to see Showmaker back on his very famous Twisted Fate and look this good as Dindin, he's not in this game. Dudu is going to get taken out. He's going to leap strike, trying to get to the fountain, but there's too much CC. And eventually, oh no, they will be benevolent. Oh, never mind. He'll be thrown around like a rag doll.
Oh, yes, they will.
They will. The game's over. We're going to go to a game number 3 as D+ Kia make that one a whole lot shorter than the longest game of the season.
We get what we asked for, Atlas. A free gamer between these two teams. The fight for second place heats up. And you know I had to throw a gold card to my boy.
That's my man.
You know I had to. And it's easy to forget why this guy is called Showmaker if you don't watch his stream. But the little
so good.
And the emote coming up huge. And now part of it was the draft, and part of it was things just not really connecting.
And it wasn't the whole draft. I think we have to
the first half.
Reiterate that the first half of the draft was absolutely fantastically done. It's just I think that we are very anti-Xayah. I think we have been for a while. We know how she can work and how she's great at anti-dive and trying to stay safe, but we need to stop. We need to stop seeing that champion picked up. And also, I want to see Kingham play Gragas every single game for the rest of the season. He is so good at this pick.
And you can get it in different flavors. It just always works, Atlas.
Exactly. It's fantastic. We're going to go to a short break. When we get back, the space will break down game number 2, and we'll see you for game number 3.
레이플 있다 사람아.
아 괜찮아.
나 잭스 막아줄게. 잭스 막아. 잭스. 내가 잭스 배치 잭스 막아. 잭스 막아. 나한테 막아. 피할게. 잭스 막아줄게. 잭스.
봐봐야 되고.
타워. 왜 라프 해봐. 나 그냥 집체라던가 바른 게 아니야.
아니 바로 하자.
테러 없어. 오케이. 천천히 끝날 것 같아. 야 레이부터 보자. 레이부터 아끼고. 레이 봐올게.
아 끝났어 얘들아. 끝났어.
잭스 들어가면 봐줄게. 이 빼놓을게. 이 빼놓을게. 지금. 그렇지. 그래. 영영 또 와라. 나이스.
잘했다.
Hello, we are back at the space, and DK took that first game personally, and they brought it to Kwangdong Freaks in game number 2 and absolutely smashed them very quickly, and it wasn't very close. So Kwangdong Freaks definitely going to have to come back here in game 3 that DK did just force. What went wrong for them, and how did DK manage that?
Well, I mean, we saw some draft adjustments, and let's just bring up the draft because the big issue here to me was the Gragas. So the casters called it out right away that when the Jax got locked in, they banned the Skarner and the Cannon, and it felt like rather than that they didn't think the Twisted Fate was going top, they didn't want they didn't want the Twisted Fate to be going mid. So they were like, oh, like, let's see what we can ban. Maybe he'll be forced to play the Twisted Fate top. Who just played the Gragas? It's a great matchup into Jax. He just played it last game. He's one of the best Gragas players in our tournament. And then the Xayah, don't get me started with all the CC they have here. It's funny how I think Xayah players forget that you're like, oh, there's a lot of CC. My ult is really high value. So the more CC there is, you still only have one ult, so
DK they prepared more CC and CC gold card via OT and Gragas and the Rakan as well. So I mean, this time also is like really like the Rakan just get away. So make sure there's those Rakan as well. So I mean, just overall, I think the DK draft it's pretty balanced. Like only thing that I kind of have as dot probably is like TF mid because it's not often coming as a pick, but doesn't really matter because it's a Showmaker. He can play anything, anytime.
Yeah, and he did his job. Shirelli's first, he's just shooting people down with gold cards, finding them, killing them, and helping his team do that. So let's take a look at the first kill reel that we do have here in this game for highlight number 1, which got started very fast for the side of DK.
It's just a really nice collapse here onto Cuz by Kingen, and it's, pretty self-explanatory. And then down here on the bottom side of the dive gets set up here, and there's just nothing you can do at this stage. Obviously, Twisted Fate is quite strong in these moments because the further you get away from the turret, the better it is for him to just Destiny on top of you. The setup CC is there, and then what can Andil do without his 80 carry? It's just as basic as that. Like, it's quite simple. They had control over the map, and they used Twisted Fate, and this is bread and butter for Showmaker. He's been doing it for years. Mid-Twisted Fate hasn't really been that meta, but I love to see D+ going back to 2 comfort picks that they're extremely good at. Kingen on the Gragas and Showmaker on the Twisted Fate. Not meta, but looks extremely strong when piloted well.
I mean, it's just like the TF, just as we kind of always is explain, if you fail the first ultimate, it becomes kind of trash pick. But as soon as you succeeded the first ulti, especially you get a double kill, and it's like that matchup on the bottom, it just turned always just around it's so well that just by just pressing one ulti, and after that, it's just like Xayah becomes also so fat, and Xayah, you kind of need to get it on the road that kind of have to snowball, at least in the lane, a little bit off. It's just you're just 26 CS behind, right away. It's so hard to play after.
And they forced the ult before as well, right? So Xayah didn't have ult when that TF came over eventually. Let's talk about this jungle fight. 23 minutes in for highlight number 2, which was essentially the nail in the coffin. And Kwangdong Freaks, they were so far behind at this point. I mean, it was like a 6,000 gold lead already, and they tried to make something out of it, but it was just too far behind.
Yeah, I really feel like there was a great usage here by D+ throughout this entire game of the Hextech gates as well, which really suited their composition. That's great at single target CC and blowing people up, just constantly chasing, aiming, also able to follow up because he's Zeri so easily, can go over walls. D+ just had a ball with this game because they got so far ahead, they could do anything they wanted.
Yeah, well, guys, we do have the POG ready to go. Let's see who does pick it up here for game number 2. On the side of D+ Kia will be Showmaker with his very dominant TF.
Yeah, I mean, I would say there's a little bit of the responsibility on him because they are gonna be trusting his TF pick in the mid. It's even though it's not super meta, and also there's a big responsibility on the top too, the counter pick with the King get. But it's just both solo laner had I would say decent does responsibility job in the draft, but I think that it really worked really well in in game piloting these kind of type of champion.
On one hand, I was going to say we might see unanimous because it's Showmaker on his Twisted Fate skin. It was a fantastic performance. I thought Kingen deserved a shout. Yeah. And he did get one from media, so I feel less good about it now. But
what about the Zeri votes?
I don't
because he's Zeri.
He played well.
Yeah.
But Zeri.
Right media kind of roping in right? KR analyst, unfortunate. Well, what are you going to do? That's the way it goes sometimes. We are done here on the space for game number 2. Let's go back to the casters for game 3.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, and Left Media just continues to be more and more based. I love it. Absolutely love it. I think Kingen had a great game. I think understandable Showmaker POG, 100%. The man picks up his Twisted Fate after, what, 700 odd days, something like that. Plays his skin, looks absolutely fantastic. And we just hadn't seen it, you know? Mid-AP Twisted Fate, fantastic to have it back. But let's see what's going to happen as we move to the next game. As super crazy D+ fan, we remember many times ago. See whether he gets his wish.
On the other hand,
is that Bulma?
I don't think so, because I think she always has the same sign.
Oh no, it's
because maybe it's
it's very hard to figure it out by just the sign because everyone uses it to cover their face.
You can't see the face. It makes it a lot harder. I understand. Game number 2 was extremely one-sided. It was a stomp from start to finish. And if we see the Xayah again, I think we will be expecting something similar. I don't think it was just the Xayah. There were a lot of other things that went well for DK. But after the first half of the draft, you could look at Kwon and go, man, looking good. And then after everything, you know, after all the dust had settled, it didn't really feel that great. We'll see as we get into game number 3 whether Kwon are going to bounce back or whether DK get the mini reverse sweep.
And we are going to have our first side swap of the series as well. As Kwon Freaks are going to choose the blue side this time around. I believe, yeah, they elected to go on the red side in game number 1. And D+ were happy with that, and so they chose it again in game number 2. Now finally we're going to have a switch up. Nautilus and LeBlanc both taken away. Of course, LeBlanc just feels like it's only Showmaker that's really drawing these kind of bans. I think probably popping off in scrims, but we've also seen him play very, very well on this pick already. There's Corki Tristana, very understandable first couple of picks here. And the Hui could also come through. Does mean that Bulldog, as far as his champion pool is concerned, before this match, it would only be Yone, right, that he'd have there. He has certainly really kept it narrow so far this season. We know that he can play lots of other things, but of course, that has been their style, as Zeri is gonna get banned.
I love that change. I think this is a really, really good adaptation from Kwangdong, because it also increased the odds that Aiming might, for some reason, also pick Xayah. But the main thing is that Aiming, whenever he can play Zeri, he will. It's definitely his best champion. It works with his playstyle. The Ezreal priority also shoots up as a result of that, in my opinion. We've seen the Skarner slowly drop in prior, which I think is justified. And yeah, this to me makes a ton of sense. Leaper, I don't think that he has necessarily been like performing mega well, but the previous game felt like it was not necessarily all due to him.
Yeah,
the Ezreal wasn't a main character in game mode, but you just need to be good enough. And the Ezreal does come through. Kaisa, though, is something that we know Aiming loved. Got to play it throughout the entirety of Lost Split as well. This should come as no surprise. Fight Talia, I think, is most likely.
Yeah.
And then maybe you round it out with the Kaisa on the final rotation. And then you're looking not too bad for DK.
I would say that it would be a pretty exceptional first round. Showmaker might want to move away from the Talia. We'll see exactly what they do decide to do, because we did see him have a lot of fun on the Twisted Fate as well. But Vitalia, I think it's just too good to really pass up. And so going to be locking that one away once again. So Morgana stocks are rising, as Cuz going to at least hover it. We'll see whether he's going to lock that one away.
This might also be Ezreal mid. If there is a player that I expect to pull it out, it would be
not anymore.
No, never mind. Immediately get that question answered. Bulldog locks it in. The idea, obviously, with the Yone being that you're just able to play and sustain for the early game. Talia doesn't have that much damage in lane, and then late game you have enough mobility to outmaneuver as Kingen going back to the Renekton here. And the Renekton makes a ton of sense, particularly when you have the Talia jungle, but this is Kingen kind of changing up his style here. Not that he never plays Renekton, but in what he has done so far in this series.
Yeah, it's kind of making me curious, just because Talia Renekton is so incredibly powerful. How is Vi in a solo lane these days?
It's just Showmaker with Vi mid.
Yeah. or Renekton mid that he did used to absolutely love.
And then, oh god.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think that we're quite going to like overdo the broth quite that much. Let's just say that. As Lucian going to be banned away, of course, one of Aiming's favorites, but not the one that I was expecting him to go towards. I think the Kai'Sa, like you were talking about, definitely right up there. For some reason, feeling a Kog'Maw game, but I don't feel like it would be very fun at all. Just feel like Kog'Maw just in general is fun. K'Sante and Rel going to be the two bans on the side of D plus Kia, though.
Kai'Sa,
last 80 carry to
yeah, okay, yeah, I was about to say Kai'Sa feels like an absolute must ban here. You know what I said earlier about the odds of Aiming picking Xayah going up?
Oh,
yeah, might be the angle here. We'll see. Obviously into Ezreal, I think the pick really struggles. That
Caitlyn, I like way more.
Oh, are they gonna go like Kate Lux, Kate Karma?
Well, they can wait to see. That's the beautiful part of it.
Yeah. Oh, this makes more sense with the comp.
Less fun.
Much less fun. Yeah, I was getting mildly excited as well. It's going to give a lot of agency over to Kellen, though. That is something that we've seen so many times. We saw it today. Hannah really was just a delivery system for his support. Duro was really happy with all the love that he was given.
Yeah.
So this is Poppy's support most likely here for Ondil. Aiming, I know.
Poppy top?
Oh, could also be, yeah, actually.
Dudu, we know, is a known Poppy player.
Oh, you're right.
But I might be getting ahead of myself.
No, it's a counter match in the Renekton well. It makes sense. That's one of the cool things I think about. You could even technically like still go for the Morgana support and then try and pick something else out. I don't think that's going to be the case for obvious reasons. And it looks like Ezreal Leona, I think, is an insane 2v2. So I think this is a great choice here. What is Kellen going to lock in here? Is it a Kellen Renata angle?
I think a Kellen Renata angle sounds pretty good.
Yeah, because they are, outside of, the Ezreal poke, all short range. And Kellen's Renata was, once upon a time, probably the best.
Yeah.
Or at the very least, like, tied with Carrier for
and their
what
last,
he was able to do.
Was it their last series this week as well, where he played a very, very good Renata game? It might have actually been the case.
But the 2v2 is strong. And yeah, this DK comp, I feel like I've seen both DK and DKCL play this exact comp about 1 million times.
Yes.
It's pure comfort.
Yeah.
Is it enough? Because I do think a lot of these champions are going to struggle into Poppy, Morgana. Like, just Morgana is annoying. If you add a Poppy to that as well?
Yeah, team fighting 5v5 is going to be something very, very difficult for D+ in this game, just because they won't have 5 for the majority of the time. As Showmaker surfing around on his Talia, you love to see it. Definitely not as cursed as his former jungler Canyon's picture of his face on Zyra, which is still in my nightmares, as that's an angry bulldog. I like that one a lot. Let's see whether it is going to be Quandong Freaks managing to turn it around. So far, D+, they managed to answer back after a grueling game number 1. Now a side swap, a little bit of a change up, but the big thing is Cuz back on that Morgana once again. Leaper has the Ezreal. And this is a big change on the side of D+. Aiming back on his Kalista that we know him for, but Kingen, very different look on the Renekton. Let's see how it's going to go as we dive onto the Rift for game number 3. Whoa. It's still getting me. I don't know. Like, feels like all week we've had just regular fan chants, and today it's just absurd. Very, very loud, very passionate.
They're going hard. And it matters. This match matters so much. The team that wins is going to end up going to 5-1. And yeah, that 1 might become a 2 when they eventually face Gen G and have to, pay the toll, like everyone else does. But that is not going to rain on your parade. Still going to be a colossal win here.
Any loss that isn't to Gen G is so much more important, in fact.
Yeah.
Don't think anyone cares. They're like, well, we've accepted Gen G. Really, really good. It's beating everyone else. That's super important. And D+ have already passed the Hummer Life Esports test.
That's the big one. Kwangdong still have to get through that one. Although with Hanwha, as they are right now, I honestly have no idea how that one's going to go.
Yeah.
It's going to be very interesting. Kingen not going to have as much fun in this matchup as you do in a lot of other Renekton matchups. Showmaker, though, I saw that Gathering Storm. He is ready for late game, which is an interesting decision if you just look at these drafts at face value. You see the Renata, you see the Vi. But I do think that these type of compositions, they always have an out if they can just get a pick. The problem is that just getting a pick into Poppy and Morgana is going to be exceptionally hard.
Well, I think the early game is going to be the first opportunity, and then things get quite difficult, especially when you're setting up for objectives and things like that.
Yeah.
The Keeper's Verdict is so incredibly powerful. And I think there will be a bit of a microscope on Kellen. I'm really struggling to say words correctly.
It got to me earlier as well. Yeah, I don't know what it is. Maybe it's the eclectic series we had earlier.
I think so. I think maybe it's like everything is very different in this series than it was in the previous one. And so we've just had a very drastic change of pace.
It's also very hot in Low Park because of the fans going absolutely crazy.
And normally if fans are going really hard, then it means you get cooler. But no, not when they're humans. Joke could have landed, I think. I think I just needed to be better at it, you know? I'll try that one again.
Your delivery was so... I thought you were going to deliver it in the normal Atlas way where you look at me and go like, that was a bad joke, wasn't it, Chronic? And then it was just not even... And then that tilts me. There's no winning, unfortunately. Taking a look at the runes, aiming is going to go for the on-hit variety again. No Hail Blades, which we always see with the lethality build.
We have kind of seen the lethality build sort of die, haven't we? There's been a few like people doing the cheeky opportunity.
It's,
you know?
I think it makes sense as well. And I forget whether it was on this patch. Definitely on next patch. Might have been on this one. Opportunity also took a pretty big nerf. Bad as Lucid has done a full clear. Might be looking to maybe get a summoner or two, but I don't know if they're really... Because the health bars actually aren't that low. Credit to Undo and Leaper. And what this does do is Lucid making sure that his bot lane is going to be able to get the wave in.
Yep. And they do manage to do that. See whether they go for some sort of reset. Looks like they're kind of planning on sticking around for another wave.
Yeah, I have a lot of vision as well, and they did just spot Morgana, so they know. They are chilling, and just keeping Leaper and Undo in this 2v2 is the best case scenario. Use those early levels where Renata Kalista just does so much damage, and you can't all in because of the bailout.
Yep. Not to mention the fact that you get handshook whenever you try to go in, which feels a little bit sad as Lucid moves up towards his top side. Dudu is getting somewhat low, but has that ward, and therefore will be absolutely fine. Vision here in this brush for D+. It's Kellen hit by a pot shot. And Lucid once again going for a little bit of something, because pretty perfect positioning here.
Is he on time?
As they look for it. Yeah, he's going to get out. And that is going to completely diffuse the situation. Great timing, like you were saying, from Cuz to get himself up here. Might be a Gromp that he misses out on, as Showmaker coming on over as well. Man, this is...
Oh, he reads the play, though.
Yeah, how many levels of chess are we all playing together here, as Cuz is going to not go for too much. Looks for the Gromp, as Lucid
should be able to get this with the smite nonetheless. Oh, that was a
little bit dicey.
That was a steal opportunity there for Cuz if he just used his W. Not going to be the case.
Couldn't quite see what was going on there. And so Lucid going to move back towards his side of the jungle. And this time around, it wasn't the start of the jungle with Cuz finding that amazing steal on the Raptors and then forcing Lucid to sort of waste his time for quite a while. This time around, things are looking a little bit more honest as far as the jungle matchup is concerned.
Yeah, big thing is the level 1. The level 1 strength of DK this time around. They had Kalista, so that really changed the equation. Last time it was a level 1 delayed invade, just to make sure. And obviously Vi's level 1 is really weak, but Huang Dongden was able to make it happen. This time around, not the case. Don't want to run the risk of like trying to go into an extended 1v1, level 1 fight. Rather against the Kalista, and now they get the Dragon. Great back timings to come through here for aiming and Kellen's one. If this is a Chemtech Drake next, we are in for another fun time, and we've had so many.
Oh, it is.
There we go.
Oh, it's. I think it's a guaranteed cloud. I think we're guaranteed cloud. I don't know. I'm feeling it.
Hey, if your waters are saying cloud, I'm willing to trust you, as we might have a skirmish here.
Yeah, Bulldog gonna have to ult his way over.
Yeah, good call.
Yeah. Does take a lot of pressure off Showmaker here, but already a lot of jostling for position. not too much more as Seismic Shove is going to move Bulldog away. He does have to eat those rocks as he makes his way back to his soul, but he is going to be absolutely fine. So level 6 gets hit, and immediately he has to use the ultimate.
I do want to reiterate that it is the expectation that DK is just going to get the early objectives, right? They should, realistically. You want to get at least, I don't know, get to 6 grubs, obviously, ideally, but as long as you get to 4, I don't think you're going to be feeling too bad. Get to 2 Drakes ASAP as well, particularly with how good all the remaining dragons are. Puts even more pressure on that. Lucid is also taking the top side as we speak.
Yeah. Ooh, okay, Callan. Possibly in a little bit of trouble as Cuz is rotating over. Binding is going to connect onto Callan, who bails himself out, but it's not going to be enough. There is first blood going over to Cuz. Perfect timing on the gank. And Callan just caught out.
Really nicely done there. Callan thought he could walk it off, but he could in fact not. Gets hit by the Binding. They do get the flash out of Leaper, and aiming stays alive. It's still a big win for Kwangdong, but not the end of the world for DK. Nicely done there, though, by Cuz coming through the enemy jungle. So we have Lucid just, again, it's a kind of a reverse of last, or first game rather, situation where it's Lucid actually just invading continuously. And it's Cuz having the impact as, oh boy. Cuz made the read last time, can he do it again?
Yeah.
Because Bulldog, he doesn't have his ultimate, does have flash. And he reads it.
He's dashing out of there. Unbinds the soul, but not anything he needs to worry about. Aiming. Nice dodge, but Leaper is able to answer very, very well there.
Yeah, he is Sheen. That's a, it's a bit of a spike. In short trades, Ezreal in general is going to be really impressive for the Kalista. As aiming, not in fact backing, but just continuing. But if aiming can get in a longer all-in fight, still, oh, there we go.
Yeah, Fate's Call comes down. Kellen finds a handshake. There's a cleanse. Hostile takeover comes in. Kellen almost dies. And that is not the kill. But they do get, I think, the cleanse.
Yeah, I think it's fine. You get the cleanse out of Leaper. You give up 2 ultimates, but the timing with the next Drake should still be fine. Grubs aren't going to be up anytime soon. As we take another look here, and Kellen does completely fine up until the point here, because they have vision in the brush, so I think you just have to respect and go for the flash when the Binding comes out if you're not certain that you can dodge it.
Oh, 클린 슈츠.
Yeah. Don't quite know what he says there. It sounded like Callista chair, but that's not what it was.
Maybe, I mean, could be an angle there where like aiming takes the Binding and then just cleanses it.
Could have been.
I don't know. I'm not 100% sure, as we do have the first backs come through. Obviously, Cuz really strong first back with the Faded Ashes. Did just miss a Binding on a Scuttle, but that happens to everyone. If you're not a jungler. I've been beating by Scuttle when I'm playing like Karthus. And he's just, I swear, all of a sudden...
I mean, no one has moves like Scuttle.
Yeah, they really don't.
Nope.
Oh, look at this. Just Showmaker heading into the fog there meant that Leaper and Under are like, oh wait, we got to back off for a little bit, because there are still no cleanse, no flash available for the Kwangdong bot laner. And oh, there we go. Again, look at this. Lucid on his way. Showmaker shoved in the mid wave. And he, again, even if they don't get kills, so still setting Leaper further and further behind, and starting to feel like DK, this is their preferred angle of attack. Just put Kwangdong's bot lane in a ditch.
Yeah, and that's exactly where they are. I think, you know, this time around, Bulldog actually in lane, so he's able to get the shove. You can see pings going out onto the Yone, who is now ahead by a full wave. I don't think Showmaker is going to be able to pick up all of it, so that is a meaningful advantage, as he does get at least the ones that we see on screen.
Still got, I think maybe missed one. Still got a good amount, so
yeah, not too bad.
Feeling too bad.
It's all right. Aiming gets a ward over. And this is a high level of intensity. 500 gold, as D+ are down first blood, but have still been farming very effectively. It's not the situation where you've got Lucid falling behind. I think Showmaker's holding his own like you were talking about, and it's the plate advantage and CS advantage for aiming on that bottom side. D+, I mean, there's one thing that they do every single game, and it is try their very best to give as much money to aiming. And so far in this series, it's 50-50, and we'll see whether it's actually going to come out on top or not.
In terms of giving him gold, the plan is working.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, he's up 1,000 gold. That's the second dragon of place for Atlas. For Atlas!
There it is. I mean, look, I didn't even look. I just knew. We knew it was going to be a Cloud Soul. It was just a matter of time. As Kwangdong Freaks, they're going to even out the Bubs. So there that is. You mentioned that that D+ were probably going to aim to get a few extras.
At least want to get to 4. And it does look like with the roam from Kingen, Lucid should be able to pick up that last one. That's still quite nice when you have particularly the Renekton in the side lane, a little bit of extra pressure.
Yep. Showmaker looks for a shove, does not quite find it. He'll give up on that last minion and slink back into the Fog of War. You can see Kingen actually was dashing forward. Lucid here to collect that last bub. Showmaker gonna help him out. Throwing some rocks around, and that will be that. So, 2 dragons, 4 minutes on the next one. That'll be soul point for D+. And the Bub's also going to be helping out with getting these turrets down. No plates being removed in the mid lane on either side, in fact. As Kellen is just going to throw some logistics protocols around.
Gold's basically even though, and if you look at the DK comp, I think they still have a fair amount of time before you really hit the dreaded point where you go, oh god, how do we win any fight? And this is, I think, where things are looking the best. And as you're saying, well, Eclipse done. Sundered Sky done. Showmaker finishes for Erdheim, and as soon as Aiming goes back, he will have his as well.
That's a lot of spikes.
Yeah, you got to start knocking down turrets, and you got to get Herald, right? And one kind of leads into the other. If you get the Herald, it becomes a lot easier. But particularly getting the mid lane turret is one of the things we always talk about when you have a composition like this that needs to snowball, because it gives you so much extra map control, takes away a lot of the effective safe space for the enemy team. You see Kwangdong, despite everything, Bulldog has actually been able to do a really good job of holding on tightly to that mid lane turret and still sitting at 5 plates as of right now.
Yep, Lucid going to be able to steal this one away very comfortably. As Kingen sets up shop on the bottom side of the map. You can see now Aiming going to move towards mid. And we've got Renekton and Talia in these side lanes. As
That's
teleport's
big.
coming down.
Might mean a guaranteed Herald here for DK if they play their cards well. It's coming up about 10 seconds, and King can just TP. As the option isn't available for Dudu. Plates are also going to drop, so it's not like Dudu can just try and trade for plates in return as Kings are going over. I think we're going to have a fight here, but it should be possible for DK to get a numbers advantage. But we see, yeah, Dudu is like, guys, I'm on my way. I am, in fact, trying to join.
He's booking it. Handle, wanting to find that Solar Flare angle. Just throws out a Zenith Blade as Kingen, you can see, in that brush, ready to teleport if they need to.
Oh, DK wants to fight for sure here. Look at their spikes.
Oh, yeah.
Blade of the Rune King is done.
Well, we're going to press that teleport button. That's a great ward, and there it is. They pull the trigger as Lucid. He comes on over. It's not going to be the Herald secured, but can they find the fight? Is the question as King just walks past Handle. He wants Leaper as in goes Bulldog, but out he goes immediately afterwards. It's now Dudu that's tanking up the whole team, and finally, Aiming's able to get the first for D+. But trading 1 kill for the Herald, maybe you're kind of okay with that on Kwangdong's side.
Depends how much damage they're going to be able to do here as the TP comes in. The answer is not a whole lot. And yeah, I agree. I think you take that trade if you're Kwangdong. It's not the end of the world for DK. Losing the fight is obviously the worst case scenario, but not really what you were looking for. With the both TPs now invested though, King should be able to get a decent amount of damage. I think Kwangdong actually played really well here. Very ready to go for the disengage. Showmaker tries to split up the fight, but immediately gets knocked out. So I think Dudu does a really good job here. Bulldog obviously can play really aggressive because he has his snapback on the E. And DK, going Bulldog here.
Yeah, Bulldog's going to flash and does manage to make it out. Actually, straight through Kingen's flash forward. So really well played here by the young mid laner.
Just need to give this guy something he can buffer, okay? It can be Tristana. Yone's fine as well. Before you know it, Nautilus mid is coming back and he's just hooking.
Oh, no.
No, I remember that tournament. I'd rather not.
Yeah. We thankfully, I think we saw the end of that. I imagine if that came up in the patch notes, you know.
Well, I thought it was done after Worlds 2019 and then it still came back.
Was it ever really a thing? I mean, or was it just a Doinby? You know, like that's the thing.
I mean, even at MSI 2022, it wasn't a real thing. Everyone just kept kept playing it.
It's Doinby mind control, I swear. That's And maybe just like a little bit of Chovy in that sort of arc where he just wanted to play any bruiser in the mid lane that he could find.
So first test was passed for Kwangdong. Now the second one. Can they do well in this fight? Bulldog doesn't have TP. He's actually pretty far behind.
Yeah.
And I think you got to give over this soul point. We'll see. Maybe Dudu can get a crazy ult yet again.
They can find it. It's definitely important as now Kingen, he's going to rotate over. Callanan aiming in the area. True Shot Barrage doesn't really find the mark, and they let the dragon reset. In they go, though. Callan looks for the handshake, and he'll find it. Andil goes in and goes out via the Death Chamber. There's now Bulldog. He's dashing around trying to find his opportunities. Slice and Dice gets Kingen out of there. They look for a bit of a reset. Yeah, exactly. So Bulldog, he picked up the eye. That means that he's able to just take this one down. Kingen able to shove another wave in. Kwangdong Freaks get control of the dragon. Lucid hits level 11. He's going to move on down once again. And we've got another fight. Aiming's back, though, as Bulldog doesn't quite find that one. He snaps back. Another handshake is good. There's a seismic shove as Steadfast Presence means Lucid can't really do anything. And Helicopter Poppy looks pretty cool, but isn't actually able to do anything. And there is that soul point, but there's the knock-up. The double on the seismic shoves into the backline, goes Kingen and buys all the space. But Bulldog, it's his turn to react. He finds Showmaker. He also finds Kellen, and Aiming's able to turn it with the help of his friends in the end. But it was very close to a turnaround. Still, this time, DK definitively win.
Oh, again, another tense fight here. Mid lane turret, hopefully for DK, they're able to pick this one up as Kwangdong, they kept prodding and poking, really didn't want to give up soul point, which I understand. Cloud Soul, we value it, I think, very appropriately here in the LCK. As we take another look, it's really interesting because this fight looks so good at the beginning because they just blow up Andil, but that ultimate from the grave actually does a lot of damage and prevents them from continuing. And then here, this is where the poke comes in. Cuz a little late on that black shield, which means Dudu takes a lot of damage. He's their front line. So if Dudu can't step up, it becomes a tough call. And then here, the double knock-up, really well done there by Kellen. And the only thing that keeps this from being a complete disaster is the fact that Bulldog kills both Showmaker and Kellen off of the back of that fight, even forces the flash out of Aiming as well. So a lot of cooldowns invested. But it does look like DK, they get soul point, they get the mid lane turret, but we see even in those moments, Kwangdong, they're still very valiantly fighting. And oh my god.
Yeah, that's a big lead for Bulldog, and he is a little bit 1v9 this game. Seems that even if he's on Yone, he is still the AD carry of the team. The one able to get things done later on. Of course, Lipa, there's only so many targets that you can protect on this Kwangdong Freaks composition, because having to use his Black Shield very sparingly. And Lipa was able to Arcane Shift out of the first portion of the last part, but wasn't actually able to save himself from a lot of the early salvo from D+.
Oh. A fight is brewing, Atlas.
Yeah, Showmaker could be in trouble here. We'll see whether he does step up as Lucid. He walks in. The Zenith Blade misses, though. That's actually massive, and in goes Lucid. He's maybe a little bit too far forward, but they get the double knockback. There goes Lucid, though. That's going to start the fight off in the right way for Kwangdong Freaks, but now it's all falling apart. Is the bailout going to come through? The answer is no, but Kingen is a big old crocodile, and back comes Showmaker. Seismic shove eaten by the Black Shield, and there's the slice, the dice, the domination, and the triple kill for Kingen.
And that is going to be a full-on ace, Atlas, for DK.
Welcome back, Kingen. Man, I missed you.
It looked a little dicey at the middle. So initially in that fight, I think they know the amount of people there, but the coordination is just a little off. Lucid goes super deep trying to CC Cuz, but the bailout, I don't think Callan is in range, so he just dies, right? Or rather, Callan, I imagine, wants to hold the bailout for Aiming, and then they do get it, but Aiming dies just a second too late, so the kill onto Bulldog doesn't actually get the reset, and it looks a little dicey, but do note, with Yone gone, the only person with a gold lead on Kwangdong gone. And Kingen, being the apex predator that he is, sees a tasty snack.
이거야, Renekton!
Yeah, that's a big croc. And Showmaker also getting knocked out with the Keeper's Verdict and then immediately just walling straight back in again. that sort of works. I kind of like the Talia into the Poppy angle, as we often do see a fair bit of Talia alongside Poppy, just for the full you're not allowed to move.
Oh, DK.
Yeah, this is a pretty early one. Minute and a half. True Shot Barrage is going to scope out exactly what's going on here as now Showmaker, he's got the wall. No, he doesn't actually have the wall up and available. Cuz can come on over and they do not want to flip this.
Yeah, really good shout here from DK. Because in 50 seconds, Drake comes up and you can force Kwangdong to make a move for the Dragon, especially now that there's no teleporter. Bulldog
gets the knock up onto Showmaker here. He gets the Seraph Shield. There's the flash over and Bulldog just solo kills him. That's one way to get it done as the Kwangdong Freaks, they're back in and now it's their turn to possibly go for a Baron.
Oh, Lucid is still alive. This is a big risk, but they want to try and go for it. And Bulldog, am I hearing some Chovy chants in the background? Finds the 1v1.
All right.
And they have Poppy. Lucid should not be allowed to get near this.
Exactly. Bulldog gets over the wall. He'll have to snap back eventually, but this is going to be a guaranteed Baron. And there it goes. Solar Flare doesn't find too much good. Knock up True Shot Barrage onto the Crocodile that just got a triple kill, but now he's below half health.
Yeah, just play for Soul.
Oh, we are back to game one though, aren't we?
Oh, we are. Yeah, that is. But that time it felt like both DK and Kwangdong make colossal mistakes. This doesn't even feel like Showmaker. Like, obviously him dying is horrible, but I don't think anyone saw that coming there from Bulldog. He's 2 levels up. They need to get this Dragon, and it looks like they will be able to. And I think that is a good call from Kwangdong. Overstepping here could be a really big mistake. So it's going to be soul point for Nash. But Kwangdong, I'd say, still has the edge when it comes to trying to make the play.
He was calling this immediately and just knew that's what he had to do. Yep, let's get over and let's do the Baron.
Man, Bulldog.
He is a commando. Very, very vocal. Great to see as they are going to be able to take down this outer turret on the top side of the map. That is a 2.5k Red Bull Baron power play. And it's facing off against a Soul as 5.5 minutes, Chronicler, and it is Elder time.
Oh, Showmaker, I was about to say, I really would like to see an early Void Staff here, because otherwise Dudu is just not going to take damage, because aiming is on hit Kalista, so like he's not dealing with Dudu. That's not happening. And the only one that really does a good job or decent job of shredding for him is like the combination of Lucid and Kingen. But Kingen didn't go Cleaver, which I think is completely fine. I think the itemization is completely adequate. But it's Lucid that is the one that's gonna apply it. And like between the two of them, I don't know how much armor reduction to have, but like empowered E from or like double E from Renekton plus bypassive plus a Black Cleaver, it'll be a lot. But that's a long time hitting people that aren't the carries on Kwangdong.
I think if you've got Vi applying Black Cleaver stacks to a Poppy, then you're probably having a rough time in the team fight.
Yeah, so, and I would like Showmaker to maybe build...
Oh! They've found him! The Seismic Shove pops him back. He does find the ulti, though, as Bulldog. They will not give up. The hostile takeover too good as well. As Kingen trying to keep himself alive. The heroic charge. Kingen's out of there. They managed to get the kill onto Leaper as well, and the damage has been removed. Lucid tries to get in on top of Andil. He's not offering anything back as Showmaker's throwing rocks all over the place.
The cloud!
And they thought Kingen had have gone back. But no, he just comes out, Andil's dead, and there goes your Baron.
It's the power of the clouds, Atlas!
Baby!
Oh, Lucid! That flank, flash Q into ult, and Cuz just a second late on the Black Shield there. Doesn't have the response time, and you see, like they get so low, but it doesn't matter. Your main carry is taken out of the fight.
And right, they're fighting on the cloud zone as well. Everyone's just booking it. Oh, man. Yeah, you're never going to get away from this team.
What a fight for second place, Atlas.
Oh, I can't wait for round 2.
Because even with that win, I want to note that didn't lead to an objective getting picked up for DK.
No, they just nullified Baron, right?
Yeah, which is big, but in of itself not enough. Kwangdong are still going to have another shot at trying to win the Elder fight. If Cuz can get a crazy steal, Bulldog should be able to finish his IE at that point.
Well, they're just looking for any target here. The handshake does bring Andil back. Again, it's a late Black Shield. as he's taking a lot of damage. They change their focus to Leaper, and the bottom lane is eviscerated immediately. Teleport coming in from King in here as well. He's on barely any health, but Bulldog is going to get caught by the W. The Ruthless Predator has never been named so well as Kingen dives on in. And Dudu, he's the last man standing. D+ Kia just destroyed them.
And if it's only Dudu standing, they can chew through him without a problem.
Yeah, there was some Black Cleaver stacks that time around, I think.
At Kwangdong, I think you just let Endel die. It's fine. It's just one guy. But instead, they try to rectify the situation, and it just ends up backfiring immensely. Again, the Black Shield doesn't get the job done. Only Renekton is knocked away, and it's another fight where Bulldog isn't there. In the previous fight, he was dead. The Showmaker flashes and still gets hit by the ultimate. But at that point, it's way too little and way too late. And fighting at this point in the game, when it isn't crucial, is such a colossal mistake, because that's all DK want to do. They just want to fight as much as possible to just build that gold lead. Look at this ebb and flow.
I know, it's obscene. And it is all in D+'s favor, right? Like, they've had control of this game for the majority. They sort of let Kwangdong Freaks back in with that great Baron play. And Bulldog is still an absolute hero. We need to take absolutely nothing away from him. But D+ just being better coordinated, which kind of blows my mind that that's a sentence that I can say about this team that has been struggling for so long. They couldn't settle on a team composition of players that could meld together properly. And finally, it feels like something has sunk in, something has settled into place.
Oh, the vision toggle. You love to see it.
That's very dark for the Kwangdong Freaks.
The problem here is the desync between the timers. Kwangdong doesn't really have an opportunity that you might be looking for where you can trade one for the other. Instead, they have the choice. Do we just walk up, or are we going to let DK get the Exodia combo? And it looks like they're going to go for a fight. Look at Bulldog. As long as he can output enough damage, there is an angle. He needs to get into the enemy backline.
He's on a ward. True Shot Barrage finds absolutely nothing, though. Wall's going to come down. Showmaker splits the battlefield as Dudu tries to get rid of the Kalista, and he's successful in doing so. Lucid gets rid of Bulldog, though. Dudu is burning down, and Kingen is a crocodile possessed. As they dive in, the Yone gets taken down, and once again, it is just a wipe from D+ Kia. They need none of these objectives. They will ace them where they stand, and D+ will be second place at the end of week 3.
A riveting series, Atlas. Game number 1, a roller coaster. Game number 2, a stomp, and game number 3. Different from either, really. It felt like Kwangdong were so close to making the leap to that promised late game, but they just never got there. And DK gonna go up to 5-1.
What a bounce back after an arduous game number 1. They will be able to pick up the victory here. And all I can think about was, as we were heading towards MSI, I was so proud that we were a 3-team region again. I'm feeling like we're getting towards 5-team region, Chronicler. You know, are we almost there? I mean, I know we've got the one that's sort of up in the clouds, but as far as the other, I think that we're almost at 5. I like Croc.
Yeah, it's gonna be a topside vote, one way or another, but I think the man has earned it.
There he is. Oh, King and that. His Gragas, he can play Gragas anytime he likes. Like, some people say that Gragas is boring. Bad Gragas is boring. Good Gragas is art. And King played good Gragas today.
I'm gonna quote that. Good Gragas is art from the man himself, Showmaker. Having a much better game on Talia and Bulldog, man. I know.
There's no shade deserved for anyone on Kwangdong Freaks. I think this series was absolutely amazing. And I don't think we're that close to figuring out exactly where all of these teams are supposed to stack up. If this was a best of 5, I'd still be confused about who to really root for.
I'm just happy that this was the final game, because I felt like game 1 did have a lot of teams just kind of throwing the ball of winning the game over to one another. But here, it didn't feel that way. The outplays found by Bulldog and some of the team fighting that Kwangdong was able to find. And then on the other end, the flank from Lucid to take Bulldog out of the fight. Kingen just being an absolute monster and earning the trust with that Renekton pick, because the pick is so binary, right? There's only two types of Renektons. And today, Kingen was the good type.
He definitely was. I mean, this was just a Kingen day. And we know that when he has them, he wins the World Championship.
He does!
So, a Kingen day is a pretty good day. You know, I have a good day when, you know, the coffee grounds, you know, fit in and I don't get that weird screw on top with my coffee machine.
Yeah, no, I get it.
Like, that's a good day. But Kingen's good day is like winning absolutely everything possible in League of Legends. And he's having one of those days here today. It was a long, convoluted analogy. I apologize for it. It's relatively late, and this was a crazy series.
Oh, Kwangdong. I'm sure they're going to be looking at this. A couple of different decisions. This is the one that's the biggest to me. Just letting Andil die when there's no objective up, that probably was, in hindsight, the call. Could have been the difference maker, but instead, try to salvage the situation that was already dire. Ends up backfiring, and then here the Hail Mary. Final fight.
Yeah, Dudu achieved his goal. There is at least that, but holding the ult for Bulldog. Fantastic from Lucid. And aiming just not thrown back far enough by the looks of things. That's a very happy Lucid.
Was that Kellen?
Yeah, aiming. I think that's Showmaker apologizing because he got solo killed by Bulldog. I don't think we're blaming him for that one.
No, that was an outplay moment.
Yeah, Kingen's just absolutely stone cold.
He always is. I swear to God. And then afterwards, he's like, "Okay, we can get it."
Yeah. And they said also, head coach, keep your promise. And we don't actually know what the promise is. I assume it's a good dinner. That's often what it is. And so maybe that's what it was. Yeah, I don't think damage numbers are all that relevant. I don't think the gold graph is even all that relevant, but those last few team fights were absolutely beautifully done.
What a
by
series,
D+.
Atlas.
Yeah, I feel like I've aged like 15 years over that series.
Best of 5. Slap on 2 more.
Oh, yeah. And 5-team region. That's what I'm thinking. Like, at least right now.
Are we is KT back yet?
Oh, definitely.
Is KT?
No, they're not in that. No. Okay. The 5 teams is not. We're not going completely crazy. Not just yet.
They need one of the 5.
I mean, we've still got a fair bit of the season to go, so maybe they can get there. But that is enough from us, most definitely. It's time to throw it back to the space to close out the day.
Thank you, casters, for that wonderful breakdown, especially the end of it. And by breakdown, I mean, you know, absolutely breaking down there at the end. So DK able to get a 2-1 victory here, and, you know, they stomped in Game 2. We weren't sure if they were actually going to get it done. Game 3 was close again, and they actually made the game work with a Renekton pick that was blind. Pretty interesting stuff, guys.
It ended up working out really well into the Yone specifically to lock down Bulldog, stop him when he was trying to engage and get those big combos off. Obviously, a little bit you could do with that into the Ezreal, as there's only one Black Shield, right? And yes, there was a Poppy, there was a Leona, so there's a lot of peel for the Renekton. But unfortunately for the Kwangdong Freaks, the fights weren't coordinated enough. They were very split up, which is the intent of D+, so couldn't actually stop that Croc.
Yeah, I mean, the Renekton was a huge impact. It showing off, like, which is like, as soon as, like, as you said, like, Yone picked it, and it's like, it just answer, even though it's like not actually laning, like, direct, it's not open, but it's just like, as a team fight, it was like so hard to play for Bulldog, even though he was like so fat. Like, Renekton was like, just holding always the Imperial W for Yone to come into the team fight, because since he need to put the damage as to be ordered to be melee. But I mean, I think Kwangdong Freaks is for top lane. It's just like as a Poppy into Renekton. I don't think it was like great answers. It wasn't just enough for just to counter Renekton. So I think it was like really easy for Kingen to be fat, and also just fighting off like from just all his skirmishes, it's just double synergies between the Kalista and Renekton too. So I think it was a really nice aggression showing off from the DK.
Yeah, it was a really good idea, and I like what they were able to do on the bot side of the map as well. Just a lot of pressure down there, a lot of pushing that bottom lane away. The Ezreal Leona really couldn't do much in the beginning of this one. Leaper fell pretty far behind. But let's talk about our first highlight here, the Drake fight 17 minutes into the game, which did eventually go the way of DK.
And there were a lot of really big moments here for Kwangdong Freaks where there were opportunities to punish some of the plays when they were either trying to push onto Dudu or push onto Andil. And you can see the Drake control here, obviously D pluses right now, end up securing this. But then Kingen gets this flank angle here, and they're just trapped. There's no way to re-engage. There's no way to come over here and save the members who are cut off. And they're just trapped, and you can't go back in. There's nothing you can do. There's just no angle in this moment. Kingen's positioning on all these fights to kind of cut across. He was like a second Weaver's Wall.
Yeah, I mean, what I really dislike, it was just the decisiveness. The Drake is already gone. They have to know this fight is already lost. So they should rather just send the member on the top side or the other side of the map, just get the other side of the map winning, not the actually fighting for. But I mean, the other hand, it's D plus Gia, I think, find a really great opportunity there. Any team make a mistake, they the first short step, they don't know, they kind of lost on track, don't know what to do in the middle of the map. So it was a great punishment.
Yeah, and then eventually, 3 minutes later, we did have highlight number 2 in the top lane. We had a fight at around 20 minutes, and this one, it was really, really close. I mean, there was a couple of back and forth plays. There was a really big Poppy ultimate, and still, at the end of the day, the Renekton ended up with a triple kill, and this was really the big turning point that put DK way in the lead.
I mean, they're already so trapped. Sure, Lucy kind of got popped. It was really well played by just Kwangdong Freaks just to focus on one person, but doesn't really actually matter because the Kingen already, by the time already here, he was already so ahead. He was 1 item and a half are up compared to the team members. And it's it's just a Renekton right now. It's so hard to kill, and its skill usage so it was really good. The first fight, I would say I was already blaming Kingen. Oh, he could have killed more two more people, 2 more character there, or I was actually kind of criticizing him, but the end of the game or the end of the fight, he was getting better.
The Weaver's Wall also just bought enough time for him to get his double E back up, and then Poppy goes in and he's like, cool, I'll kill all 3. Uses the Poppy to taxi and then gets his second jump in and actually wipes them out. So great play there from Kingen, but also Showmaker's Weaver's Wall allowing him to get those final kills. They won the fight regardless, but he was able to get even more value, and I think that was really the moment where we all looked at each other and said, Valdez, you and I we're wrong on our Preds. Kwangdong Preds not going through.
Yeah, the Kwangdong Preds, me, Wolf, Ox, and Deacon all going for that one and failing. But let's take a look at the POG from this game number 3 and see who does get it. I'm thinking a Yep Croc angle, and there it is, 8-0 and 9. Just insane. The guy didn't die, and he had a fantastic day today, didn't Kingen?
Yeah, I mean, if I have to choose one, probably player of the series, it would be Kingen for sure. He's shown a lot of really strong performances with the Gragas. I think today probably is just his day, honestly. And just as I said from the draft, I think just by already picking just Renekton, just recognizing the angle of the where he actually can pick and then become really super fat and really become a most important member. I think that's just it's just his ability.
And it's what he's really great at. He warps these games. He had 2 great games of Gragas as well. The guy had a fantastic series, I think, having a real big bounce back. Our questions always are, will Aiming and Kingen reach the consistency that we're seeing from mid-jungle now that Lucid's back? And so far, at least in this series, Kingen showed up in such a big way that it makes you want to trust.
Yeah, seems like right KR analysts, I'm not sure who it is today, but they're a big fan of Aiming. Couple of Aiming votes just kind of by themselves. They were with Right Media the last time around.
There's Ukoko. So
Ukoko?
he's AD carry main, so he must be.
That's why. That must be it. But guys, we do have the Mushinsa Stylish Play of the Week, of which the winner will win Best Player Set from Mushinsa Standard Sports. Let's see who does pick up the Stylish Play of the Week.
Okay, it's Dudu. This play here in the top side against Fear X. Oh, this play was sick. Gets away from the Impale.
I mean, it's a Dutante, so he was already I remember this play he was already calling for it.
Sick play here into the Skarner. A really common matchup right now that we're seeing all the time. So you really have to have mastery. This is not a 1v1 in the top lane, of course, but just the interaction with the Skarner, knowing the timing there, the flash, knowing his damage here as well. really good movement overall in this fight, knowing exactly how far he could push the line, and that's the showcasing of what a good K'Sante player looks like. We saw it from Clear in our first series today as well, just knowing how far you could push the envelope.
Yeah, the K'Santes today and the day before and the day before that, the K'Sante value's going up, I feel like, the K'Sante stonks. So we did that, guys. Let's now take a look at the weekly best ceremony and see who had the best ceremony for the week, as we did have some good ones this week.
He's serving you up. You've been served.
It's he collab with like the influencer, and it was like the kind of TikTok challenge.
The CV Max ceremony, just a big hug.
Yeah, Cuz looks like he's ready to pack it up though. Okay.
The cheering squad.
Oh yeah,
leader.
we saw this.
Yeah,
Yeah, this
Wait,
was
this
actually
wins.
insane.
Like, this just wins. It's not fair.
It's just not fair. It's just not fair.
Nobody could beat this. What?
Yeah, no, this is GG.
It's just not allowed here.
Skip the rest.
It's not allowed.
We already know who won. Like,
he's too sick.
Yeah. We were watching this and just
He even
losing
did a
our
bow
minds.
as well. He's humble.
King in.
It was a foreshadowing to what was going to happen in this series.
Yeah. The shaky finger. Not sure if that was on purpose.
Sometimes
if it was,
you
you
got
get
that
bonus
adrenaline.
points. If it was not, yeah, it's just adrenaline. Let us know who you guys think should win this one. I think we all know the right answer.
Apparently that was from
not
this
fair.
series. Actually, I thought that was from the last series, so my apologies, everyone. I don't know. It's cheerleader guy, obviously. Chat.
Cheerleader guy.
Come on, chat.
I mean, also I saw that CV Max did this really same thing today with the Bulldog too after the
Yeah.
game one, because he kind of hard carry. So
It's a very common CV Max ceremony. Guys, we do have the interview ready now, so let's hand it over to the Deer for the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Deer for the POG interview translation, joined by Showmaker and Kingen on the side of D plus Kia, who just secured their 5th victory. Congratulations! Thank you.
네, 4승 1패였던 양 팀의 대결에서
In the matchup of 2-4-1 one-loss teams, D plus Kia is victorious and rises to second place. How do you feel? Yeah, today determined who would take second place. And given that we would get a break after, I really wanted to win today, and I'm very pleased that we were able to secure today's victory. And you guys got a proper payback from spring, and you even got nominated for Best Ceremony, Kingen. How do you feel? For week 3 matches, I'm really glad that we were able to get 2 clean victories. And yeah, we actually mentioned in the last POG that we would send our opponent to the lower ladder, and you know, in game 1 it was really tough, and I feel like we definitely got outplayed, and as long as we because we played so calmly, we were able to win today, and I hope that we can continue this momentum. And after the longest game in game 1, you guys went into game 2 with nothing but confidence from the draft to early game control and the gameplay. So what feedback was given for you to show up so differently? Yeah, given that we were able to accomplish everything that we were supposed to in game 1, I believe that you know, we said they did prepare Tristana really well, and we said, okay, lots of respect to you. We have to also fight back accordingly. So I think being calm and playing accordingly actually helped out. And so with the TF pick in game 2, was it a mid TF from the start or a flex pick? Yeah, it was actually a pretty good flex pick, but in the end, I was pretty confident with TF, so I ended up playing him. And there's been some discussion about mid TF being viable, and you had such a great performance today. So how likely is it that we'll see mid TF in the future? So TF used to be a meta where he's always picked in the blue side. But I feel like it's with the change in the meta, I believe that whoever is a good TF player will play TF in the future. Kingen, you utilize Gragas and Renekton so well, being the reliable pillar for the team. And given these champions aren't really picked very often in the current patch, how are you so influential with them? I believe that these are some really well-balanced champions, and I'm also quite confident with playing them, and I actually do prefer these picks, and that's why I went with them. And yeah, Kingen, the King Renekton is back. Let's take a look at the following Baron replay. Can you walk us through the team fight angle here? To be honest, we were actually so ahead, and with the enemy lacking damage without the Yone, I feel like I was just looking at Yone from the start to the end of the game. And I feel like the enemy comp was just so good against, or I guess Renekton is really good against the enemy comp, so I think we had a really smooth game. And in game 3, of course, you had a great early advantage, creating a gap to secure Drake objectives, and it was a solid setup, but there were some dangerous moments as well. So what did Kwangdong give you the most trouble with? I did think that their team fight is very solid, and compared to how they were doing in spring, they have become a very strong team. And I believe that they definitely kept us on our toes, and I believe that they also have a high ceiling that allows them to develop into a stronger team over time. And Showmaker, according to your mic check at the very end, did Zephyr promise you guys anything? What was it?
3세트 뱀픽 하기 전에 약간 대기 시간에
So before the draft phase in game 3,
올리기 위해서 감독님이 이기면 휴가
he tried to get the team spirit up, and he offered us to give us one extra day of break. So I hope you keep your promise, Zephyr. And so after the break next week, week 4 of LCK will be played in patch 14.13. So what will be the highlight of this patch, Showmaker? After reading the pitch note, there's a lot of nerfs regarding a lot of the common picks right now, and a lot of changes in the runes. But I believe that we'll just have to play it out. We'll just have to play well. And what about you, Kingen? I believe that we'll have to get a feel of it after scrimming. I do feel like all the good picks will remain as good picks in the future. I think it just really depends on how well you play. And so after your vacation, you will face Genji. So what is your resolution? Showmaker.
일단은 좀 못 이긴 지도 되게 오래됐고 이제 뭔가
It's been a while since we beat Genji, and I really want to go kill my opponents, but I've been getting killed, so I want to say I will kill them this time around. And Kingen. Yeah, I wanted to stay modest, but since our team captain is coming out like this, I want to say we will kill you. Looking forward to that, and that's the end of the interview from Showmaker and Kingen, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you, dear, for that awesome translation, as always. As, Wolf was talking about this, we got our number 2, our number 3 up there right now, DK 5-1. Quantum Freaks will fall to 4-2, but still having an excellent first half of the split.
Yeah. Next week, we will have some banger matches. Saturday Showdown, the classic D+ versus Genji.
Woo!
Guangdong versus Genji, also a great series.
Double Saturday Showdown? An HLE against a T1? We get both? Pro Nongshim and DK.
It's a big Saturday.
I don't know if you guys can hear Max next to me, but there's also Challenger League. Obviously, that will be in a couple of weeks with week 4. And
yeah, we have a little break.
Yeah.
So keep that in mind with these dates.
Trying to see some of the matchups here. The DK KT1 is definitely the big one, match 33.
I also get a break too.
Hooney.
Oh no.
I get a break. I get break for 21 months.
Yeah.
So no more Hooney League of Legends. No more Rumble. But you guys can always ask me Rumble rating. I'll give you guys. No worry, guys.
It's very sad. And we've summoned everyone here to the...
Issa, do you want to say some words since you weren't here for the pre-show?
Take care. Bye-bye. You are never fired.
Actually.
Never fired.
Actually, never fired. What about you guys? What was your favorite Hooney moment, Atlas?
My favorite Hooney moment? There were so many, and my brain is currently made out of mush.
Actually, he doesn't have anything. I know that answer. Usually that's answer that when I actually have nothing.
Yeah, no, I have nothing. Might have been our conversations about different games in the past.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Sick.
What about you, Chronicler? Anything better?
The one time Hooney was talking about Rumble and his thoughts and how he felt like...
One time.
Yeah,
One time.
Rumble... So like the one time we talked about Rumble and how it was not good, and he would have played it better. That happened, only once. And whenever he talks about Lost Ark, because he's just he's such a gamer.
Well, any final thoughts before we send off?
Actually, no, I do have my favorite Hooney moment, and that was the fact that Hooney always gave me a lift home if ever I needed one. And
True
hero of the LCK.
Just call me anytime if you guys need a ride. Got
right.
you.
Hooney's got us.
You, Hooney.
We're going to miss you, Hooney.
I'll miss you guys too.
Yeah. We love you.
I love you too. I love you too.
All right. Well, goodbye to Hooney. No, we can't speed up time, Atlas. I'm sorry. We're going to have to say goodbye to you guys and goodbye to Hooney on his last day until he is done with his military service. Thank you so much for watching the LCK once again, and have a good night.